Pearson. 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 Floor. Can you hear me on the floor? Sorry about that.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Barbados, get up. Good morning, Barbados. Good morning to you. Good morning, 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 morning. Good morning to you. Good morning, Barbados. Good morning. Good morning to you. Good morning, morning, Barbados. Good morning. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Morning to you. Morning, morning.
Festive Village, which you know has been opened to all and sundry. There are things happening here from every nationality as part of CARICOM and beyond, and we want to encourage all of you to come down every day, all day, to engage, not just in fashion or food, but in books and culture. And that's what it's all about today. So there's a lot to get to. I wouldn't delay you much further, but thank you so much for joining us today, Tuesday, the 26th of August, 2025. I'm Pearson Bowen. Always wonderful having you company. In just a little while, we'll be sitting with the EU ambassador to Barbados, who will be leaving office. We want to hear her journey, her successes, her plans for the future, and a whole lot more. The Barbershop series continues and comes to Barbados. We want to hear what the men will be talking about when they join us in just a little bit as well. The 2025 National Seniors Games continue, and so therefore they're having something in September. They're here to tell us a little bit more about what's happening in September and why we as seniors need to stay engaged in our fitness and overall health. In our conversations on CARICOM, we are going to Cuba. There's a lot that Cuba has brought to Carifesta today, and we want to celebrate that, not just as a big conversation, but to immerse ourselves in the culture and the understanding of the experience of our Cuban brothers and sisters. St. Kitts we go to today. There are some wonderful creatives who are here on island as part of Carifesta. They're going to sit with me on the set this morning. I can't wait to engage with them. As you know, St. Kitts is one of my favorite islands. The man who has traveled the 3 seas will join us today. He has not just interpreted, but he's found love. His story we will talk about today as well. And we'll meet some people who believe in Barbados, and so much so they've written a song about their experience in Barbados. They will join us to talk about that as well. But we'll take a quick break and we'll come right back in a moment.
Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you.
Hi, I'm Richardo Barrett. I'm from the Bahamas, and this is our visual arts booth. So at this booth, you could see all Bahamian art. We also have local products. We also have catalogs from Bahamian artists, master artists, and we hope you come down to the Carifesta Grand Market.
Hi, I'm Carson Carmbach. I'm representing CBC Barbados. We are here at the Carifesta Grand Market, and we have our products which are leather, bags, shoes, and also made of fabric. Come down and shop with us at CBC Barbados, represented at Carifesta Grand Market.
My name is Ohinina Yasewa Ekufu. I come from Ghana, and I am representing Cuddling Fashions from Ghana. Cuddling Fashions is a notable fashion designing company which deals mainly in women clothing. So we have 3 pieces, which is called kimono set. It has the pants, it has the inner and the outer. And then we have some beautiful single dresses. It's also called African lace dress. We have lots of them and very affordable, very, very, very affordable. So I'm inviting all of you out there to come and patronize Cuddling Fashions here at the Carifesta Grand Market Grounds. Thank you all and see you soon.
When will I see you again? You left with no goodbye, not a single word was said. No final kiss to see any sense. I had no idea of the state we were in. Oh, but I know I have a fickle heart and a bitterness and a wandering eye and a heaviness in my head. But don't you remember? Don't you remember the reason you loved me before? Baby, please remember me once more. When was the last time you thought of me? Or have you completely erased me from your memory? I often think about where I went wrong. The more I do, the less I know. Oh, but I know I have a fickle heart and a bitterness and a wandering eye and a heaviness in my head. But don't you remember? Oh, don't you remember the reason you loved me before? Baby, please remember me once more. I gave you space so you can breathe, and I kept my distance so you'll be free. And hope you find the missing piece to bring you back to me.
Morning, morning, good morning, good morning to you.
So patient, as it goes, as Murphy's Law says, anything could happen. And when it happens, as a Caribbean people, we become resilient and we find ways, we find solutions. And that's what it's all about indeed. So good having you, company. Let's get started with our conversations on CARICOM. This morning, as always, with me is Barbados Ambassador to CARICOM, His Excellency David Comishong. And he's brought along our brothers and sisters from Cuba. Good morning, Ambassador.
Morning, Pearson.
So good to have you. We've been having big conversations. Cuba, the discussion around Cuba continues to be a part of the big conversation. Cuba has brought a large delegation to Carifesta as well. Could you introduce our guests for us?
Well, on my immediate right, no stranger to Barbados, Ambassador Janet Stabel.
Yes.
And next to Ambassador Janet is the Cuba's Deputy Minister of Culture, and the lovely Lisette Martinez Luzardo. And next to the Deputy Minister is Jamal, who will be doing some interpretation for us, some translation for us.
Would you like to tell her that, Jamal, now?
Entonces, ya les presento a todo el mundo, que está la embajadora de Cuba, está usted, la viceministra de Cultura, y yo el intérprete.
So, welcome to Barbados, all of you.
Thank you.
I know, Janet, we know you by now on Morning Barbados, but the delegation to Carifesta, I heard is quite significant. Why do you think it was for Cuba to have such a large delegation and its participation in Carifesta?
So, thank you so much for the invitation to the Ambassador David Commission and to you. And I think this is a great opportunity to strengthening the cultural links between both countries. In this opportunity, thank to the government of Barbados. We received the invitation of a delegation of Cuba, and it is composed for 49 members. So in different manifestations, artistic manifestation, music, visual arts, fashion as well. So I think it is literature, of course. We have the honor to have here to the National Award in Literature, Nancy Morejon. So it's a great opportunity for the Cuban to show the value of the arts that we do in Cuba, and at the same time to exchange with the Barbadian artists here. So Cuba is very honored to be here and to share with the Barbadian artists this opportunity to enrich the cultural values that both countries are.
Speaking of the cultural values, Minister, could you describe for us, from where you sit as Minister of Culture, those cultural values that we as a people of the region need to engage in?
Si usted puede describir para nosotros como ministra, viceministra de Cultura, los valores culturales que nosotros como una región tenemos que abrazar.
Creo que el Carifesta ha sido ejemplo de esto.
I believe that Carifesta has been an example of this.
Nos une la música,
The music unites us.
las expresiones literarias,
The literary expressions.
nos une la manera de ser, de comportarnos.
We are united by the way that we are, by the way that we behave.
El Caribe es una gran unión,
The Caribbean is a great union.
una sola cultura
One single culture.
que además es capaz de ser muy diversa.
That besides that is also able to be very
Es
diverse.
por eso que en este Carifesta
And that is why in this Carifesta,
la delegación cubana
the Cuban delegation
ha sido muy feliz,
has been extremely happy.
ha aprendido muchísimo
We've learned a lot,
y ha recibido mucho cariño del pueblo de Barbados.
and they've received a lot of affection from the Barbadian public.
And there's a reason for that, because Barbadians appreciate Cuba and Cubans, and there's a link between Barbados and Cuba, right, Ambassador?
Yes, there's even a blood link.
Precisely.
Many Barbadians migrated to Cuba in the 1920s to work in the sugar industry and continue to live there. But I think I have always said that there's a common culture that binds Barbados and Cuba together. You know, in many Latin American countries, you have these oligarchies, these elites, and that creates a culture of social elitism and so forth. Not in Cuba, because Cuba had this revolution, and as a result of that revolution, those elitist elements of the Cuban society migrated to the United States, to Miami. So Cuba is very much a kind of working class society with an ethic of social equality. And similarly Barbados, because of our peculiar history, coming out of that history of enslavement. The vast majority of our people, that's where we came from. We came from the bottom.
Yes.
So if you look at both societies have this ethic of social equality, of respect for the humanity of everyone, you know, as opposed to other societies where elitism, looking down on people, inequality. So many things bind us together, but those fundamental social values do in fact bind Barbados and Cuba together. You know?
The resistance, that's part of the message of Carifesta 15 as well, how we as a people have been resilient and been able to resist the threats by our colonial members.
Well, if you talk, I mean, I've always made the point that is central to our entire Caribbean history. Mm-hmm. We are people who yearn for freedom, struggled for freedom, resist oppression, but if you want to find which student is at the head of the class, you really have to give it to Cuba.
Indeed.
Because Cuba has always resisted, even at great expense, to the Cuban society. So we really have to say that Cuba, of all the Caribbean countries, we have to acknowledge that they are the exemplar of resistance and insistence on sovereignty and self-determination. And we continue the CARICOM, that is, to give Cuba solidarity in their struggle against that illegal U.S. blockade.
If you wish, you can get in the synopsis, Jamal, you can share with the minister.
Simplemente que seguimos dando el apoyo al país, a Cuba, contra el bloqueo ilegal de los Estados Unidos, reconociendo la lucha que Cuba ha dado o mostrado hasta hoy día como una bandera sobresaliente en el Caribe, en la comunidad caribeña.
And so, Minister, being able now to create systems in Cuba where younger generations understand the story of resistance, understand the story of the struggle, and the culture that they need to maintain, how do you do so in a structured way in Cuba?
Bueno, teniendo la capacidad de crear sistemas donde los jóvenes pueden entender las luchas que ha tenido el país, las generaciones más jóvenes que cómo hagan esto, desarrollan esas estructuras en una forma que permiten a esta generación joven entender lo que ha ocurrido hasta ahora.
Realmente en Cuba tenemos un sistema de educación
Actually, in Cuba, we have an education system
que está enfocado principalmente
that is mainly focused
en la formación integral de nuestros niños y de nuestros jóvenes.
on the integral development of our children and our youth.
Es muy importante
It's very important
que las nuevas generaciones
that the
se
new
formen
generations develop
amando lo que son,
loving themselves, loving what they are,
conociendo sus raíces
knowing their roots
y sintiendo orgullo
and feeling pride
de esa identidad que representa,
of the identity that they represent,
de sus expresiones culturales.
their cultural expressions.
Nuestro héroe nacional, José Martí,
Our national hero, José Martí,
decía que sin cultura no hay libertad posible
said that without culture, there is no possibility of freedom.
y que el pueblo que olvida su historia
and that a country that forgets its history
corre el riesgo de volver a repetirla.
runs the risk of repeating it.
Por eso, para nosotros es muy importante
And
que
so
haya
for-
unión esencial entre la educación y la cultura.
And so for this reason, it's extremely important for us that there's a strong union between education and culture.
En Cuba se ha conocido mucho del Carifesta por estos días.
In Cuba, they've spoken a lot, they've learned a lot about Carifesta within these last few days.
Y es muy importante que sigamos juntos trabajando porque conozcamos, aprendamos la historia del Caribe.
And it's very important that we continue to work together because so we get to know and to learn the history of the Caribbean.
Porque, como decía al inicio, nos une una historia común de lucha.
Because as I said in the beginning, we are united by a common history of struggle,
De resistencia, pero también de creatividad, de optimismo.
of resistance, but also of creativity and optimism.
Hoy en Cuba tenemos una situación muy difícil.
Today we have a very difficult situation in Cuba.
Quieren hacerle creer al mundo que somos un país terrorista.
They would like to make the world believe that we're a terrorist country.
Quieren bloquear nuestros sueños
They would like to block our dreams,
y el pueblo cubano sonríe.
but the Cuban people smile.
El pueblo cubano canta.
The Cuban people sing.
El pueblo cubano sueña.
The Cuban people dream.
Y todos los días le dice al mundo que es posible
And every day we say to the world that it's possible
defender su libertad
to have your freedom
y no someterse a ningún yugo,
and not submit to
a ninguna presión.
to any pressure and not submit to any pressure.
Somos un pueblo de paz, como nuestra región tiene que seguir siendo una zona de paz.
We are a country of peace, just as our region
No
has to
podemos-
continue being a region of peace.
No podemos permitir sometimientos, no podemos permitir mentiras para tratar de que nuestra región pierda esa estabilidad.
We cannot permit submission, we cannot permit lies so that our region loses this stability.
Por eso que viva Carifesta, que viva la cultura del Caribe.
So, long live Carifesta, long live Caribbean culture.
I was waiting for that statement. I was going to say it myself if she didn't say it. And so, Ambassador, this is what we're talking about in the big conversations we've been having. Expanding our understanding, expanding our appreciation for and of the differences, but the similarities, and the reason why together we are in one struggle. I remember the comment made by Sir Hilary Beckles when he said, "We are one nation. We're just several communities in that one nation." And if we begin to isolate our view of each other in that simple way, then we can see how all the sum parts come together as one nation in the Caribbean.
Yes, yes. And you know, George Lamming used to say the same thing. He had this one house with many rooms, and he would say, look, you know, I can better appreciate the uniqueness of my Barbadianness when I place it within the context of the other Caribbean cultures, the other
Yes.
rooms in the house, you
Yes.
know. So we don't fear this notion of a collective Caribbean. We don't think it takes away from our own island. In fact, it helps us to better appreciate when we know that we are part of this family of nations and cultures, and we all bring something unique to it, you know. It helps us to better appreciate our own national culture. But yes, Cuba is the biggest of the Caribbean islands, you know, in terms of landmass, in terms of population, over 10 million people. And that Cuban revolution, you know, there are two revolutions that are really the cornerstones of Caribbean civilization. The Haitian Revolution, that struck a blow against slavery and for racial equality and freedom, and the Cuban Revolution that struck a blow for sovereignty and independence and social equality. And so we can't have a Carifesta without Cuba being present. And actually, Pearson, the only country outside of CARICOM that has hosted a Carifesta
Yes.
is Cuba.
Yes.
They hosted Carifesta in 1979.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And so, Ambassador Stable, when people come to the Carifesta village or wherever else the Cuban delegation will be, talk to me a little bit briefly about what we will be engaging with.
So, as I said, I want to say this is an expression of solidarity as well of the people from Barbados and from the Caribbean to the Cuban people. And in this occasion, the engagement could be in different manifestation of art. As I said, we can learn each other about the value of this type of the artistic manifestation. In music, we can share many things. We have 2 Cuban bands here, and they are doing some workshops, so people can learn about and exchange ideas about how the Cuban artists play drums, for example,
Yes.
and in different other kind of visual arts as well, for example. So this is an opportunity to exchange not only...
Let me mention something here. The dance coordinator, who I happen to know very well, has said to me she is blown away by the talent of the Cuban modern dancers who
Yes,
have
of
come
course.
to She said these are fantastic dancers, and she hopes
Yes.
that they can stay on after Carifesta to do some teaching of dance
Of
in
course.
Barbados. That's the
Yep.
kind of quality you're talking about.
We have 2 dancers of contemporary dance of Cuba here. They are doing workshops as well. So, as I said, this is an expression of what we can do together. This is an expression of the potential that we have, both countries, not only both countries, it's the Caribbean region,
Yes.
to increase our links and to unify the value of our culture.
What an experience this morning in our conversations on Caribbean. We have to leave it there because time is up against us. But to each of you, I say thank you. Gracias. De nada.
Thank you very much.
If there's
Pearson.
one word I learned, it was that one indeed. Ambassador David Commission, Ambassador Stable,
Thank you so much.
Minister Lizardo, and Jamal Henry, who's interpreting indeed. Thank you so very much, each of you. Morning Barbados takes a break here. We're back in a moment.
Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you.
So we're 21 minutes now to go to 7 o'clock this Tuesday morning. I am pleased beyond measure to sit with someone who we've all grown so accustomed to seeing, engaging with. It's her personality. Her name connected us right away because we all struggled as broadcasters to say the name. Małgorzata Wasilewska, outgoing EU ambassador to Barbados and Eastern Caribbean. Good morning to you, ma'am.
Good morning, Pearson. Good morning, Barbados.
You came with such a breath of fresh air to the office. We all connected with you instantly. Your smile, your look, the ease with which you found yourself immersing into our culture. How would you describe so far your experience in the Caribbean?
You're making me blush. Thank you so much for these kind words. It's been an incredible privilege and joy and pure pleasure to have worked for 9 years in the Caribbean, 5 of which were here in Barbados. There was never a dull moment, never a day that I could plan fully and feel like I was really in control of it. And of course, a joy for a diplomat at the end of my career, because I will be retiring after this posting, to have been ambassador at the time of such incredible political leadership, not only for Barbados, but for the region and for the world.
Yes.
It really has been an incredible privilege.
Within all of those 9 years, there were moments of global change. We had the pandemic, and we had so many other things happening. Where you sat in your office, how did you manage what your responsibilities were during all of that?
Well, first of all, I arrived in the middle of COVID, so
Yes.
for the first 2 weeks I didn't even see anybody. I didn't even get to go to my office. And then just as the country was about to reopen, of course, the volcano and the ash came here, which was almost apocalyptic in a sense. You could not do anything, as you remember very well. It was impossible almost to work and engage with people in the first year. I did majority of presentation of my credentials online. Never got to meet the people for more than a year, so that was quite special. And I think for that reason, I was particularly happy to get an extra year, almost to make up for that. But I also did not get to meet a lot of local people with all the restrictions, with the masks. I remember arriving here from Jamaica, where I thought I got used to the Jamaican accent, and being here with a mask, going to supermarket and saying, "I'm really sorry, I apologize, I'm new in the country, but I cannot understand what you're saying." So I would ask people to take their mask off.
Yes.
It was very complicated, but I also have to say, very difficult in some places, for example, with access to vaccines. We were all in my team vaccinated thanks to the courtesy and generosity of the government. Our headquarters did not have a vaccine available for us at the time. So watching and experiencing that fantastic solidarity and generosity of the country, but also the impossible divisions that caused. That was at times quite hard.
Yeah.
But there are other aspects, of course.
Yes.
The world's gone crazy. We've got the heartbreaking situation in Gaza. We've got the war in Ukraine that is right on the borders of Europe. And I must say this region was the first one to condemn the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And that is such a show of democratic principles that this region stands for. And I really need to thank the Caribbean for that. But of course, the situation in Haiti on your own doorstep is equally heartbreaking. And now we have arms race. So as you know, I grew up in communist Poland in the middle of arms race. And it feels really quite depressing that at the end of my career, I'm seeing arms race coming back again. And Europe has to find a way to defend itself, and hopefully it will not be needed. But it's not the best reflection, I have to say.
Yeah, understood. Did you set yourself certain goals and targets prior to arrival in your office here in Barbados, and were you able to achieve majority, if not all, of the targets you've set?
It doesn't quite work like that. You know, I am not that influential inside our system to be able to choose the strategic priorities for the posting. They're sort of outlined for you, and things have changed in our setup as well. We are now much more focusing on trying to attract investments and bring private sector from Europe to the region. Sort of moving away a little bit from traditional development assistance. And while this was not the easiest thing to convey and build trust upon, we're really seeing that that can be much more transformational, and it's a win-win for both sides. So we have many examples of good investments coming and others that will come very soon. But I think maybe at the political level, I remember Prime Minister in my first meeting with her expressing a little bit of disappointment that the leadership in Europe was not engaging adequately. In the 5 years that I've been here, we had, I think, 4 visits by different commissioners in Barbados. We had Vice President of the Commission, and last February, the President of the Commission coming to Barbados to the meeting of heads of government. There has been an exponential rise in terms of engagement and visits and attention that Europe is paying to the region. And I wish I could take some credit for that, but of course that is because of the incredible leadership and charisma of your Prime Minister. But she's also made sure that this attention is not on Barbados alone, it's on all of the Caribbean. So that's been probably the biggest change. For me, maybe also that apart from the political level, I have experienced also engagement through the different sectors like renewable energy, support to pharmaceuticals, to health sector. I've also had the joy of playing road tennis and supporting road tennis here, engaging with children at schools with the outdoor learning spaces. We just hope that more kids, as they grow up, will choose to come and study in Europe. Our universities are of excellent quality, accessible, they can study in English, and they're much cheaper.
Yes, yes. I was always amazed at how you were able to immerse yourself in the culture so easily. I remember one Saturday going to the supermarket, and who should I see leaving the supermarket, pushing her trolley to her car, Margojata Vasaleska. And so to see you move like a Bajan, so to speak, made it so wonderful to watch how you handled your office. What was it about Barbados that made it so easy for you to find your footing so quickly?
People are very, very warm and very welcoming here. It takes you a little bit of time until you accept a person. So I always tell my colleagues who arrive here, be very careful how you enter the country. And those first impressions are extremely important. So it takes a little while, but then once you embrace the visitor, the outsider, that feels like it's for life. And I've really enjoyed that. I've tried to experience and see things at different levels, and it's so enjoyable. It's so easy here. Everything is accessible. You're never more than 20 minutes ride from your beautiful ocean that I try to enjoy every day. There's so much to do. And I think people often make a mistake thinking that on a small island there is not much to do. It's quite the opposite. So work on one hand, a lot of fun, a lot of trying to experience local games, local food, local traditions as much as possible.
Yeah. You're preparing to retire.
I am.
The sound of that in your ear, how does it make you feel?
I'm ready.
You're
I'm ready. I feel so incredibly privileged, as I said, having grown up in communist Poland, then to join the EU, then to work for the European institutions, and finally to represent the people of 27 countries in this beautiful region. It is a pure privilege and joy, but I'm ready. I think 9 years as an ambassador is more than I ever hoped for. I've had wonderful collaboration, and I'd like to thank the government of Barbados and also the governments of the region for being so engaging and so accepting. I think we elevated the relationship to incredible space, and now the challenge is how to maintain that. But the world's gone crazy, and I must admit that on a personal level, I'm ready not to be a diplomat, but
I get you there.
A private person. It's going to be very hard to leave this region, but I do hope to come back. And one of the most exciting things just before I leave that is happening is that there is a big investor from Europe that will start bringing good quality, cheaper food products directly from Europe to the region. They will be labeled Euro Fresh, so watch out for that. And I'd love to come back and see that actually happen and have an impact on the impossible cost of living here. So more of Europe on your shelves hopefully soon. And under economic partnership agreement, they should be coming here without any tariffs. And this investor is also interested in taking beautiful exotic products from the region back to Europe. So what a fantastic moment to finish.
What a fantastic job you've done while you've been here as well, making all of this possible. You know, as I'm listening to you, I have that little lump in the throat that makes me feel so sad.
Thanks, John.
Because Barbados connected so easily to you. Your warmth was not just hot, but was radiating, and we felt it to the point where we were empowered by it. You showed up in spaces that most ambassadors would not, and you were a part of our culture. I am so pleased to have met you. You challenged us to go beyond our regular thoughts, and I know you will continue to do so. I'll keep reading the paper, I'll keep watching the press to see what you're up to. But I thank you for your service, sincerely do. On behalf of the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, you were always ready to talk to us. You were always accessible to engage with us. And you made it so simple, so easy to understand the message of the European Union. I know it's tough. It's tough for me too. But I wish you the absolute best with great health in your retirement. And keep that smile that's magical, that opens doors and makes people just want to be a part of who you are. Thank you so very much, Margarita.
Thank you so much, Pearson. You're so kind, and I'm glad you didn't go on because the lump in my throat would make me cry. I'm sure I will be back one way or another, and I just hope that the relationship and knowledge between the Caribbean and the 27 member states of Europe will keep growing. It is far, but it's much closer than you think. So please continue remembering that we are one of your, if not the most reliable partner, and we're here to stay.
That's a wonderful point on which to end. We wish we could keep her forever, but she has to take her retirement. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For engaging with me. All the absolute best to you, always.
Thank you so much,
You're
Pearson.
welcome indeed. Margarita Vasilievska, the EU ambassador to Barbados, indeed. She's going on retirement, but boy, did she pack a punch. And we thank her for packing that punch, because we are now the better for it indeed. Mornin Barbados takes a break here. We're back in a moment.
Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Morning, morning, morning. Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you.
It's 5 to 7. Yesterday, while working the radio hub for Carifesta, I ran into a couple creatives from the beautiful Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. I asked them, give me 2 reasons why I should visit St. Kitts. Me. The one, he said, is simply beautiful. The other one said, your wife, your next wife could be there, is there. So those are 2 reasons to visit St. Kitts. But there are other reasons, no doubt, for you to visit that federation. Take a look and see for yourself the beauty of St. Kitts and Nevis.
The St. Kitts and Nevis delegation has shown up and is showing out at Carifesta 15, capturing the spirit of the festival and shining a bright spotlight on the Federation's diverse talent. It all began with a ceremony meant to mark the start of this monumental event. The St. Kitts and Nevis delegation is smaller than many of the other countries represented, but what we lacked in numbers, we more than made up for in vibe and impact. At the heart of this powerful opening ceremony showing was the Honeybee String Band, whose infectious rhythms and unmistakable cultural flair became a rallying point for the Federation's contingent. During the first in a series of midday concerts at the Carifesta Grand Market, the string band delivered an electric performance, their infectious energy having the desired effect. Everyone now eager to see what else St. Kitts and Nevis has to offer.
Well, we were here just taking in, and the kids heard the music, and we decided to come over, sit down, and enjoy it. So they've been enjoying the music, I've been enjoying the music, and the step band is an absolute plus.
The first Federal Brotherhood drummers and pan duo, Leroy Paris and Ashanti Paris, delivered stellar performances, contributing to a visible shift in the energy at the Carifesta Grand Market concert. The exuberant crowd was fully engaged and were left wanting more. Minister Eric Evelyn, who is a member of the in-demand cultural band, gushed with pride as he recounted the public's reaction to their Carifesta performances thus far.
It's been an excellent showing so far from day one when we had the Parade of Nations and the official opening. I think we made a bold statement when we were on the road through the streets of Bridgetown. I think we were very well received. Of course, Carifesta is a melting pot of cultures from across the region, and what we try to do for Carifesta is to try to bring as much of our culture.
The Federation is proudly represented by a group of talented creatives across multiple disciplines who embody the contingent's theme, Culture Loud, SK and Proud. From handcrafted accessories and luxurious skincare products to fine alcoholic beverages, distinctive specialty coffee, and unique cultural keepsakes, our artisans and vendors are proudly showcasing the very best that St. Kitts and Nevis has to offer. With every product, they are letting the world know that items made in the Federation are of world-class quality, a true reflection of the 2 island states' creativity and excellent craftsmanship.
And I see Carifesta 15 as the opportunity to not only network, but to get the brand into the hands of regional and international clients.
As an artist, just being in an environment where you have people from all places of the Caribbean and even the rest of the world is extremely impactful, not only on you as an artist, but to be able to network, to be able to showcase, to be able to feel the vibes, meet new people, make good connections, and just really have a good time.
St. Kitts and Nevis is also making its mark in the literary arts. By all accounts, 9-year-old author Corinne Clark was the star of the festival's literary market today, with her books flying off the shelves almost as quickly as they were stocked. Visitors, young and young at heart, were keen to know more about the Federation the young author writes about and proudly represents. Many were effusive in their praise for the decision to include the precocious young talent in the Federation's delegation, noting how valuable it was to give her a platform to share her work and connect with readers from across the region.
I also wanted to buy a book for my nephew and niece in South Africa. I came to look for this book, and then I met this amazing author of 9 years old, and I heard from someone that she wrote these books, the first one at age 4. So I bought 2 of her books, and I'm sending these to South Africa to my niece Evan and Ava, and I want them one day to be as famous as Corinne and also write books that can be read globally. Well done. Really proud of you.
Her presence highlighted the Department of the Creative Economy's commitment to nurturing young creatives and underscore the bright future of Caribbean storytelling. As the staging of Carifesta 15 continues in earnest, the collective energy and dynamic performances of this enigmatic group is a clear reminder to all that St. Kitts and Nevis is a powerful creative force with a lot to share and something meaningful to say to the world. Stay tuned because we're just getting started and you won't want to miss any of what's ahead. We'll continue to deliver the only way we know how. Culture loud and SKN proud.
You just gotta love my federation. You just have to love it indeed. St. Kitts and Nevis, they are here for Carifesta. And the drummer you saw is Royd Phipps. He's one of the best drummers in the region. And we'll get a chance to hear some more about him as the week continues right here from Carifesta Village. Turn our attention to something that's happening, as a matter of fact, next month in Barbados as we continue the National Seniors Games. And she's not a senior, but Itania Wiggins is here. She's been coordinating the whole series all year long. Good morning to you, Itania.
Morning, and yes, sir, I am checking that category for seniors.
Only just.
Just.
Only just indeed. There you go. With you, you brought along with you Kenneth Payne. Kenneth, you do rugby.
Yes, I am.
You can see that, my brother. And Aisha Brooms of the National Assistant Sport. Aisha, good morning to you as well.
Good morning.
So here we are now.
Yeah.
We've had the track and field.
Yeah.
What's happening in September?
Good question. So coming off of that successful staging this year at the track and field, what we have now done is enter into a new chapter, more of an evolution of the games to a truly multi-sport event. So what we recognized and what we started last year was a health and wellness fair at the Garson, and that proved to be something that was connecting communities. So evolving out of that, this year now is a 2-day activity, actually is the entire month. So we've now moved all the other sports from that period to September, which is the month for the senior citizen in Barbados. So truly celebrating. The calendar of events is out and we'll share that with everyone. It's on our website. You can have a look at that. But we're having a 2-day sports festival at the Barbados Community College grounds.
Okay.
Yeah, so think of it as a multi-sport senior Olympic village, where all the sports can come together. That's what it is. And it will have, like we have rugby. You can truly come and try rugby, chess, walking football, walking netball, even skating. We're gonna have competitions, but as a person in Barbados in that age group, you can come and try any of those sports, see what you like to do. It's about active aging and active living for the entire month of September.
Wow, that's a big calendar indeed.
It is.
Kenneth, she's been trying to get me to play rugby for the longest while. I have resisted. Would you say a big old man like me doing rugby?
You can do this form. We're doing touch
Which
rugby.
form? The walking rugby?
No, we're not walking, but we're going to do touch rugby.
Touch rugby?
Which is the non-contact form of the game. And it's for us retirees who want to still stay active. This is what we started to do on Saturday mornings. And
So how does that work? Touch rugby. I run to you and I just touch you?
And you both hands, you simulate the tackle, but once you do the touch between the chest and the waist, the person stops. You need to put the ball on the ground.
Oh,
and
so it's almost like Tiger 8, drop the ball.
Yes.
Ah.
Not drop, you put it
I
on
get
the
you, I
ground.
get you. You put it on the ground and move on. Find another space because now it's my ball.
No, it's still, we have
It's still
5
in play.
touches before the ball is turned over.
Okay. That sounds interesting.
Yes. you
This
can
sounds
come.
really, I mean, it's doable at my stage of life.
Yes, and anybody who's interested in staying active and wanting to get involved in the sport, just to have an appreciation for the sport, they can come out.
Yeah, there's no tackling for us. There's
No
touching.
tackling.
However, they replace the tackling with the touching.
Yes.
And that's what makes it so fun.
Yeah.
So nobody's going to push anyone down. No.
No.
one will have any injury because it's just touch.
Yes.
And you release the ball and then the ball is in play. And so, Aisha, from the National Assistance Board's perspective, talk to me about this relationship with the National Seniors Games and why you think it is so rich to have on the calendar in September.
Well, usually September is celebrated as Senior Citizens Month. So our activity is to focus on the more mental and social aspect of healthy and active aging.
Yeah. So it's naturally a no-brainer that the National Assistance Board, which generally looks after our seniors, would participate, would want to engage with this. What message would you have to your clientele who you service not to stay home, but to come out and get involved.
Yes, to come out, attend and see and learn and do no stuff. And we have the seniors pageant that is coming up as well.
There's a seniors pageant?
Yes.
Talk to me a little bit more about that.
Something you can
No, that I
actually
can
do.
wait.
So the seniors pageant is called the Golden Year Seniors Pageant.
Yes.
And it's promoting healthy and active aging, as I said. We have 6 females and 6 males, and they're going to be competing at the Derek Smith School on September 6th from 4 to 8 p.m.
4 to 8 p.m. on the 6th of September?
Yes.
All right, so I'm not there. They already have their full contingent.
Yes, we sent it to you, but we just miss you in the cut.
Miss the transition.
Yeah,
That's fair enough. And this happens actually on one of the days
Yeah.
when you're having that.
Yes.
Right.
As I said, we're opening the month. Actually, we started last night. We're at a tennis center
Okay.
because we have a number of sports. And at the tennis center, we have over 50 persons registered playing.
Nice.
And it's not only from Barbados, we have Trinidad, Grenada, truly a regional games. So as I said, the entire month, but the 6th and the 7th are the 2 big days. We're at Barbados Community College, and then in the evening, we're at Derek Smith, where the pageant will happen. And on this Sunday, the contestants will be at Barbados Community College, and we're going to be celebrating the king and the queen of the first ever senior pageant as well.
Ooh, that is sweet. I gotta go dye my hair. I get ready for this. But from the touch rugby perspective, so do I have to be perfectly fit?
No. You go at your own pace. Fortunately, if you come, you're playing among people from 40 to 70. There's one guy who's 76 and he still plays touch.
Yeah.
The only reason he probably won't be there on the 6th is because he's in England at the moment.
Okay.
But every Saturday morning, 8 o'clock, he's there.
Where? Where do you all?
At the Garrison.
At the Garrison?
The home of rugby.
So this Saturday at 8 o'clock, you can come take a peek
Yes,
and see what
you
it's
can.
about.
You can.
Folks, we can go Saturday to the Garrison, Savannah, and see what this touch rugby is all about. Get to love it, get to understand the rudiments, and then get ready to compete as well, I think. And will there be prizes, Tanya?
Yes, definitely prizes. We have our special 21st anniversary medals, which were a hit for track and field. So they're back again. And it's for all sports. So as I said, the competitiveness of it, the sporting disciplines will handle it. But you as a regular Barbadian, somebody out in the community to come to Barbados Community College, pick up a pair of skates. You can learn to do tennis, archery, golf is going to be there as well, badminton. So volleyball, and then we also have tennis, road tennis, which is on the opposite side. So think of the entire Barbados Community College as an Olympic village for the senior games.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic.
Yes.
If I want to compete, do I need to register?
You definitely have to register, especially for the sports. Registration is open, it's online. However, you can come on the day and sign up and try the activities.
Yes,
you can tackle this one here if you want
Push
to.
it down easily.
Oh, no, there's no tackling.
But there's actually a section where we will do tackling, but that's for the younger folk.
Yeah, who
so
want
that
to
you
try
can
it that way?
appreciate the whole gamut of the game.
Yeah.
So we're going to do the touch, then we're going to do tackle in different areas. Women will
This
be
is
there
good.
as well.
Oh, sweet. This is really, really fun. And it's happening the 6th and the 6th and 7th of September, but all month September, as we celebrate our senior citizens in Barbados, there's something to do. The National Seniors Games September Olympiad happens the 6th and the 7th at the Barbados Community College. Remember that seniors pageant. I apologize for that. That's not my fault. I don't echo quite like that. But it happens on the 6th at the end of the day, on the 6th at the Derek Smith School in Jackman, St. Michael. And you are to be there as well. Do we get tickets for this?
Yes, you can get tickets from the National Assistance Board or from BART. They're only $30.
Easy. We should get it indeed and come it down. But I want to try the touch rugby. Saturday morning at 8 o'clock, if you've just heard about this for the very first time, go to the Garrison. See for yourself. At any stage and any age, you can actually do this. The rules are really, really quite simple, but you can do archery, skating, a whole lot more at the Barbados Community College. That little Olympiad is happening right there, folks. That's our Olympic Village on the 6th and 7th of September. We want you to be a part. Register. Go online and register. Thank you so much, Italia.
Thank you.
Thank you, my friend Kenneth. And Aisha, thank you as well. And I wish you well, all of you.
Thank you.
Morning Barbados is back in just a moment.
Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you.
Hi, I'm Euclid from Trinidad and Tobago, and this is the the Ankh Home Store. What we specialize in is home accents, all with an African flavor to it. So you can get your teacups, your bowls, your dashikis, your mask, your bags. We have pillows. So come on down. It's so lovely to be here in Barbados. It is beautiful. The weather is lovely. Come and see all the lovely items we have. Tell a friend, bring everyone to the Carifesta Grand Market.
You're the coordinator of the Wellness Day. We can work this out. Yeah. We can trip over. Did you all hear that? We're not tripping. We're live from the Carifesta Village, folks, ladies and gentlemen, this wonderful Tuesday morning. Sorry about that. You caught me in preparing to introduce you to our next guest. So we're looking at wellness and culture and a whole host of other things that we as people, not just seniors alone, need to pay closer attention to. Next to me is Derek Murray, who is coordinating this Wellness Day for Carifesta. That's coming up on Thursday.
Thursday, 28th of August. The entire day we're designating as Wellness Day.
Where?
The entire island.
Island?
Yes.
What?
So we're asking people to pause and think of, in the midst of Carifesta, after a hectic crop over, and think about wellness for the day.
How do you see this happening?
Well, we have 4 major activities to start with on Thursday at 12 noon. We are looking at the artists and grant funding in a session called Make It Make Sense, which is going to be at the Hilton Resort, and they're looking at grant funding. So if you know anything about art and artists, funding is very important to the wellness. Because very often they lead very stressful lives without the resources. And then at 2 o'clock, we have a conversation about bush teas.
No, you're talking Antoine's stuff. Bush tea.
Yeah, so there's going to be a big talk. So it's called Bush Teas and Big Talk.
Yes, nice.
That'll be at the Botanical Gardens at 2 o'clock. And it's about building Caribbean wellness.
Yes.
At 2 o'clock as well, we have a conversation about, and most of this is about the wellness of the creatives, right? It's called Still Life, Real Pain. And
I get that connection.
So at 2 o'clock at Hastings, there's the first session is at 2, and it's called Canvas Collapse. And then the second session is at 4 o'clock. Still called Still Life, Real Pain, but it's called You See Me. And that is about burnout and being a creative. So we have those major sessions on the day.
Right. And when you say Hastings, you're talking about Hastings Rocks, the Esplanade area?
Yes.
Okay, I got you. You looking forward to this, Antoine?
I sure am.
You ready for it, though?
Yeah, it brings a difference.
Yes.
There's, of course, the blend, as Derek said, about art, culture, and wellness.
Yes.
When we talk about wellness, sometimes we wonder what exactly we're talking about. But it speaks of course, the essence of rest and relaxation, which a lot of us already practice. But we're also talking about those elements that are around us, things that we take for granted. So we're asking Barbadians, all those who are here, delegates, to spend the time on that day to refresh, to have that sense of reinvigoration, and to enjoy what Caribbean has to offer.
and what the Caribbean nature has to offer. There's spaces, there's the fresh air, there's the sunshine, there are the seas. And we take it for granted there's the bush tea as well, which we also take for granted, and generations don't quite yet know about. And so on that day, Derek, we're going to be having those lecture discussions where people can now immerse themselves in the knowledge of what it is all about.
Yes, there's the knowledge, there are those conversations, and we know that we have many activities on the day for Carifesta. One of the activities would be at Newton Burial Ground, and we want to start with the spiritual side, the ancestral communion, remembering those who brought us to this point.
Right.
And we're inviting delegates to be part of that. We'll have Cuba battle drummers there for a healing ceremony. That's at 9 o'clock in the morning. And then we leave there, and we're going to have a bus tour as well. So the delegates will be on a bus tour. So they'll be leaving there, they'll be going to Little Bay. And I mentioned that because you mentioned the beach. And so it'll be a type of excursion for the delegates.
Good.
So if you're talking wellness in the Barbadian context, you're talking excursions, you're talking the beach, and so on. So they're going to Little Bay. Then they'll go to BCC and salute the young people that are there, and we'll have an engagement about wellness and art. And then they'll be going to queue in the community at Queen's Park.
Oh dear. Yes, I get you. If for nothing else. If for nothing else.
So,
that.
you know, queue in the community is really a model for wellness for the elderly.
Of course, yes it is.
But in terms of health, it may need some work in terms of alcohol and so on. But in terms of wellness, you know, one of the things that is very devastating for seniors is loneliness and lack of exercise. So we'll be visiting Q in Queen's Park, and we'll be having a conversation there as well.
This is nice. You, Brian, work with the Department of, what do you really work?
I work with the Ministry of Health, but I also am connected to the National NCD Commission.
Right. And so we're talking about battling and managing NCDs and trying to reduce NCDs prevalence in Barbados as well. How do you see this activity tie into what you work to do?
I think, funny enough, I was discussing with Dr. Murray earlier about sometimes we don't often make the connection with health, NCDs, mental health as well, with culture. And again, Barbados is a very culturally rich place, and also the wider region is very culturally rich. So we think that if we partner with more culture initiatives, it makes a huge difference in terms of reaching the non-traditional audience. Because as you know, there are persons who exercise every morning at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, but then there's a wide cross-section of people who will never do that. And I think that culture can make a huge difference in terms of reaching those non-traditional stakeholders. So I think as it relates to the NCD Commission, Ministry of Health, I think it's key that we partner with our non-traditional stakeholders. That's key.
And make it relevant. Just make it relevant. We tend to talk a lot, Antoine, you and me. So, but to link that talk to reality and to practical ways of tackling NCD, I think this Thursday event really gives an opportunity for people to put it into action.
And what we also must bear in mind, this is a one-day event, Thursday being, but we also have to look at the results, effects coming out of it, and how can this then become a way of life, not just structured in a one-day component. Mind-altering changes are also very important. And for those of us who have been through major illnesses, I have, myself included, I've realized that culture, being involved in the arts, immersing oneself in the art, seeing the beauty of it, and of course enjoying the environment and nature in its truest form, that in itself is also one of the results when it comes to sicknesses, illness, and all that is connected.
Ill health tends to put your whole life back into perspective.
It certainly does.
Nothing else. I wonder if that's the way God intended it, but it does work. It works. Take it from me as well. And so you begin to take fresh perspective. And that's what this Thursday event allows, not just artists and creatives, but people in Barbados to take fresh perspective, engage in the ways in the many disciplines and activities happening.
Yeah, and you know, we view it as wellness by creatives and wellness for creatives. You know, wellness by creatives is what Carifesta is doing for Barbados and the Caribbean at the moment. We take art festivals, culture and so on for granted, and we very often take it as entertainment. But people engage in these things not because they don't have any value, but because it is part of our wellness process. You know, I often tell the story of a festival in West Africa, where on one day, the entire village, the entire community is allowed to have a festival where they can curse the king. They can tell the king all the bad things and call them all the names that they have to call for that day and get things off the chest. And the reason that they do that is that they say that that is so that the head of the king will be cooled. Because if people are secretly gossiping, quarreling, cussing about you all the time, then your head gets hot spiritually. And that is to cool your head and cool the village and so on. And we do the same thing every festival, every crop over and so on. This is one way to do it. We do it through social commentary, we do it through you know, the art, visual arts and so on. And it is also, art is also for the therapy of the creatives. I must tell you that I run an agency called the Center for Hybrid Studies, and we facilitate art exhibitions. And one of the things that I've noticed is that many of the young artists, whether they're visual artists or poets, they're producing art, but at the same time, it's a form of self-therapy, because very often they're going through some type of personal pain or struggle or difficulty. So sometimes it's difficult for me to figure out whether they're at the core really artists or whether they are just crying out for help in terms of healing.
That is such a deep discussion, my brother. I wish I had the time to do so, but I don't. And I'm serious. I think that's an interesting discussion because I often wonder myself whether that is just you want to pour out your pain, you're looking for attention, or are you really seeking to send a message? What is it that you're sending? So another discussion for another time.
Another time for philosophy.
Indeed. So Dr. Derek Berry, Antoine Williams, and Brian Payne. Remember Thursday, the NCDs and the culture and the creatives, that's a day for all of us, you included, folks, because in your own way, you do create. And so therefore, take some time on that day to go to any of the events. A very quick snapshot. You're having...
They're the big talks on Thursday at noon and 2 o'clock and so on, the Hilton, Hastings and so on.
Right.
There's the healing ceremony at Newton at 9 a.m. And there's Q in the community, a Carifesta Q.
Gotcha.
In the evening.
Gotcha. Thanks a lot, gentlemen. All the best. We're coming back in a moment to Morning Barbados.
Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Morning, morning, morning. Good morning.
Hi, I'm Carson Carmbach. I'm representing Tories Barbados. We are here at the Carifesta Grand Market, and we have our products which are leather, bags, shoes, and also made of fabric. Come down and shop with us at Tories Barbados, represented at Carifesta Grand Market.
My name is Ohinenana Yasewa Ekufu. I come from Ghana, and I am representing Cuddling Fashions from Ghana. Cuddling Fashions is a notable fashion designing company which deals mainly in women clothing. So we have 3 pieces, which is called kimono set. It has the pants, it has the inner and the outer. And then we have some beautiful single dresses. It's also called African lace dress. We have lots of them and very affordable, very, very, very affordable. So I'm inviting all of you out there to come and patronize Cuddling Fashions here at the Carifesta Grand Market grounds. Thank you all and see you soon.
Barbados. 28 minutes after 7 o'clock. Listen, boys talk in the barbershop too. You better believe it. We have conversations, meaningful conversations. There's no gossip going on in the barbershop, indeed. And so the Barbershop Talk series comes to Barbados by way of Canada. And we're happy to have with us a Barbadian Canadian himself, Mr. Dr. Darren Clark. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for having me.
And Maria Gordon, you've been part of the people who are here on the ground pulling this all together, right?
Yes.
The Barbershop Talk series, talk to me about what it is designed to do.
Good question. So the purpose of the Barbershop Talk series is to host informal conversations with the community with the focus on black men and boys. So we talk about various topics at each specific events. So for the last time, as an example, we spoke about mental health broadly. And thinking about the triggers of mental health, but most importantly, solution-based. So it's not just coming to a Barbershop Talk series and having informal conversations, but providing people an idea of which ways they can seek help or which ways they can start critically engaging on the topics we're discussing.
And it helps men to begin to rationalize the situation, it matters. Yeah. And that's the thing about the difference with how men talk, by the way. We talk to find solutions, don't we?
Yes. And I think that's a really good point you bring up, right? And I think what we've been noticing is that not only men come to talk, but it's also the broader community. Yeah. And that's the most important thing, because we're all learning from one another.
And so how successful has it been for the series in Canada?
Yeah, it's been very well received, very successful. This thing started in 2018. And thanks for giving me the space to talk about this, much appreciated. And it was a beautiful accident. It went from an informal conversation with a young man in a barbershop, discussing sexual health, and then it turned into visiting different barbershops across Canada. And we were very humbled in 2022 to bring it here to Barbados, and we're still doing the event. And thanks to RBC for helping us to make this thing go forward.
While here, what are you hoping that the conversation can be about?
Yeah, so this conversation is about talking about violence among young men and boys. It's not just talking about it broadly, but thinking about where the entry points of violence starts. You know, is it family relations, peer groups, maybe social environment, and thinking about it critically enough so we can start to find solutions. And I don't think we're doing a pointing finger concept here on the island, but I think there's an opportunity to start thinking about these things more broadly and more critically.
And so, Maria, it's at one of the most beautiful spots in Barbados on Sunday. Yes. Where and when?
It's at Gun Hill Signal Station on Sunday, the 31st of August, 5:30 to 8:30. We're going to have free haircuts. So we have the barbers, they're going to set up, just like a barbershop, have the conversations that men do to find solutions. Yeah. And it's going to be at 5:30. Free food, free drinks, free giveaways, some amazing giveaways for the men.
Yes.
So it's all about the men, where they can come, be vulnerable, have that space where they can be men. A zone where they do not have to have any ears about them. It's a judgment-free zone.
Yeah.
So on Sunday, the 31st of August, 5:30 p.m., Gun Hill Signal Station in St. George.
You know, we're not afraid to have conversations around women. I just want you to know.
That's good.
So,
we'll be there.
And it's okay. Good. So it's okay. The women will be there as well.
100%.
And that's the whole point, for the men to come together. Have your hair cut. That's all right. You get a haircut. But while they're sitting in the barbershop waiting on who's next, you know, we all engage in a communal discussion. And so you're recreating that space where men feel comfortable to overhear another conversation and get involved because it is for the betterment of the broader society. And that's what generally how men have conversations. And so that's happening on Sunday at Gun Hill Service Station, Gun Hill Signal Station, beginning at 5:30.
Yes.
Is it free entry?
Free entry.
Free. Totally free, because we don't want anybody to be excluded. We want everybody to be there, men, boys, women. Women, come out and support your men. But the focal point is the men. We want the men to have that space to talk, to share, to be open. And they don't need to feel as though they need to hide their feelings. So that's what we're doing.
And so, Warren, at the end of it all, when the haircut has come to an end, you know, you're about to pay and leave the shop. What happens is, how do we conclude, and where do we take what we pull from this barbershop session?
Well, you know, it's a really good question you asked. And one of the things, it's solution-based, as I mentioned, right? And one of the things we want to do in each Barbershop Talk series is give people an outlet or an entry point where they can start thinking critically or finding further services. So, or even continue conversation with their local barbers. So we have amazing barbers, as Maria mentioned, such as Nature the Barber at Hair Force One, Jay at Ace of Fades, you know, no social networks as well, where they can continue these conversations in those spaces. So it's an opportunity not only to build on the conversation at Gun Hill Signal Station, but to carry it into the broader community. And that's what we want to happen. Hence the reason why we're asking people, the broader community, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, you know, cousins, uncles, to show up to this event so we can all learn and we can also carry the conversation further.
And I'm glad you labeled all of the members of the family.
Yeah.
Because, you know, fathers take their sons to the barbershop.
Exactly.
Women come and sit there to get their eyebrows done. You know, I always wonder sometimes, why are you here? I'm waiting on my turn. I have to wait on you to get your eyebrows you know, but nonetheless, but that's what happens in the barbershop as well. So it's really a safe space for the community.
Exactly.
And so on Sunday from 5:30, it's a safe space for the community to come. Let's talk. Let's take a look at another perspective on violence, to hear ideas. We tend to tell each other, shut up, I don't want to hear from you.
Yes.
You don't have a valued thought to share. And so this Sunday's event allows you to know that you do, and your thoughts, your opinions are valued and are going to be respected. It's a safe space to do so. And so in doing so, we want all of you to come, really come. Bring the boys, bring the girls, bring the mummies and daddies, everybody come. Get your hair cut, but get involved in the conversation. I don't think you just want spectators, because everybody has an opinion. So how does it generally start? Somebody has to start a conversation.
Yeah, so
how does it start?
We have an amazing lineup, starting with community members, barbers, and most importantly, RBC employees who's sponsoring this event. So really, again, shout out to RBC. And one of the things we do, it's question-based, right? So we're going to pose a question to one of the panelists or guest speakers, but it's not designed where it's come to watch or listen to these guest speakers. It's open to everybody, just like you had been mentioning, like in a real barbershop. Well, it is a barbershop, right? So everyone's involved, everyone can take away from this conversation, but most importantly, join the conversation. And the good thing about it, it's going to be streaming on Zoom as well. So if you're sitting at home and you want to join the conversation, we'll be able to listen to you, and you can provide feedback through the chat, or you can voice your opinion through
So where do we find the Zoom access?
So the Zoom access, when you register at www.weareacmp.com.
Oh, that's a lot.
Oh, sorry.
Production crew, help me here. Note this, please. Say it again.
So it's weareacmp.com.
weareacmp.com.
Exactly. So we are ACMP, and that's where we can register there and find the Zoom link there.
And so we're encouraging everybody to log on, get access to the Zoom, and see if you can't make it. That's the whole point. We want you to make it. We want you to make it, but if you cannot, then you can access by Zoom. And for those of you who are viewing from overseas, you too can be a part of this session. It's a barbershop talk session. And we're looking at those entry points to violence and how we can now end. We want solutions oriented. While your stories are wonderful to listen to, we want to lead to a solution. So at the end of the session, we're hoping that we have enough solutions that will make a tremendous impact and a difference in our community, and that's what this is all about.
Awesome.
Dr. Warren Clark, did I miss anything?
No, that was good. Again, free entry, free food, free haircuts, but most importantly, amazing conversation.
All right. Thank you so much for joining me, and thank you as well, Maria.
You are welcome.
I was going to call you Nevis. That's all right. But thank you so much for joining us as well. 5:30 Signal Station is where we're going for the Barbershop Talk series. It's open to all of you. We're back in a moment.
Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you.
When will I see you again? You left with no goodbye, not a single word was said. No final kiss to see any sense. I had no idea of the state we were in. Oh, but I know I have a fickle heart and a bitterness and a wandering eye and a heaviness in my head.
when Cuba handed the baton to Barbados in 1981, they provided a lot of logistical and technical support for Carifesta. The Cubans arrived on their own ship, brought and erected a massive tent which was stationed at Culloden Farm and would be used for some of the performances. Additional lighting facilities for the stage area at the stadium were also loaned to Barbados by the Cubans.
Mutual heritage, regional unity.
Hey, so I am at Carifesta Open Market and it's incredible. I was able to secure this. This is a punch and clean with coffee and it was made by a manufacturer from Guyana. It's just 15 Barbados dollars. Can you imagine? And the taste, mwah. Furthermore, we've been around the premises and when you enter, you're greeted by hosts who provide you with a booklet with the layout of the whole area so you can easily access different vendors and exhibitors. You have leatherware, you've got amazing bags. My gosh, leather. And ooh, hot, smoking hot, girl. I want you to come on down. Come on down and experience it for yourself. Some of the booths are even giving away snacks and fans to keep you warm if you're hot. But all in all, there is some of everything for everyone. Home decor, candles, too much to mention. Great like Catherine Rochford, she's here with her designs. Come on down and enjoy.
We're 18 minutes now to go to the hour of 8 o'clock. I am thrilled, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce you to my brothers and sisters. Literally to my brothers and sisters. You know by now, since you know me so well, I am a Kititian at heart. And so I'm happy to be joined this morning by Viniel Pereira, who's an artisan. She has some wonderful handcrafted, lovely items. Come to the Carifesta village to see for yourself. Next to her is a man whose work is out of this world. I mean, literally 3D, they pop off the screen. Anslin, good morning to Vaughn.
Vaughn.
Yes, I know Vaughn Anslin. Thank you so much. You're a visual artist. Thank you for joining us.
Yes.
With him is Sinara Busu herself, she does handcrafted leather bags. Good morning, Sinara.
Good morning.
How do you do?
I am great, and
Hear
yourself?
the accent? Love it indeed. And Milano Welcome is also a visual artist. Milano, welcome to Barbados.
Yes, I am thrilled to be here.
I'm sure you are. And so I'll start with you, Viniel. You know, yesterday afternoon, while we were doing the radio hub for Carifesta, one of my colleagues came over to talk to you.
Yes.
She was amazed at the work that you've brought to Carifesta, the products that you've brought to Carifesta. Talk to me a little bit about you and your creativity and your foray into the kind of work that you do.
Okay, well, passion and love is really where everything that I do comes from. I've been in the fashion industry most of my life, pageantry, fashion, always a people person. And you know, as you get older, you know, you start to evolve, vibes change, and I started to flow into what is now Pure Niceness by Viniel. And again, it's really connected me to the people even deeper because I get to craft with nature for my people to help them. So Pure Niceness is a handcrafted, handmade, heart-made line of skin and hair care. So it's a line that is crafted with so much love, and of course nature is love itself. And so it allows people to have that ritual every day where they can take care of themselves and be healthy while doing that, right? And so that's what Pure Niceness brings to the table, is it brings a line that is very energetical, very result-oriented, aromatherapy, good feeling, just real high vibrational self-care.
Yeah.
What does it mean to have it on display, not just on display, but
Yes.
for sale and to be able to expose to the rest of the Caribbean the offerings of pure niceness?
Well, it's an absolute blessing, you know, because I get to interact with people, tell them about what it is that I love, and what is even more beautiful is when they love it. So for instance, I let them test. And so when they start to put it on their skin and smell it, it's just like, oh, so that in itself is just brilliance to me, right?
Yes.
Because I love it. And so when other people love it, it just makes it, you know, it's just a holistic vibration. And I'm appreciative of being here. This is my second Carifesta. I went to Trinidad and they loved it. They bought it in like 6 and 7. They kept coming back. And so I'm hoping to soon get that vibes here. I haven't gotten it yet.
Yes.
But I really want people to come and try. There's so much happening. Like, this is major. So many artists, so many brands. And so people have to come here with the energy like, okay, I'm going to take my time so they don't get overwhelmed. But there's so much great stuff. And Pure Niceness is one of them. So I really want people to come and try.
So Pure Niceness is lotions and soaps and different body applications?
Yes, so it is hair and skincare. Everything that I make is for both.
Okay.
So the soap bars, I craft them with bush teas. So I grow my own bush tea and then I infuse it into the soap with oils. And so people can use that to wash their hair, their face, and their body. So you have one cleansing bar for everything.
Nice.
And then my oils, same thing. Your hair, your face, your body. And then it's also aromatherapy. So from the thousands of reviews that I've gotten over the years, it helps with sleep. So people who have trouble sleeping, they massage the oil on them, aches. And when you talk about any kind of skin issue, all you have to do is use it consistently. And that's how you get results when it comes to Pure Niceness. But if your skin is beautiful and nice, you just use it every day just to keep it looking youthful and healthy, because we're faced with so many things that we always want to nourish daily.
As I'm listening to her, I'm watching her skin as well. You know, you're naturally drawn into the message. Beautiful skin,
Thank you so
radiant
much.
indeed, and this is naturally pure niceness.
Absolutely.
All right, you're best ambassador for yourself.
Thank you.
Fawn,
Yes, sir.
I see your work and I see masterpieces. How long have you been doing what you do?
As long as I can remember. Art has been a part of my life forever. I started working in the hospitality industry at the Four Seasons, and even there I created the themes, the functions, the banquet decor and stuff. But I've always been a painter. But I soon realized that you can't survive alone on just painting. But I refused to not be in the art field. So I got into set design. I do VIP work, I do decor, I build sets. I'm actually the production manager going on 10 movies now that were produced in Nevis.
Nice.
So I work with a production company. So I've always been incorporated in art. I paint on any surface, canvas, stones, even the human body.
Yeah, I see that indeed, and I've been watching some of your work. When we pull this, Vaughn, I'm looking at this windmill that you're painting. It looks as if you are just next to a windmill.
Well, I try to capture the essence of whatever I'm doing, whether it be the human form or even structures. I try to be a part of it and get to as realism as possible.
Look at this. I mean, this creature looks so real, as if it's going to crawl right off the screen, isn't it?
I'll give you a story.
How do you do that?
I'll give you a joke about that. I actually painted it on an old piece of board, and I put it on a pile of boards in my yard, and this guy came in my yard, and he jumped back because he thought it was real. He threw a stone at it.
How do you do that? So it looks so real. You lift it off. You 3D almost.
Well, the thing is, it's to study the way light interacts with everything. I can see the shadows, I can see the highlights, and it's like I don't get better. I see more.
Wow.
And that's how I put it. I see more of life. I see more of the things around me, and it really causes me to then translate what I'm seeing onto canvas. And it's a godly feeling.
Yes.
It's like you're literally creating something from nothing.
You are so special indeed. There's one you did with Ava Monkey. you actually with a close-up look, and you can see almost every hair, strand of hair.
Well, actually, I did we talk about the large one.
The large one.
Yes, that's actually the bar in Nevis. Yes, and the owner said, I want a monkey on that wall.
Monkey bar, yes.
Like, all right. It's huge. It's like, oh wow, I never expected that.
And so the demand for your work, talk to me, how are you able to get the message abroad so that everyone sees what you do?
Well, if you've seen my pages, you know I post my work.
Yes.
I'm more about my work than me. I prefer it behind the scenes.
Yes.
I will put my work out there, and I do functions, a lot of events as well. I have murals in Dubai, in Miami, in a lot of Caribbean islands. I went to Anguilla to do some murals. I have murals in St. Kitts, a lot of them in Nevis, you know, different homes and stuff like that. I also do functions. I was in St. Lucia when they had, what was it, Kasab's 40th anniversary, where I do decor for those kind of things. So I travel the world with my art. But the thing is, I'm not as known in the Caribbean as I do. So I'm very grateful for this opportunity to be here at Carifesta.
I want you to be so large you can't begin to imagine because you're so good. And so you're going to, hopefully your pieces are at the Ross University, I think.
Right now, yes.
And we're trying to bring them into the
Village.
Carifesta Village.
To get them here to the village.
But if you can't make it to Carifesta Village, go to the Ross University, the Lloyd Erskine Sandiford Center, and purchase. If you own a Vaughan Anslin piece, you are owning something priceless. The value of that is one that you should not take for granted because it is stunning work. So I want to encourage you as much as possible to interact with and get and own a piece for Carifesta of Vaughan Anslin's work. Indeed. Well done, my brother. Well done. Sonara,
hi.
Talk to me about your handcrafted bags now.
Okay, for me, we have history. Honestly, we do. So my first fashion show was pulled from Winiel. Vaughan modeled for me, so we have history. So I go way, way back. So first I started out in clothing, and then in 2020, when we had the COVID, everybody else is panicking, and my brain is thinking. So I went into leather in 2020. This is something that has not been there for years, but I have been sewing for years. So I had a knack to just kind of revert, you know, to something different, and that's where it came from. It came from borning out of a passion into a turmoil, and then now into leather.
Wow.
So that's where it started from.
You're sharing the space with Winiel,
Yes.
Pure Niceness, and
Yes.
what's your brand called?
My brand is Level.
Level.
Yes. So
Very
it's
French.
a unit. Thank you.
And so when we come to you, we're seeing purses and strapped bags. What do we see?
And not just leather, I'm also implementing different natural materials. So it's like a sustainable brand. So we know leather comes from the meat industry. So it's basically a byproduct. So I'm incorporating wood, I'm incorporating rattan. I think you guys call it sugarcane stock.
Yes, yes.
So we call it rattan. I'm infusing bamboo as well and recycled t-shirt material.
Wow.
So everything is sustainable. Everything is basically a byproduct of something else. So my bag, for me, I want my bags and my brand to continue from generation to generation. So it will be a product that you pass on from mother to daughter or son or father to son.
Well, Labelle is called indeed. You guys, when I'm done with this interview, are you going to be over at your space? Please say yes, because I want to come. I have my card. I have my card. I have my card. So we'll come in, we'll do some business indeed. And so, Mr. Milano.
Yes.
You're a visual artist. Yes. What medium do you work with, media?
I'm currently working with acrylic paints, but I also work with diverse groups in the visual arts area where I don't stick to one surface. I'm more diversifying myself into tiling, carpentry, different arts, airbrushing, sculpting as well. I've done glasswork, I've done pottery. So, but at this current moment, I think I'm leaning more towards my painting era, where I might be classified as the baby of the art industry in St. Kitts, but I know for sure that my work can stand out among Vaughan.
That's the Vaughan, right?
Yes.
And you're thinking, oh my gosh. But you're learning from Vaughan, aren't you? At the same time as you go. So are your pieces also at the Ross University?
Yes, they are.
Good. So when we come, what do we see? What do you paint generally? Scenery, people, vases?
I have a diverse background in painting any scenery, any still life, murals, portraits, and mostly what you may see there, I have created a collage for our St. Kitts brand, where I have recreated all of our national symbols into my style, and I created a signature look for paintings that I have done specifically to the theme of Carifesta.
Wow. We have to see your work. We have to see your work. Come over to the Carifesta village, please, as soon as you can.
Yeah,
bring
we
a piece
shall
or
try.
two. Vanilla has space for you guys.
Right?
So that's what
And
we're going
Vaughn
to do.
has a painting of me also that he had.
Yes, I saw that.
You saw it?
I saw. Listen, I told you I'm a Kititian. I've seen these things. I browse. I pay attention
Yes.
to what's happening in St. Kitts and Nevis, and so
Thank
this
you.
is you're very welcome. Love the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and you know I really want to encourage you Barbadians to, when you think of traveling, don't just travel outside of the region, explore the region. And what I absolutely love about this Twin Island, the people are so friendly, so warm, so engaging. You eat a little differently. I had to get accustomed to it, but nonetheless, it is good. It is who we are. And so come down to Carifesta Village, go to the Ross University, engage, 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 buy, and buy. Own, in other words, and you will find yourself a most satisfied consumer of Caribbean creativity, but particularly of the St. Kitts idiom. And I want you to really come and see what they're doing indeed, and talk. Because in conversation we get to know a whole lot more about each other and learn about each other. Now you know, and now you know. So come and see it indeed today. So Viniel, Vaughn, Sonara, and Milano, thank you. You've made this little Kititian boy very, very happy. I'm so proud of you. I know you have your night, your country night coming up soon. So we're going to be coming out to engage with you on that as well. On this channel, TV8, we are going to be broadcasting all day. We have our radio hub, which will be bringing all of this live to the audience as well. So we'll be talking you up. So for sure, we can't wait for Barbados to come and see. You wanted to say something, Vaughn?
Yes, yesterday I also showcased some handbags, a bag line that I have. And I showcased it on the stage on the fashion show yesterday.
Oh, nice.
But I'm also showcasing a fashion shirt line that I have as well, and that will be on Thursday.
On Thursday?
Yes.
Here?
Yes.
Thursday, here?
Yes.
I'm coming. I am coming. I am coming.
Yes, it's called Wearable Art.
Wearable. Oh, love it indeed. And so that's the beauty of the whole thing. Imagine everything that you want, you will find here at the Carifesta Village. Everything that you're looking for that is of value, you'll find with St. Kitts and Nevis. I plug. And so we want to thank you all indeed. Wish you all the best for Carifesta.
Thank you so
Mornin
much.
Barbados is back in just a moment.
Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Morning, morning, morning. Good morning. Good morning to you.
Well, they cast me out like a leper, past the door of no return. This lost child of Africa, for my motherland I yearn. That is why I sing the verses of my one true freedom song. Calypso, calypso. Out of my religion, beat me for my name, ban all my tradition to make me ashamed. Yet still in my memory, one time still remain. Calypso, calypso. And inside every song, as I chant along, I know loud and clear. Girl, your ancestry is Mandingo, mixed up with Zulu. Your mother descend from Igbo, Tigray and Shanti too. That is why you heard it come.
You got a sense of what Carifesta is all about, and so we're continuing live from the Carifesta village here in Waterford. Folks, it's all-day activity happening here. There are lunchtime concerts, and there are also evening concerts. Food, drinks on sale, food, fashion, everything, books as well in this one space. And I encourage all of you to come on over and engage, and see for yourself what our brothers and sisters are up to indeed. And so, I'm going to introduce you now to two young men who are known as a typically tropical. What an interesting name, first of all. But if you do know the name, I'm going to Barbados. There you know the song. These are the guys behind that song. Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
Next to me is Jerry, and across Jeffrey, sorry, and over there is Gerard. Indeed.
Gerard
Hudgy. So, fellas, talk to me a little bit about this song.
So it started way back in 1974 when my dad was a musician, and he had the opportunity to go on a cruise to the Caribbean. And my mum didn't want to go. He said, "Do you fancy going on a cruise out of Southampton?" I said, "When are we going?" Yeah, absolutely. And Barbados was just one of the islands that we visited, and I fell in love with it. It just got my heart straight away. And back in the UK, we worked in a studio. We were recording a lot of bands and things. And one of the record labels that we did a lot of work for was Trojan, a big reggae label, now very iconic. They even had Bob Marley. And we were writing songs together. So I said, because of the reggae connection, we've been doing all this reggae. Why don't we have a go at doing a reggae track? And I've just come back from Barbados, so why don't we do a little sort of tongue-in-cheek song about going back to the island? And we did, and we recorded it as a demo in 1974.
Yes.
And it hung around till 75, and a few people heard it and said, "Actually, you should do something with that." Even Trojan Records themselves wanted to release it, but we ended up doing it with a little new label called Gull Records, and it came out, and we got a few radio plays, and all of a sudden, boom! It went skyrocket.
Indeed, so much so that many people have covered it.
Yes.
And that must be very pleasing to you.
Well, yes. Obviously, the big. Well, Rusty Lee did it. She's an
a
artist.
TV cook back in England.
Yeah. But the big one was the Venga Boys. Well, they did it and they changed it to Ibiza, and of course it was #1 again.
Yes.
You should say a bit about the writing of it, Jeff.
Yeah, I was going to. Who's the lead writer here?
Well, there's no lead writer. I mean, we're both equally involved. But Jeff had the idea. We have to say that. And what happened was in, I guess it was November 1974, my parents' house in Ealing, West London. Rainy autumn afternoon, and we wrote the song in, I guess, about 3 hours. Jeff on guitar, me at the piano, and we had it wrapped up in 3 hours. And then, of course, we went into his dad's studio and recorded the demo
Yes,
I mean, we were just writing it we didn't think it was going to be anything. We're just having a laugh. So let's just. I love Barbados, so I'm going to write a song about Barbados. Let's do a song about Barbados. I don't know who's going to take it seriously. It's going to be a fun record.
Yes.
And it was, and then.
What is it about Barbados that you love so much?
What I love about Barbados, honestly, first, the people. I love the friendliness. In actual fact, I had a friend at school, and he was Bajan. And before I'd ever come here, and he was just such a nice guy.
It's Sylvan, isn't it?
Yeah, Sylvan. He was
Yeah.
one of my best friends, and then I came here, and I just love the people, and I love the food.
The
so
food,
they're my
yes.
favourites. They're my
What
favourites.
What do you love?
Well, Jeff has been back to the island many, many times. This is only my second visit now, 50 years on. But I have to agree with Jeff, the people. Definitely the people. The friendliness is just extraordinary here. It's amazing.
So how many years have you really been coming back to Barbados now?
This is my second visit. But Jeff has been many times.
By definition, that we're here. Of course, we're here. Well, that's the other thing I suppose we should explain. Because this happens to be the 50th year, the 50th anniversary of when the record was #1 in the UK charts. All I was going to do was have a little party at home, just to mark the event. That's, it's a heads up. It's our 50th anniversary of the record being #1, and we got contacted by BTMI, Barbados Tourism, marketing, and they said it hasn't escaped our attention, that you're celebrating your 50th anniversary of that amazing record.
Yes.
And it was like, would you like us to do something? They said, would you like us to do something? Anything you could be involved in with us would be great. So I said, yeah, well, whatever you want to do, we're willing to do something. And they said, well, I think BTMI would like you to come out to the island again. Because when we did the record originally, the tourist board brought us out. The first time was in 1975. That's the first time we were here. So this is literally a 50th anniversary of, apart from when I came on the boat, this is the 50th anniversary of us being on the island as guests of the tourist board.
And so you have the opportunity now to really take Gerard around the island, to show him what you know.
Yes.
Yes, he knows it so well.
I'm going to take him to Bathsheba because it's beautiful there, and we're going to go and get some nice Bajan buffet. And we're also going to go to Grantley Adams because I fly. Obviously, the whole aviation part of the record has become true. Coconut Airways was us. And I also believe at some point on the island there was a little outfit at the airport that ran a commercial operation. They called themselves Coconut Airways. So we're going to visit the flying school, the flight training institute, and we're going to borrow one of their planes, and we're going to fly ourselves around the island.
You may fly over us, so I'm looking forward to that indeed.
Yeah, so that's one of the things we probably will try and do.
But you're also here at a time special to us in the Caribbean, Carifesta.
Carifesta.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you looking forward to this?
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
we're going to see some Caribbean jazz tonight, along with some world beat, which I'm really looking forward to that. So
I actually watched the opening celebrations and everything at home online, and it's like amazing. It's like a couple of days later, we're sitting here. Carifesta, and I can't wait tonight to see some bands. And the atmosphere is amazing. The whole Carifesta thing's amazing.
Do you think you get the chance to perform it while you're here? That classic hit of 50 years old.
Depends on how many rum punches I drink.
We can work that out. That's easy to solve.
We have no plans as of yet.
Of course. But gentlemen, congratulations. You've created for us something that helps us to tell the world about who we are. That's simply by a simple little visit, and 50 years later, it is still a classic for us in Barbados.
Thank you.
It's covered by so many different artists, even some of our local artists as well.
Brilliant.
Who've done it, and so it has legs and legacy, and that's because of you guys.
Thanks, thank you.
Thank you too.
And it's an honour to be here, and 50 years on, who could have believed this would have happened with this one song that was written in 3 hours?
And absolutely, thank you so much, because it's lovely just to be here at the festival.
Thank you, Pearson.
And the whole buzz is great. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Jeffrey? Gerard.
Geraint.
Same
Don't
person.
you worry about it. Not a problem.
Song is still
all my life, nobody's pronounced my name right.
I apologize.
No, you
Nonetheless,
don't.
it's a beautiful song which we all know. And so for those of you who may have never heard it before or seen it before, take a look. We're back after this.
maximum temperature of 90 degrees Fahrenheit. The sky is blue and the palm trees are really cool. Captain Wilcox and his crew hope you have had a pleasant flight and that you will fly coconut debris.
That's it, Going to Barbados. We'll continue the show live here from the Carifesta village with the great Julian Rogers in just a moment. See you tomorrow.
Wake up, wake up, wake up. Barbados, get up. Good morning. Good morning, Barbados. Good morning. Good morning to you. Good morning. Morning, morning, morning. Good morning to you. Good morning. Morning, Barbados. Good morning. Good morning to you. Good morning. Morning, Barbados. Good morning. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Morning to you.
The St. Kitts and Nevis delegation has shown up and is showing out at Carifesta 15, capturing the spirit of the festival and shining a bright spotlight on the Federation's diverse talent. It all began with a ceremony meant to mark the start of this monumental event. The St. Kitts and Nevis delegation is smaller than many of the other countries represented, but what we lacked in numbers, we more than made up for in vibe and impact. At the heart of this powerful opening ceremony showing was the Honeybee String Band, whose infectious rhythms and unmistakable cultural flair became a rallying point for the Federation's contingent. During the first in a series of midday concerts at the Carifesta Grand Market, the string band delivered an electric performance, their infectious energy having the desired effect. Everyone now eager to see what else St. Kitts and Nevis has to offer.
Well, we were here just taking in, and the kids heard the music, and we decided to come over and sit down and enjoy it. So they've been enjoying the music, I've been enjoying the music, and the Stillt Band is an absolute plus.
The first Federal Brotherhood drummers and pan duo, Leroy Paris and Ashanti Paris, delivered stellar performances, contributing to a visible shift in the energy at the Carifesta Grand Market concert. The exuberant crowd was fully engaged and were left wanting more. Minister Eric Evelyn, who is a member of the in-demand cultural band, gushed with pride as he recounted the public's reaction to their Carifesta performances thus far.
It's been an excellent showing so far from day one when we had the Parade of Nations and the official opening. I think we made a bold statement when we were on the road through the streets of Bridgetown. I think we were very well received. Of course, Carifesta is a melting pot of cultures from across the region. And what we try to do for Carifesta is to try to bring as much of our culture.
The Federation is proudly represented by a group of talented creatives across multiple disciplines who embody the contingent's theme, Culture Loud, SKN Proud. From handcrafted accessories and luxurious skincare products to fine alcoholic beverages, distinctive specialty coffee, and unique cultural keepsakes, our artisans and vendors are proudly showcasing the very best that St. Kitts and Nevis has to offer. With every product, they are letting the world know that items made in the Federation are of world-class quality, a true reflection of the two island states' creativity and excellent craftsmanship.
And I see Carifesta 15 as the opportunity to not only network, but to get the brand into the hands of regional and international clients.
As an artist, just being in an environment where you have people from all places of the Caribbean and even the rest of the world is extremely impactful, not only on you as an artist, but to be able to network, to be able to showcase, to be able to feel the vibes, meet new people, make good connections, and just really have a good time.
St. Kitts and Nevis is also making its mark in the literary arts. By all accounts, 9-year-old author Corinne Clark was the star of the festival's literary market today, with her books flying off the shelves almost as quickly as they were stocked. Visitors, young and young at heart, were keen to know more about the Federation the young author writes about and proudly represents. Many were effusive in their praise for the decision to include the precocious young talent in the Federation's delegation, noting how valuable it was to give her a platform to share her work and connect with readers from across the region.
I also wanted to buy a book for my nephew and niece in South Africa. I came to look for this book, and then I met this amazing author of 9 years old, and I heard from someone that she wrote these books, the first one at age 4. So I bought 2 of her books, and I'm sending these to South Africa to my niece Evan and Ava, and I want them one day to be as famous as Corinne and also write books that can be read globally. Well done. Really proud of you.
Her presence highlighted the Department of the Creative Economy's commitment to nurturing young creatives and underscore the bright future of Caribbean storytelling. As the staging of Carifesta 15 continues in earnest, the collective energy and dynamic performances of this enigmatic group is a clear reminder to all that St. Kitts and Nevis is a powerful creative force with a lot to share and something meaningful to say to the world. Stay tuned because we're just getting started and you won't want to miss any of what's ahead. We'll continue to deliver the only way we know how. Culture loud and SKN proud.
Very good morning to you. I don't know where this frog has come from, but he's certainly taken up residence in my throat all of a sudden. But we'll get rid of him in short time. Very good morning to you. Wow. Now you understand why I have the water. All right. Sooner or later, it'll get better. So we sent Pearson off to charm the people in the Grand Market. I can see him at one of the booths over there. So I've taken over, and a very good morning to you wherever you are. So we've gone from Good Morning Barbados to Good Morning Caribbean, and we're continuing our special coverage of Carifesta 15. I'm Julian Rogers. Wherever you are around the region or beyond, we welcome you, not just on television, on radio, but certainly streaming CBC across the world. So tell your friends and your family, of course, to tune in wherever they can, whether on the cell phone or on television. Just go to CBC Barbados and you'll see the stream there. So we've got a calendar of events for Carifesta 15. It's a book. It's not a calendar. It's got so many things happening here in Barbados for the festival, literary arts. We got the film, we got music, we got fashion, and we got great connections among Caribbean people happening at the festival. But it's all been made possible because there are a number of people who are working literally sometimes behind the scenes, but some people are visible, but not in the television kind of way. And one of them is a man called Kevin Fowler. And if you've been here or you've seen this site, you'll recognize that they've erected what I would call to be one of the most outstanding covers for the activities at this venue. And we have to put the blame on Kevin Fowler, who is here this morning. Morning, Kevin. Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is an outstanding site. And for Barbadians who remember Carifesta of 1981 and the tents down at, Lord, I'm trying to remember now. Anyhow, the name of the area, seems I've been away too long. Yes. But anyhow, those tents that came from Canada, and now these tents here, these covers. You don't call this a tent, do you?
Well, you could call it a tent, but it's not actually a tent. It's a shell, okay? It's a special structure that was created by a company in China, actually, specifically for this event.
So we've gone from the Canadian tents to the Chinese tents.
Yes.
What's it made of, really?
Aluminum, hardened aluminum, basically, and it has reinforced steel on the inside.
Now, you're the project manager on
sir.
this, trying to get this all up in record time, literally.
Yes, sir.
Were you scared?
No, I wasn't. It's just that, you know, it was a project, you know, for Barbados, and this was all I was thinking about while, you know, trying to execute it, that I must get this done, you know, because this is going to help Barbados, and I wouldn't want the project to fail, you know.
This is, some people say that this is a legacy of Carifesta. They're correct about that?
Yes, I believe so. It is. Because it's probably the first structure of its kind in the Caribbean.
Possibly in the region?
Yeah, possibly in the region. Yeah, most likely.
All right. You come to this particular project with what kind of experience? I mean, a project manager. I'd like to know the kinds of things you've done.
Okay, well, I'm an architect. Okay, and I'm currently working as a site supervisor with Infra.
Right. All right. Yeah. But I mean, when I, you know, I'm curious about a lot of your experience because I understand that you're a world traveler now.
Yes. So, well, I first got my degree in Cuba. I was there for about 9 years because I first had to learn Spanish. So we had to spend 1 year doing all of the subjects in Spanish, and then they would send you to respective schools based on your career.
And you've been places. We're
Yes.
curious about
Yes, I
those
have.
places.
Yes,
Okay,
I have.
let's deal with Cuba first.
Yes.
You leave Barbados and you
Yes.
go to Cuba.
Yes.
What did you expect to meet?
I wasn't sure. I was just, I had a bug, a travel bug, because my mom, she was a travel agent, and we have family all over England, America, Canada, Australia, and we traveled a lot. So when I experienced, you know, life in America, it was different, you know, and we could travel for hours, and I just love the fact that we could see something new basically every day.
And what did you encounter in Cuba outside of studying?
Outside of study, I encountered my first wife. Yes, I encountered many friends that I still treasure to this day. And Cuba is a place that I cherish deeply. I love Cuba. It's an amazing place. The people are warm and friendly. They're so welcoming. And I definitely have to go back there.
The music, dance, food?
Oh, the food is amazing. The food is amazing. And actually tonight, there's a famous band, Cuban band, who is performing tonight at the Richard Stowe Amphitheater. You know, you should come down.
Yeah,
have a look.
Definitely, because I find that in addition to hosting here, I really need to get out and you know, get to experience more than just what's happening in the Grand Market.
Yeah. And the thing about the Grand Market is when you speak to people, you know, it's almost like you're being in another country, and this is so important. And I think Barbadians need to travel more. You know, we need to experience different cultures, because if we're a tourist-oriented country, we need to have people who are cultured, people who can speak different languages. And this is something that I would love for Barbados to go in that direction.
You went from Cuba to where?
China.
China?
Yes.
To study again?
Yes, to do my master's.
Where exactly in China did you go?
Chongqing.
Chongqing?
Yes.
So where in China is that?
It's in the southeast.
Southeast?
Southeast, yes.
Is that closer to Hong Kong?
No.
In
it's
the
not
other
close.
direction?
Yes, it's kind of like in the middle. The funny thing about Chongqing, it looks like a dog. The shape of it looks like a dog.
Yeah. Oh, there we are.
Oh.
We get you get to show us some of the area.
Oh yeah, this is on the island of Hainan. Yeah, in the South China Sea.
Right.
Yeah, this is also Hainan. Yeah. And all of these pictures, mostly I would have taken them because I also like taking.
You're a photographer?
I won't call it that, you know. I won't
take
disrespect. Yes, I take pictures, nice pictures.
Yeah. What about language?
Okay,
in terms of China now, being in China, how long were you in China?
14 years.
How many?
14.
Kevin, you don't look like you put down 14 years in one country. Come on.
Yeah, 14. I'm actually 44 years old.
All right,
yeah.
fair enough. All right, that would address that.
Yes.
But you did your master's there.
Yes.
All right. And over that 14 years, I mean, you've gone across the country?
Oh, yes, I have. We first settled in Chongqing, and we visited Beijing, Shanghai, Hong Kong, Guangzhou, where else? Guizhou, Guiyang, many places. You know, China is a vast country, and it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
They have many unique places, and it's a place that I would love more people to see. The technology there is amazing. Okay, here, this is, at one point I was teaching English. And here I was teaching them how to make rock cakes, Beijing rock cakes, yes.
Talk about a cultural exchange.
Yeah.
What did they teach you in terms of food?
In terms of food, spicy foods, yeah, because my wife is from Chongqing, and they're known for having spicy foods. Oh, so as you can see here.
This is a family photo?
Yes. This is
So
my
that's
wife.
1, 2, 3 children I'm seeing?
My son, Elijah, he's the oldest, and my 2 daughters, Kaya and Maya.
How old are they now?
10, 7, and 4.
Okay. So that's the China experience.
Yes.
And I also understand that you went traipsing along to Cambodia?
Oh, yes, Cambodia. Oh, that was an experience. Cambodia is so hot, right? Chongqing is hot, like much hotter than Barbados, but Cambodia is even more.
So these are scenes of Cambodia?
Yes, yes.
What
this
is
is
it,
Angkor
temples?
Wat, yes, and Angkor Wat.
Yes. Which is must be the most famous landmark
Yes,
in
yes,
Cambodia.
in Cambodia, it is. It is.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kind of, you know, I'm looking at that. I live in Belize.
Oh,
and
okay.
so we got all the Mayan
Oh,
ruins.
yes, yeah.
So that I'm seeing the similarity in terms of.
There are. There are.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Yes.
I agree with you. We should travel more.
Yes, we should.
We discover a lot more. So now you got Spanish.
Yes.
You got
Mandarin.
Mandarin.
Yes.
What else?
I can understand Portuguese.
Portuguese.
Yes, and I'm trying to learn Russian now.
You're trying to learn Russian.
Yes.
You tackle all the hard languages, right?
Yeah.
Except for German, I suppose.
Oh yeah, no. German.
German
That's
is
another
hard.
level. Yeah, that's another level.
So outside of all this,
yes.
I have to ask you, you get time for recreation and do things? What are your fun things other than breaking your hand?
Oh, I love the beach. I love going to the beach and swimming, exercising. I love playing pool. Yes, I love sports. I just love being active. No.
Yeah. So I have to, the viewers are asking what happened to the arm now.
Okay, well, this happened here on site, actually. I was trying to help, and I slipped and fell.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we all slip and fall at some point. Anyhow, let me congratulate you and thank you for the work you've done.
Yes, thank you very
so
much.
So far, to make sure that this site is as it is.
Yes.
And look forward to learning more about your travels.
Yes.
It's spelled out with the A-I-L. Yes. All right. Kevin Fowler joining us here as the start off the day with our special coverage of Carifesta 15 coming on CBC Barbados. We call this the Caribbean's best connection to Carifesta 15.
Carifesta wants to do what it says, and that is to involve all artists in a very practical way.
These 4 groups were contacted because of their contribution to Barbadian music and of their originality throughout the years.
Culture, in brief, implies all the means by which a society expresses itself. And the hosting of Carifesta 81 thus presents a unique opportunity for Caribbean man to rediscover the validity of his own culture within the framework of a wider and varied cultural environment.
I believe that the Caribbean Festival of Arts is one of the best opportunities which we Caribbean countries have to reach mutual understanding unimpeded by national or ideological postures. Because true understanding brings tolerance and sympathy, it is of great significance that participants to this festival come from the shores of the entire Caribbean.
Hey, my name is Chef Sweets, Kelson Kana for some people. I'm the executive chef for Leon's. I started cooking when I was 14 years old. Still in school, but after school I would go to English shows and, you know, just fall in line, peel onions, cut up wings, fish, do whatever, you know. Yeah, I'm really excited for Carifesta 2025. Actually, 2019 in Trinidad was the last Carifesta, just before COVID, and that was an explosion of culture, to be honest. Cuisine, arts, music, fashion. So I'm really looking forward to Barbados this time. And actually Barbados held it in 2017, so it's kind of a rerun again. It's pretty much our first time going to Barbados, so we got a lot in store. We're looking to soak up the culture there, try to put a twist on what we do, incorporate what they do, and have fun.
When Cuba handed the baton to Barbados in 1981, they provided a lot of logistical and technical support for Carifesta. The Cubans arrived on their own ship, brought and erected a massive tent which was stationed at Culloden Farm and would be used for some of the performances. Additional lighting facilities for the stage area at the stadium were also loaned to Barbados by the Cubans.
Mutual heritage, regional unity.
Welcome back. As we continue our special coverage of Carifesta 15, I'm Julian Rogers on location of the Grand Market at what is known as Waterford in St. Michael, Barbados. We're happy to have you join us wherever you are around the world. And we're going to meet a lot of the people who, as I say, are working behind the scenes, but also connecting with some of the key people who come to Barbados for Carifesta. And let me introduce you to a man called Rodney Eiffel. He's with the National Cultural Foundation. He's involved as an officer of visual arts, and he's brought along a guest as well. So Rodney, do the honors.
Yes, good morning, sir. Good morning, Barbados and Carifesta. Thank you for hosting us. I have brought here today Mr. Juan Sebastian Aguirre of Quito, Ecuador. He goes by the artist name Apitatan, and we are here to do an urban mural project there over by the BADMC, or we call it affectionately Carmitas, going along Bridgetown. So Juan is here to grace us with his presence and his knowledge. He would have done a workshop up front for the last week, and now from last night we started on the wall of the BADMC, and we would like to thank the Chief Executive Officer and Dr. Durant and all her staff and marketing, head of marketing for Mr. Banfield for allowing us this opportunity, and the hardworking staff and the hardworking staff of the NCF to create this opportunity to make it possible to build bridges and do cross-cultural fertilization as we explore mural culture and legacy in Barbados.
Juan, buenos dias, senor.
Buenos dias. Very happy to be here in Barbados for the first time. We created a mural workshop so we can expand knowledge about the challenge of facing when creating big walls and painting murals, and my work is related with identity, trying to look in the past and bring the most symbolic to the present through muralism. So it's very interesting to be able to be here, and it's my first time in the Caribbean, first time exposed to this beautiful culture and learning a lot from this experience.
Straight from Quito to Bridgetown.
Yes.
What did you learn about Barbados before you got here?
I knew that it's a beautiful island in the Caribbean, surrounded by the sea, and lots of nature, and very warm people, and I really enjoy it.
And you contrast that with life in Quito?
Yes, I live in the mountains in Quito. That's the capital of Ecuador. It's a very biodiverse country, and it's very different in terms of culture. We also have Afro-descendant communities, but not as much as here, and it's very interesting to get to see how vibrant is the culture here in terms of music, art, painting, theater, dance. So it has been very enrichful for me to be here.
You know, when you guys started to talk about murals,
yes,
we have a lot of, we conjure up that somebody like Rodney, who is a muralist, is in. You're not a muralist, Rodney?
Well, I'm a visual artist, versatile right? enough, but I also can paint.
But I'm driving to the fact that Rodney would get a group of young children together and say, we're going to paint this wall. Is that the kind of experience you had in Quito?
Actually, I thought that I would experience like the workshop with people that had no experience at all.
Right.
But in the end, they are very talented artists. Yeah. Some of them are teachers, art teachers in schools and different levels. So it's nice to have the chance to teach what I know, to share what I know, and so they can also share it with their people, right? So a lot of talent in the classroom, and these people are painting about icons of the culture of Barbados. So that brings reflection because not everybody will paint the same.
Yeah.
So we are willing to have diversity and talk about different topics in our murals.
Rodney, talk about our own murals now.
Yeah, as a visual arts officer, I would have, along with the support of our Chief Executive Officer, Ms. Carol A.M. Roberts, and our Chief Cultural Officer, Mrs. Andrew Wells, and our team, we would have embarked upon, for the last 4 years, various mural projects across Barbados. We now have about close to 40 murals in terms of coming out of the NCF, and that would have served for inspiration for other private interests as well, and people to also instigate and start their own mural process. So if you look around Barbados, you will now see kind of a transformation in progress where we are adding to that cultural discourse and that legacy through murals. So we would have had murals in the schools, like the last project we had celebrating our NIFCA anniversary for NIFCA icons. We have some 7 schools now embellished with murals of various materials and forms, for example, mosaics, metal, wood, mixed media, for example, and we challenge various artists that we select to go through a process. We write them a brief, and they go through a process of producing a sketch, which is approved, and then we let them go about doing their work to embellish the walls and spaces of Barbados. And prior to that, we also had a cityscape mural project, which we ventured into 4 towns: Speightstown, Holetown, Oistins, Bridgetown. And the gentlemen responsible, they would have worked, and ladies who would have worked on these mural projects on billboards that you can pass and see our available walls. And along with that, then our Ministry of Culture supported us with spreading out through the 11 parishes. So there's now a whole movement going on where people organically, even in my downtime when they look on YouTube, you see tourists naturally gravitating towards looking for the murals. So there's no longer the sand, sea, and sun culture or concept for tourism, but you know, people discerning, people looking for art, looking for things to explore, not only exhibition spaces, but outdoor spaces embellished and colored by art. So it's now a whole natural movement, and I'm saying that that's good for art tourism, because you can start your own movement by looking at our local culture and art through that process and giving artists opportunities to express and to earn, etc.
You know, I'm listening to you, and I'm just remembering, because I lived in Jamaica for 6 years.
Wonderful.
And of course, downtown Kingston,
yes,
where of course all the old buildings have been sitting there for a long time.
Yes.
And this group, this creative group getting together and transforming those areas, which I'm sure is the kind of thing happening in Quito, right?
Yes, it's the muralists in urban spaces have the power to transform the places and how the dynamics, the social dynamics of a place are developing. So I consider it's important to bring importance to how it embellishes the place, but also on the other hand, it's important to be able to express messages, to bring awareness about like social issues or environmental issues.
Yeah.
So it's a powerful communication tool to bring some topics on the table.
Excellent. Well, you're doing work in schools,
yes,
and colleges, university,
and the environment,
and the overall communities.
Yes.
Excellent. I mean,
yes.
that really is one way of fixing all the dirty walls then.
Well, maybe so to speak, and some clean ones as well, but
Yeah.
just to get the discourse going in visual arts. because it's what stays behind, and it encourages our people to engage visually and read visual culture now, look at semiotics and all of those other elements that come into play as everyone naturally engages with the art in their own way to read and interpret the messages. And normally we obviously would encourage wholesome messages to be sent to society, because as a way of helping youth and to transform youth and to build skills and to also give us our Caribbean aesthetic and voice within that context, just as how Latin America and Juan is so well doing in Quito, Ecuador for his
Happy
people.
Tatan.
Yes.
Talk about your individual work now.
So my art is focusing about bringing symbolism from the past, because I consider that memory is very important because this globalized world take us to forget about our roots. So muralism is a way to preserve those roots and our bond to our heritage. So that's something very powerful that muralism has. In my personal work, I'm very interested in going back to the ancestral wisdom that is being lost in the Amazon rainforest and in the Andes. That's where I come from. Because of globalization and also because of mining, people is getting out of their homes, and we have this problem where we are losing this wisdom. So I consider painting these topics in murals help us to preserve that wisdom and it makes like a symbolic bridge for the new generations to be able to connect with the past, because there is not everything in the past is obsolete. There are some very valuable things in the past that we don't have to forget. So these cultural roots are going deep into my work, and as soon as I'm traveling to different places, I also collect things from different places in terms of culture and experiences that enrich my paintings. So I would like to invite you all to visit the mural while in process and also when it's finished, because it's very interesting to see how the place transforms. We will have the help of different people from different regions, people coming from Jamaica, people from
Cuba,
Barbados, people from the Bahamas, people from different places. So it's nice to have a collective expression here and to bring the community together. That's also something to talk about.
So Rodney, you get the chance now to extend the big invitation to the rest of the activities, visual arts.
Yeah, well, we encourage all persons in Barbados to come out. It's a very public space, as our CEO wanted, and to look at this mural as Ron described that was transformed. We encourage also the public to go over to the Spirit Bond every day now until this weekend from 9 a.m. until Saturday from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. to engage with Morfai Murph from Dakar, Senegal, as he delivers a painting workshop, followed by an en plein air, or the French term for outdoor painting workshop, by our local master, Mr. Neville Legault. And you can go out and engage the streets of Bridgetown with Mr. Legault. Bring your easels and paints. A few easels are on hand and materials as well to help you along. But I want all of Barbados, bring your children, whatever, and engage in what it is like to do that. And then we are doing a touch mural, sensory mural project with the Wiltshire family, and also Brianna and Travis of Jamaica and Brianna of Trinidad. They are over at Haynesville Police Outpost doing a community beautification project. So lots happening in the visual arts. Just come out and support it and go over to the Spirit Bond and engage in those exercises as well.
Fantastic. Boy, what an invitation.
Yes.
Rodney, thank you very much. Juan,
Thank
welcome
you.
to Barbados again and the Carifesta 15, and all the very best with your work with other people, but most importantly in your single personality as
Thank
well.
you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, muchas. So there we are, visual arts. I'm telling you, there's so much going on at Carifesta 15. We're bringing you the invitations, a touch. You got to go and see for yourself and feel it and get involved. This is Carifesta 15 on CBC, the best Caribbean connection to Carifesta.
Hi, I'm Richardo Barrett. I'm from the Bahamas, and this is our visual arts booth. So at this booth, you could see all Bahamian art. We also have local products. We also have catalogs from Bahamian artists, master artists, and we hope you come down to the Carifesta Grand Market.
Hi, I'm Carson Carmbach. I'm representing CBC Barbados. We are here at the Carifesta Grand Market, and we have our products which are leather, bags, shoes, and also made of fabric. Come down and shop with us at CBC Barbados, represented at Carifesta Grand Market.
My name is Ohinina Sewa Ekufu. I come from Ghana, and I am representing Cadlin Fashions from Ghana. Cadlin Fashions is a notable fashion designing company which deals mainly in women clothing. So we have 3 pieces, which is called kimono set. It has the pants, it has the inner and the outer. And then we have some beautiful single dresses. It's also called African lace dress. We have lots of them and very affordable, very, very, very affordable. So I'm inviting all of you out there to come and patronize Cadlin Fashions here at the Carifesta Grand Market grounds. Thank you all and see you soon.
Welcome back as we continue our coverage of Carifesta 15 from the Grand Market Media Center here in Barbados. And we're very happy that you're joining us because we got something very special coming up next. The American film producer and director is in Barbados, and she's had a chance to sit down and to be greeted by an I don't know, enthusiastic audience, right? So you'll get a chance to hear her in a conversation with the festival director, Carol Roberts. But I mean, many of you know this lady's work, and that work has really been respected and awarded, and many tributes paid to her. She's won BAFTA, which is the British equivalent of the Academy Award. She's won Primetime and been saluted left, right, and center. So it'll be very interesting to hear from her in that conversation with Carol Roberts. There's so much going on here at the festival that you really cannot miss it. Whether you are here in Barbados or you're following us online, thanks to CBC's streaming, CBC Barbados that is, or, hey, on television, as many regional and international stations are carrying the content from Barbados. So if you're on the ground though, I go back to my calendar of events, and again, there's a lot happening as I look at this. Here at this venue, they have these big performances and the country nights, and I want to go to, well, we're talking film, so let me just stay there and tell you today's Tuesday, so they got short film screenings, and that's at a number of venues, and also at the University of the West Indies at Cave Hill, and they've also got activity at the Youth Village, basic film production. They've got lunchtime community film screenings. They've got taking Caribbean stories to global audiences. The market, again, up at the University of the West Indies at Cave Hill. and out at Hayman's Market as well. So several venues for the focus on film. And that's a good way for us to introduce this conversation, this fireside chat, so to speak, between Carol Roberts and Ava DuVernay.
Honorable Prime Minister Mia Amor-Motley, members of Cabinet and invited Cabinet members from visiting countries, members of Parliament, specially invited guests, and members of the media. I am Ashley Dial, and I'm welcoming you to this Carifesta 15's Fireside Chat with Ava DuVernay. Ava DuVernay is an Academy Award nominee and winner of Emmy, BAFTA, Sundance, Image, and Peabody Awards. Her films include Selma, the first film directed by an African-American woman to be nominated for a Best Picture Oscar. 13th, which made her the first African-American woman to be nominated by an Oscar in a feature film directed category. Middle of Nowhere, which earned her Sundance's Best Director prize, and Disney's A Wrinkle in Time, which made her the highest grossing Black woman director in American box office history. DuVernay's fourth-part series, When They See Us, was honored with 16 Emmy nominations. Her critically acclaimed series, Queen Sugar, took its place in history as the longest-running Black family drama series with 88 episodes across 7 seasons. With her latest feature film, Origin, she made history again as the first African-American woman director to compete at the Venice Biennale in its 100th-year history. A champion of independent voices, DuVernay founded the Narrative Challenge Collective Array in 2011, recipient of the Peabody Institutional Award. She was given an honorary Doctor of Fine Arts degree from Morehouse College and Yale University. Her portrait was commissioned by the National Portrait Gallery in recognition of her impact on American culture, and she received the Smithsonian Great Americans Medal in 2025. DuVernay serves as the Board of Governors of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, representing the Directors Branch, and holds leadership roles with Directors Guild of America and the American Film Institute advisory boards. Her cultural influence is showcased with the making of a sold-out Ava DuVernay Barbie doll, a funk pop figurine, and a custom Ben & Jerry's ice cream flavor. She lives and works in her hometown of Los Angeles, California. I welcome you to Carifesta 15's Ava DuVernay's Fireside Chat. Welcome Ava DuVernay and Carol Roberts Reefer, Festival Director of Carifesta 15, to the stage.
Hello. Hello. Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Prime Minister, members of Cabinet, visiting ministers from other CARICOM states, members of Parliament, members of the Diplomatic Corps, specially invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is for me an absolute honor personally to sit beside one of my idols and just pick her brain, have a chat. It is equally an honor to share it with you. And thirdly, it is an honor to do so in the middle of Carifesta 15, Caribbean Roots Global Excellence. It's a pleasure to sit in a room where we all look like each other, or we all have common goals, challenges, and dreams, and share them with an icon of storytelling. Our story is a complex one. From origins to colonization to independence to other forms of parliamentary discourse and operations, to struggles and freedoms and triumphs. And there is no better way than to tell these stories and to share these tenets of our personality than through the arts and culture. And in the Caribbean, there is no greater moment to do it and discuss it than during Carifesta. And for this year, 2025, Carifesta 15 is in Barbados. This conversation would not be possible without the vision and the support of our Honorable Prime Minister, who never stops thinking, never stops dreaming, never stops having a big idea, and is always keen to have big conversations. And that is what this evening's session is about. So again, I thank you very much. May I call you Ava?
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much for consenting to come. You've been here for 2 days now, having a great time, I'm told.
Fantastic.
And you had a birthday yesterday, if I may share.
I did. I did.
And now we are just going to relax and have a chat.
Small chat with friends.
Small chat with friends,
That's right.
and that's how we do it in the Caribbean, and that's how I think peoples of color do it wherever they are.
Sure.
So, a career as a publicist, a successful publicist, you're doing well, and then you decide to take the risk of branching out into film, and I deliberately say risk by branching out into film. Why? What was there inside of you that had to come out in that way?
Yes. Well, thank you so much for having me.
Most welcome.
And thank you, Prime Minister, for your hospitality and the invitation. The Prime Minister actually very graciously said, you know, come give it a try. It's okay. You're welcome. It'll be fine. I think because it was my birthday, you know, I just wanted to relax. So I wasn't sure what I would find, and I've just found such beauty, such joy, such gorgeous spirit in the place and the people. So thrilled to be here. Thank you. I didn't pick up a camera until I was 32 years old.
Wow.
In the United States, that's very, very old to start making films. Most kids are starting to make them in high school, or they're going to university for film school. I didn't go to university for film school. I got a degree in English and African American Studies. I was just a person who liked movies. I just always loved movies. So luckily, when I graduated from college and started to work to pay the bills, I got into the film industry working in public relations. And so I did publicity for movies. When you see a red carpet premiere, do you ever wonder who rolled out that carpet on their hands and knees? That was me. You know, who's lining up the press when you see an actor on a talk show? Who coordinated all of that? That's what the PR was. But in that process, I got the opportunity to be on sets, on movie sets. And by publicizing the sets, I got to see the films actually being made by hand. Predominantly white male crew members, but publicity was an area where there are a lot of women working, not a lot of black women, but you know, it was a way for me to get on the sets and kind of see what was going on. And one day I was on the set of a movie called Collateral. This is a movie directed by Michael Mann, starring Tom Cruise, Jada Pinkett, and Jamie Foxx. Yep. That's a lot of black people for a movie by a white guy. And they were shooting in my area where I grew up. I grew up in the Compton area near South Central LA. They were shooting in my area. And so I thought, wow, they are shooting in my area. They are shooting with black people. Like, I want to do what he's doing. And I just picked up a camera and started to tinker on the weekends. So the why really was just a desire that I believe whenever you have a desire or a want, that it is if it is positive, that it is God-given. That's in some way, I was blessed to want to tell stories. In the same way that my little sister Tara is blessed because she can do hair like nobody's business. We all have our talents, right? We all have the things that call us. And so it was calling to me, even though I had another job, another career, another life, and even though I was older than most. So I just leaned into it.
How aware were you at that time of the issues of the day, whether in Compton, whether in the greater United States, whether in the world, whether affecting people of color?
Oh, very, very aware. Always. I think raised in a community that was the epicenter of the Black Panther Party in the United States, both in Alabama and Los Angeles, California. So very aware of and studied it in college of the political, socio, economic and cultural impact of being black in the United States. But at the time, I didn't think that that's what I would make movies and television about. I was just interested in telling stories and seeing where it can go. I really thought it was going to be a hobby because I didn't see any black women who had a sustained career in film. There's certainly black women making film, but maybe every 6 years, every 7 years, they'd make a film. I didn't see anyone who was doing it as consistently as we do now. Now you see so many of us who are fortunate enough to make a living and pay our mortgage with movies and television. And so, so I thought it'd be something I'd do on the weekends. Yeah. Just make films on the weekends, show them to my friends. But I started to have more and more friends. And so now more and more people watch.
Stories like this often also have someone that's central to giving you a leg up. Someone who's going to hold your hand and mentor you and just guide you along the way. Did you have that experience as well?
I really believe it takes a village. I mean, it was a village of people, different people who were able to pass the baton to me in different areas at different times, because there was no one person I can look at and say, please show me how to do that. But there were many women who knew how to do different parts of it. And at the time that I started, I didn't even know what I wanted to do. I had no idea that it was going to be possible to have a sustained career as a film and television director. I didn't have a dream of having my own studio, which I do. I didn't have, the ideas came to me as I grew into them. And so I think it's different than some people who can look and say, I want to do that. Yeah. I didn't have that. I just leaned into each step as they came and embraced the steps wholeheartedly once I got to each phase.
Let's talk about Selma. Let's fast forward to Selma.
Okay.
2014 and your personal story in being offered it, taking it on. That's part one of the question. And then part two, was there a point where you thought, oh boy, this is bigger than I am?
Right. Well, I'll answer part two first. No. Yeah. I never thought it was bigger than I am because I felt very connected to the story. Selma, for those of you who don't know, is a story about Dr. King and his specific march from Selma to Montgomery, which was a pivotal moment in the American Civil Rights Movement. And I was an African American Studies major at UCLA. My father is from Montgomery, Alabama. Mm-hmm. He grew up, steeped in that story and that culture. I would go to Alabama every summer. I was very familiar. I said, what other director's gonna know? Nobody can do this but me. This is my story, mine to tell. Now, I never thought I'd be making a film about Dr. King. I thought I'd be making, sexy dramas and like mysteries. And so I really didn't think my first bigger movie was going to be about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Didn't think that. But it came in my lap, and once it did, I felt very much that it was mine and that I was ready to do it. I'd made 4 films by that time. And so although it was a much bigger budget than I'd ever done, I felt prepared. And the way it came to me, did you ask how it came to me? Mm-hmm. There were 7 directors on Selma before me. So they invited someone to make it who was excited about it, and then they saw the money and said, never mind. And they did that 6 times. And the last time they did it, that director, Lee Daniels, had cast David Oyelowo, who eventually played Dr. King. Yes. I had just directed David in a film before that won Sundance, Middle of Nowhere. And David, when the director left, usually when a director leaves, everyone associated with that director leaves. But David is a fighter, Nigerian, you know them. They're fighters. And he said, just because the director leaves doesn't mean I want this part. I'm gonna find another director who wants me. And so he convinced him to hire his friend, me. And I was like, yeah, I want him. I want him to be the big king. And so, in that way, he was able to keep the role, and I was able to move into a phase of my career that was really, the launching point for me in the mainstream.
And that's what I meant when I was asking, when was there a point at which you thought it was bigger than you? What I meant was the story, the purpose, the timeliness of the film coming out with regard to what was happening in the USA and the wider world, where you feel that you're just a vessel and the message is going to get out there is bigger.
Yeah, I completely hear you. I don't embrace the idea of it being bigger than me because I am not a part I don't feel that I am in any of these films at all. So they are, so yes, technically bigger than me, but really I am a servant to the story. I'm just trying to make it and tell it as best I can. And so, I try to keep aware of the fact that I need to reach as many people in as most emotional way as I can, and use all the tools of the trade and anyone I can get my hands on to help me do that. And then you give it away. It's not me, it's not mine. I can't control what happens to it in the world. So a vessel for sure, yes. And try to take the me out of it.
Almost all of your films have dominant themes that are relative to all of us. Is that deliberate?
Yeah, yes, I think, yes. I mean, I think justice and dignity is sexy. I really do. I mean, I think it's provocative. I think it's adventurous. I think it's exciting. I think, it is a propulsive, passionate feeling to strive for justice, to feel something as unfair, to feel like something is being overlooked. I think in the entertainment industry in the United States, there's a real feeling of it's the romantic comedy, it's the Marvel movie, it's the action, those are the things that people want. But I've experienced something very different. When I travel around the world, people want to come up to me and talk to me about their neighborhood, their mother, their history, their family, their community. Justice and dignity and solidarity, and those things are a psychographic, not a demographic, a psychographic that connects people around the world beyond your age, your race, your gender. It is a huge, huge swath of the global community that cares and gives a damn about other people, no matter what anyone tells you, no matter what the people in my country are trying to tell us. It is more than okay to care. It is I believe a human core, a mechanism of us as human beings to care about someone else. Yeah. And so, these films, I believe, can prove to be a fuel, a fire, food for, I think, a society that tries to get us to care less. Yeah. Hopefully the films and the television shows we make invite people to care more.
Your films also take what are often uncomfortable historical circumstances, painful historical circumstances, and transform them into what I call like global art. So you feel comfortable watching it. I'm not sure if you understand what I mean. So for Selma, for example, if you followed the story, if you know the history, you knew that there were moments that would make you cry, it would be painful, it would make you angry. In your films, you come away with what I call a resolution. You are more comfortable with, more accepting of, because I think they're treated artfully. Let's talk about that.
Okay. I think they're triumphant films. I feel the films I make are triumphant because in order to triumph, you have to overcome obstacles. So I have to show you the obstacle, which may be painful, may be uncomfortable, as you said. I agree with you. But in the end, the hope is that you feel a sense of triumph. You feel when you watch The Exonerated Five and when they see us, how the hell, they made it. They made it. They made it through. When you see, Dr. King and John Lewis, the Congressman Lewis and Ambassador Young and all of the great men and women Diane Nash, who were able to succeed in passing that civil rights legislation by putting their very bodies and using their minds and their spirits and putting that all on the line. And at the end, it's triumphant. And so I feel a little, it's my pain point when people talk about how hard my films are. It's something I have to get over, I know. Because I was like, you know what's hard? John Wick. Because he's just killing people for no reason. And I'm like, why am I watching 2 hours of this stuff? Or, just indiscriminate violence. I'm showing you very select violence that actually illustrates a larger story that will nourish you and make you feel triumphant and proud of what has happened here. And so I think, the application or the analysis of violence, the analysis of what's pain, what's real pain, it's more than semantics to me. And so but I hear what you're saying. I hear a lot of people saying, I don't want to watch it. I can't finish when they see us. It's too sad.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, well, if that's sad, let's talk about real life. You know what I mean? And I understand that we want to have fun, we want to enjoy, we want comedies and romances, and I love all of that as well. But I think it's incumbent upon us to educate ourselves and to empower ourselves. And the enemy wants us not to do those things.
Yeah.
And so sit down with your children, sit down with your friends, and feed yourself with things that are going to make you feel stronger and fortified and all of the things that we face during the day.
And then there's this school of thought as well, that your lens, because you are a person of color, because you are a black person, is different from that of a white producer and director of someone from another ethnicity. Do you believe in that as well?
Oh yes, of course. Yes, it's fabulous. I mean, it's. I come with the full weight of my history, my people, my family, my street. I heard you guys call street gaps here. I think that's fascinating. Yes. My gap, yes. My, you know what I mean? I bring it all with me in the same way that my white male counterparts or my Latino counterparts or my, North African counterparts or Asian counterparts are bringing themselves to it. I really am allergic to the idea that we all need to dumb down and kind of fit in this space that's this vanilla space where we all, where it's just all kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
Don't we love the variety? Don't we love the spice of life is the difference? I've been learning here. I would say I am very ignorant to the nuance of this part of the world as it moves from country to country. And so last night I was with some Jamaicans, some Nigerians. They're not here, but they felt that Nigerians and Jamaicans were kinsmen, like connected, because they're loud and they like to talk about their country a lot. And then you had some Bayesians, you had some African Americans, and we were talking about Dominica, and we were talking about Trinidad, and the nuances between the different places. And I have to admit, in the United States, it's kind of like the Caribbean. It's all the same. They're all there. And there was even a comment made that the Caribbean is lumped in with Latin America and kind of like, it's all the same. How can that be? And so this idea of nuance and carving it out and seeing the beauty in each of the little places, I think is a part of the answer to your question. I don't feel like, I'm just a filmmaker. No, I'm a black woman filmmaker. I'm an African American woman filmmaker. Very specific, very different than, a woman filmmaker who's from Barbados. We would have some similarities, but we would have a world of difference to share. And isn't that beautiful to celebrate?
It is. It is.
If there are any Bayesian women filmmakers who want to have a chat after, I'd love to talk to you, by the way.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Absolutely. And at this point, I'd like to acknowledge actually the president of our local Film and Television Association, Jamal Slocum, who is here in the front row.
Hello. Good to meet you.
And that leads me then into my next question, which is for a bit of advice. How would you advise young, both local and Caribbean filmmakers to approach the telling of our stories, including the ones that are particularly uncomfortable or painful from our past?
Well, I think what you're doing here is exceptional, and I just want to thank you for this, the solidarity that's being engendered by having a convening that brings people from, I think there are people here from all over the diaspora, and sharing their art and their creativity and their imagination, ideas, information. It's extraordinary. That's step one, is knowing that you don't do it alone, that you have to be in community. with other artists. And so that would be the first step, is to find your people, find someone that's doing not necessarily exactly what you want to do, but is in that creative spirit, who has that energy, who wants to make, who wants to build, who wants to listen and share, and I think that's just essential to the process. But then how do you get to making a certain kind of work? I would say you have to make what lights you on fire. Mm-hmm. Someone said to me the other day, I'm trying to exercise. I've never been a person who exercises, and so I'm trying to I'm getting older. I need to start to exercise. And a friend said to me, the best exercise is the exercise you will do. Okay, so just find something that you will actually do. And I think it's the same with storytelling. The best story is the story that you want to tell, that you want to tell, that you will do, even if you weren't being paid. You know what I mean? That's the best story. And so for me, luckily, I've been able to cultivate those kinds of films through independence, through my entrepreneurial efforts, so that I'm less someone's handing me a script and I'm just doing it, and more from I am on fire to do this. Even with Selma, it fell into my lap, but because of my family history with Alabama, because of my education and studying the period, I felt very much like I said, this is mine to do. And you have to feel that every time you take on a story. There's been some films and television shows and commercials that I've had to make for the check. But damn it, I'm gonna find my passion in this fried chicken commercial. Okay, I don't eat chicken, but what could it be? I love fried shrimp. Okay, let's focus on the fried. Like whatever you have to focus on, find the passion, find the thing, because you can tell. I think you can tell when you watch something and someone loved it into existence, and you can watch something that feels empty. It feels like junk food and empty calories. Or does it feel like soul food? Last night I had some incredible soul food that a woman made with her own hands. And there was no machines, it was just her, and I could taste it. I could taste the love in every bite. Mm-hmm. And so that's what I think we should think about with storytelling. It's less about studios, it's less about all the trappings that we think come with it. It's more authenticity in the story and your passion for the story. And if your passion is stories about social justice, great. If your passion is, I have a friend, Issa Rae, I don't know if any of you know her work. She just wants to make people laugh. And it's incredible work, and that's her passion. And so we all have to do what we're called to do. Yeah. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
And then you made a deliberate offer invitation to meet with female filmmakers after our chat. Why is that particularly important? Looking at the world through the eyes of the female filmmaker and director.
Such a small tribe. And so, of course, I'll meet with the brothers too, if I'm going to discriminate. But yeah, just such a small tribe, but a mighty tribe. I know women filmmakers from around the world, so many different countries. And it's a very particular set of obstacles. Mm-hmm. And so I always like to make sure that they know what the possibilities are, know that they're a part of a small but mighty tribe. And but yeah, I just love filmmakers. I love storytellers. I love artists. I love people who are thinking independently about business. I just love folks who want to contribute to our overall well-being in any way.
And from films, then you've branched out into other projects. So I want to talk about the power of creating that platform which you've created with film, which has then allowed you to do a number of other projects, all contributing to the global good.
Yes. Well, we have a company called Array, and it's our studio. We have a small campus. So in the United States, some people work on the studio lot. And it's usually seen as a big deal if you have an office on a studio lot. It used to be a really big sign of prestige. Or you just don't have an office on the studio lot and you just kind of go from studio to studio. There was a filmmaker who's a mentor of mine, Haile Garima. Ethiopian filmmaker who made a film called Sankofa. Have any of you all seen Sankofa? And he said, you know, my sister, you need to have your own liberated territory. You need to have a place that they can't kick you out of, that is always yours. And so with money from a film that I made, I bought a few buildings and created my own studio and my own campus in Los Angeles. So that is one of a big, thank you. And that's where we do most of our work, but within that we made a movie theater, and it's completely free. So we play all kinds of films, and we introduce those films to the Los Angeles community free. So we teach kids how to read subtitles. We'll play anything from Korean films to Palestinian films, Egyptian films, Ghanaian films, the latest film that just came out at the theater that we need to see, all free to the community. And so that's another project that's a big one for us. We have Array Crew, which is our initiative to make sure that when you walk onto a set, it's not all white men. Wow. So this is a database that has everyone listed who's not a white man. So it's women, it's people of color, but it's also all of the categories that are kind of marginalized categories in the American film industry: veterans, older people, people with disabilities, who can do the job as well as anyone else, but are often overlooked or not known by the Hollywood industrial complex. So, so that's a database. So there are a number of initiatives that we're always trying to think about that makes the industry more healthy than how we found it. And our hope, our next hope is to, I've been traveling a lot over the last 2 years, because the next step is really global connection. You know, people doing something in Barbados, and then these folks are doing something in Nigeria, and these people are doing something in Dubai, and these folks are doing something in Brazil, and we're doing something in the United States, and we're just disconnected. We're independent, we're vibrant, but we are not seeing each other's work, and we're not connected in a way that we're contributing and supporting each other's work. And so that global connection of filmmakers, once it's solidified, will create dynamic art for the people that sits outside of corporate interests. That's really what we've been incubating lately.
Then there's the question of the stories that we have in common. So I'm really liking that you went all around the world and identified the possibility of filmmakers to work together. Because oftentimes, without knowing it, without knowing each other, we automatically assume that we have differences because we look different, we come from different places, we've been born at different times. But it's only when we communicate, and in your instance, communicating through film, at the production of film, that we realize that we actually have more in common than we do have differences. I think that's important.
I agree with you, very important.
And then I want to move on to your Caribbean roots. We were talking a little bit about that backstage, and you were saying that your roots run a little deep in Haiti as well. How aware were you before you got into film, or even growing up, of your Caribbean roots?
None.
Wow.
None. Well, we don't have those records. We don't have that history unless you have a living aunt, you know, a living elder.
Relative, yeah.
And my great grandmother, you know, was from Texas. She came from there was no way to find out. And so it wasn't until there's a television show we have in the United States called Finding Your Roots.
Finding Your Roots, yes.
And so Dr. Gates invited me on, and you guys, I just had one wish. I said, Dr. Gates, once you do the research, if you find out that I'm white, I don't want to. He said, what do you mean finding out white? I said, I saw you do someone. And at the end, they give the percentage. You know, for African Americans, it's this crazy mix. Like, I give the percentage from both sides, your mother and your father. You might be less than 50%. Someone who was on there, and like the woman broke out crying. I said, I don't want to cry on TV. I'm not trying to. I said, if I am, just don't invite me. He said, well, I can't make that promise. You have, if you want this expensive research, you got to come on and you got to take whatever we give you. I was like, wow, this is rough. So I get on, I'm in the studio, he's taking me through my history, and he said, Ava, what's your worst fear? On camera, I said, sir, doctor, you know what my worst fear is. So he takes me through the whole history. He gets to Haiti, which was called Saint-Domingue, I guess. He gets to Haiti and he said, you have a proud ancestor from, you have an ancestor from Haiti. And I was like, I'm black, like, yes. Yes, from Haiti. Why is it a slave master? Was my direct ancestor. So he's telling me the story about this white slave master who escapes Haiti after the revolution. He has to escape. He goes to Cuba. He's telling me this crazy story, and all I see is this kind of white man moving across the thing. And I was just like, oh my gosh. And he finally gets around to it. He tells me this long story. He says, Ava, do you want to know your percentage? And I was like, it's online if you want to see this. I say, yeah, I guess so. He says, you're 51.9% black. I made it, just barely. So I had no idea until he gave me the story, and it is sad. It is sad that we don't know those things. We don't have those roots. That was purposeful. It was deliberate. It was systematic. It is. We are in exactly the place that it was desired that we would be, not having that knowledge, and so we're finding more and more African Americans who are now on that quest, looking, trying to put the pieces together, and I think that kind of what they're calling heritage tourism, where we're trying to go and reconnect, is a trend that I hope really continues to grow.
Has it informed or motivated you in your career now of making films, of researching stories that you want to tell, of selecting stories that are important to you to tell?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really informed my business sense of wanting the global connection, to understand that there's way more than the United States, and that we have to be in touch. And I think that is has become very, very important to me and my colleague here, the president of Array, Telaine Jones, who's here. That is a big, big initiative to us, is to connect. And I think learning more about my own personal history has helped me with that.
Okay. And now let's go to awards. We were chatting backstage. No, we were standing outside and they were reading the bio. And I said to you as an aside, when you must have heard this hundreds, if not thousands of times, how does it make you feel? And you said grateful.
Yes. Yes. It doesn't get old. I don't internalize it as, it doesn't feel special to me. It doesn't make me feel good, but I'm grateful for the steps. I feel that it's ridiculous that there's not many firsts on the biography of a woman who started making films in 2012. I mean, you know, the American film industry is 100 years old. When we're talking 15 years that I've been doing it, and all of those firsts are an indictment of the American film industry, that there's that many firsts, that much that black women filmmakers were not valued, were not looked at. I certainly am not the best. I'm not the only. I mean, there are extraordinary women decades before me that just didn't have the look, the opportunity, the recognition. And so I hear it, and it's bittersweet. But I may be the first, but definitely not the last. Yeah. There are a lot of other women out there doing great things.
I want to go then, segue from awards to activism, because we were also chatting about that, and that awards bring recognition. Recognition can sometimes bring from the public an expectation of responsibility, that you will take on causes, which you have. And then on the flip side of that is the risk from where we are as members of the public. Every year when the Oscars are nominated, you get this conversation, this global conversation. How many black films, how many white films, how many about the diversity. How do you look at it? How do you assess it? And then how do you balance it?
I've started to value it less and less. When I first started in the industry, it was very important because it authenticates you. You're an Academy Award nominee, so people will listen more, or people will invite you to a panel, you know, or people will want to see the next movie. So it does have that value. It has a value in a business transactional sense to me now.
Exactly. Yep.
It doesn't have a personal value. It does not make me love my work more or less. I go to the Oscars every year. I sit on the board of the Academy, and so each year I'm there, and every year I'm there, the room feels smaller and smaller. I remember the first time I went, I was like, this is huge. Look at this, this is incredible. And it's like every year I'm like, oh, it's just a room with people in it. You know what I mean? It's just the same people. It starts to become familiar. It starts to become less mythologized, and you start to really see it for what it is. People who are just trying to get a statue so they can make their next movie. And also an industry that is, you know, trying to applaud work that they feel is worthy, but you have to keep in mind it leaves out a whole swath of films that are just never seen from around the world. You're just not going to see it if you don't have the money for it to be seen. So it's a skewed process. It is a process that I'm very sober about now. My eyes are very open to it. And yet and still I benefit from being a nominee. I benefit from those things. And so two things can be true at once.
Yeah.
I can go in with my eyes wide open and understand what it really is, and also I can understand what it does. Yeah.
Is there a movie, is there a story that you want to tell? You know, sometimes you say, you know, before I go, before I leave this earth, before whatever, I want to do this. Is there a story that you want to tell?
I'm really fortunate that I can say no.
Good.
I'm really fortunate that I feel wide open to the possibilities of stories all around me. I don't have a heart-sick yearning to tell a particular story. There's so much that I want to do. Every time I finish a project, I pray that I'll get a chance to make another one. And so on my last film, Origin, I just had an extraordinary time making that film. It was exactly what I wanted to make. Oh, thank you. Can't believe anybody saw it.
Oh, yes, we did.
And I loved it so much, and my prayer was just like, you know, God, please let me have the opportunity to make another one, make more.
Yeah.
So, step by step.
Origins would have been promoted as, quote unquote, the story, or one of the stories, one of those seminal stories about the United States of America. I think they're wrong. I think it was our story. And all across the world, people accepted it. This is my story. This is the story of me. I can connect. In lots of instances, I could reconnect. I can understand. I share your pain. Have you experienced that response as you've moved around the world since Origins?
Yes, it's been extraordinary. Origin, because, you know, you're dealing with the caste system, and that is a system that, you know, morphs and kind of it takes shape in forms across the world in all kinds of different countries. It's not nationalized. It's not specific to India or Germany or the United States, which we chronicle in the films. I've heard from people all around the world where that story of a caste system, no matter what you call them, call it where you're from, it exists. There's no country in the world that hasn't been touched by caste and the hierarchy of human beings, someone at the top, someone at the bottom, and the circumstances that keep people locked in those positions generationally. What a concept, and why aren't we talking about it every day? So we call it racism or classism or sexism or whatever we call it, but all those isms sit on top of this idea of ordering people based on a set of random traits that they can't control. And so I'm very fortunate to have been able to make the film, and we made it independently from Black woman-owned studios, so I'm excited about that. We want to do more of that, and the challenge with that film is it has not been seen widely enough. So our next goal on the next film is to create stronger pathways of distribution globally, and making sure that that everyone in the room has seen Origin, no matter where you're from, or whatever the films are.
Coming back to some advice for fledgling and upcoming filmmakers, again, based on something that we chatted about sitting right here. You have a dream, you want to make a film, you have a story you want to tell, and then when we were talking about it, you were talking as well about having it placed, having it distributed, getting it on the panel for consideration for awards. When you start to make a film, this is the advice I'm asking, should you start looking at that entire trajectory, or should you just start with one small goal?
Yes, it's a great question. I so hope that I have an opportunity to speak with some filmmakers here. It's my favorite thing to do is talk. And because the things that I'm speaking about, great question, because it doesn't connect. You know, perhaps if you're just thinking about making your film, talking about the Academy Awards seems very, very far off. I would say do not think about awards and acclaim. Do think about how you're going to reach your audience. There are ways now for independent filmmakers, as you're making your film, to be cultivating your audience as you're making the film. It's the new way in terms of thinking independently. Don't wait until it's made to figure out, okay, now I got to find and connect to an audience. There are all kinds of ways now. If you crowdfunded and you asked everyone you knew to give you $5 to make the film, then you have everyone's emails. And so you could send them a picture a day from the set, or you can give them updates, or you can share script pages with them so that they're following the journey with you and they feel like they're a part of it. There are ways to connect your crew members. After you make the film with the crew on set, you go into the editing room, your crew goes away, they go into another film. How do you keep those people connected? How do you use their networks? So I think right now, marketing, distribution, how you're going to reach audiences, it's very exciting for filmmakers to think about that at the point that they're making it. It's a new way of thinking about it. But in terms of the acclaim, that's the trap. And so if you start thinking about that, even if you start thinking about what people want in the movie, that's also a trap. You're not there to do what people want. You are the artist. You decide what they need, what they should see, what you want to give them, right? And that more often than not is the artist's instinct is right. Even if it's a smaller group of people who love it. I'd rather have a smaller group of people who love it than a bigger group of people who saw it and were like, you know? So lean into the passion, make it with all your heart. Such a great question. When do you start to think about the outside? Think about the outside as the acclaim, but think about the inside as your audience. How are you going to start to reach them when you're ready?
AI, new technologies.
AI.
New technologies,
Yeah.
Yep. Let's talk about that. And we are hearing a lot about the dangers, but I also want, again, to go on the flip side and look at the potential. And look at the potential for creating content faster, more people having access to telling their stories, utilizing the content. And again, a third flip side to this coin, the need for the regulation, for the sensitivity in using the AI technologies. Let's talk about that.
Well, I believe your prime minister is more progressive than our president. And
Oh,
so
dear.
I think it's safe to say you all are in better hands with a very brilliant person who's thinking about AI, the dangers and the benefits. We're completely unregulated. The big corporations are being able to do whatever they want. There's nothing happening in terms of protections and safety. So what I would say is get into it, especially for Black folk. It's here, so it's not like we can fight it. So do we ignore it, or do we try to figure out the ways in which it can benefit our community, our own creativity? The main thing is not to let it pass us by.
Okay.
I get in a lot of rooms with artists of all kinds who want to talk about the woes of AI. It's stealing creativity, it's stealing our jobs. It's like, it's already here, guys. Like, we can keep talking about that, but it's not going to stop. The train is moving, so are you going to get in the train and start to, pull down the pipes and rearrange them in our direction, or are we going to just be on the sideline and complain as it goes by? And so it's tough. Two things can be true at once. I think it can be a scary prospect, but the main thing for artists to know is, if you're a true artist, nobody can take your creativity. People always say to me, how do I protect my idea? How do I protect my story? It's like, you can't, because no one can do it like you. Even if I take your script and word for word have an actor do the same thing. I'm gonna pick a different actor, I'm gonna put different clothes on them, a different wig, they're gonna say it in a different way, I'm gonna shoot it differently, I'm gonna put different music to it. Each person, you bring your own piece to it. So don't be afraid, AI cannot duplicate you. You know what I mean? The question is, what can AI do for me? How can it make me? I will never be able to make Star Wars. They're never gonna give me that money. And I've already asked them to let me make one and they said no, okay? So how can I make Star Wars? Oh, wait, I can say put Idris Elba in a spaceship and put him here and it pops up. Wow, that's interesting. I don't know if I need all of this. Maybe I can use this, maybe I can use the background, maybe I can use, you know, let's learn the tools and use them to our advantage, and bring the full weight of our history, our ancestry, our creativity, our ethics, our morals, our solidarity to it, and see what happens.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Some very important social and global issues, climate change, diversity, and a number of others. I'm just gonna ask you outright. How do you see us making them sexy in films? Making stories from them to create films that people will want to pay to go to see?
Yeah, I just think nobody wants to go see an important film with a capital I. This film is important, it's good for you. This is a medicine film. You're gonna sit down. I have to say, and I feel a little bad about it, but my mother used to make us watch Roots as punishment. She would say, stop it, I'm gonna make you watch Roots. We'd be like, okay, we're not gonna do it. In our minds, it was medicinal. And I even hear people come up to me and they say, you know what, my mom used to make me watch Selma every Martin Luther King Day. I'd be like, okay, that, you know. So these days I'm really interested in how do we take the medicine but wrap it in a candy wrapper? You know what I mean? If it's about climate change, okay, how can you create something that you're able to talk to people about it, but it's in a way that feels less like medicine and more like an adventure, a mystery, a romance, or whatever. Yes, you can have movies that are just about something, but I think more and more to reach the masses, we need to find ways that the stories can be integrated in the forms that the masses might enjoy. And then we bring our creativity to it, and we decide what they need within that milieu. Imagine John Wick if it, underneath, you know, him, underneath, it was saying anything except I kill everybody, you know what I mean? It just wrapped in some way, it could be powerful. And so I think as we move forward, it's about thinking about how do we say the things we need to say, how do we say the things that they want us not to say, and how do we find the ways to put that in a wrapper, in a story that goes down easy. Yeah.
I feel comfortable asking you this question after you have on 2 occasions indicated that you're willing to speak with some of our local filmmakers. Do you see collaborations between the American film industry, filmmakers from the Caribbean, filmmakers from the African diaspora, collaborating on a story that gives a 360 view of our reality? Are you open to that? Do you see it happening?
Am I open to seeing it happening? Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Good.
I think it should happen.
You think it should happen?
Absolutely. You got an idea?
We all have an idea. Yep.
Okay.
The story of us.
The story of us. That's powerful.
Us.
Absolutely.
And the reason why I'm asking is when you speak with creatives of all kinds, across all disciplines, let's say from the continent of Africa, and their perspective of the Caribbean and our story of enslavement, more often than not, ends when the enslaved left to cross the Middle Passage. For a lot of us, I'll speak for Barbados, in Barbados, we see that part of our story beginning when they arrive as enslaved persons on our shores. So what is that story of the Middle Passage? And I feel strongly that that's where the connection is going to come, and that's going to give you the full 360 story. So
I agree with that. I think that's a dynamic story. I think the main piece of it is there needs to be Bayesian filmmakers that need to be as adept, as technically proficient, as story-driven, as skilled, as supported as American filmmakers or European filmmakers. The same on the continent. You know, we need to invest more in growing those storytellers and making sure that they have the equipment, the training, however that needs to happen. I don't know how it happens. I'm really interested in supporting any conversations about that. But you know, I feel like I'm in touch with the major Caribbean filmmakers as they come in and out of the United States. It's a handful, and almost all men. You know, and so it's just really a question of how do we say 10 years from now that we were able to change it around, because it can change. 15 years ago, there was no Shonda Rhimes, Issa Rae, there was no me, Lena Waithe. You know, you had a few women that were doing incredible work, but it would be 6, 7 years in between each film. It took so long for them to get up and running again. Hats off to them for doing what they did. But in order to have ongoing careers where you're seeing new work every you know, multiple television shows and multiple documentary series and all of that, you need to have an infrastructure. And for us, it turned around in 10 to 15 years. So I think it's possible here, if there are enough people interested in it. I think that's the thing. I asked, how many people are from here? How many people are from here? Can you raise your hand? A lot of people from other places? Yeah. Prime Minister, raise your hand. Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you. She representing everywhere. But I asked, do people watch movies here? How do you watch movies? Where are the movie theaters? Are you guys getting together? And I think it's also so much about not just the filmmakers, but film lovers, cultivating film lovers. If you make the film that's a story of us, will people come? How do you create a film community that is ravenous for film? They want to see film just like they want to see Calypso. You know what I mean? Like, how do you get that going? And so there are things you can do to develop a film literacy, film language in the community, so that when the films come, they match up. And all of that. So you're training audiences as well. Training audiences too. Yeah.
I only have a story, but I don't have the camera. I can't even begin to think where I'm going to get the funding from. I have the camera, but I don't have the story. So you see where I'm going with that. So there are lots of people who have that dream, but can't see what the next steps should be or would be. Should I give up?
No, you just begin. You don't need to know all the steps.
Okay.
You don't need to know all the steps. I need to get to the other side of the room. There were people in this middle aisle. I could go around, go out that door and around the other way. I could just walk through the crowd. I could, you know, try to just climb over this. I can ask, sir, can you give me a piggyback ride? Like, there are 9 ways to get across the room. I don't need to know sitting from this seat how to get there. I just got to step off the stage and begin, right? So you have, you know, everyone has a camera. I never like to hear the camera bit. Everyone has a camera. There's a whole films made on iPhones. I'm not kidding you. Full films in movie theaters in the United States making tens of millions of dollars shot on iPhones, or parts of it shot on iPhones. You have it. There are lenses that go on the iPhones that cost $5, $10, not much money. So you have the camera. If you don't know the story, well, what story do you have? The film that was my film that won the first awards was the 4th film I made. I made other films leading up to it just to get my legs. So just get off the stage, you know what I mean? Just start the walk to the door. And you may not know all the steps, but you'll take no step if you stay seated. So you got to stand up and get going. Yeah.
The power of film, and by extension, the power of the arts, and by extension, the power of culture to transform the world. Outside of the politics, outside of the negotiations, outside of the G7 and G9 and the G24 meetings, the power of culture to do what no other tenet of civilization can, which is to transform, to inspire, to motivate, and in this world, also to support, both financially and mentally as well. Let's talk about that.
Okay. What part?
Which part? The entire part, where, for example, I'm going to put it in the context of Carifesta. For Carifesta 15, the reason why we're having sessions like this, big conversations, is because we acknowledge that there are topics that require conversation. Outside of scholarship, outside of research, again I say outside of politics and governance, just people of all walks of life gathering and listening to those who have extraordinary life experiences such as yours and sharing those experiences. And by doing so, finding a better way for a better tomorrow. Nothing does it like the arts and culture. Do you agree?
Yes. Yes, I mean, shout out to the scientists. You all are important too. But I think even when I sit down with scientists, I was at a big conference that Melinda Gates did in Seattle about 4 weeks ago, and there were all of these scientists and people from the climate industry who she brought together because they all are talking about the fact that they need to tell their story. Mm-hmm. They need to let people know about the discovery. They need to tell people about the problem that they're having with, you know, with the oceans in whatever district. They need storytelling to connect from what they are doing to an audience for people to care. And so that's story in between. You know, it's not a press release. It's not hidden in a book that people are not going to read. It's new ways to tell story. And so I think narrative change, using narrative to change, using narrative to connect. These ideas are becoming more and more prevalent, more and more valued. And so if you can figure out how to tell a story, and it's not just the story you want to tell, the story of your grandmother's hands, the story of your ancestry, but there are storytellers that are needed to share what is happening right now and amplify ideas, information, in ways that will grab attention from an attention deficit syndrome we're all in. You know, that has value. So I think narrative change is a terrific space for people to be thinking about. Mm-hmm. You don't have to be, I don't know, Gina Prince Bythewood. I was going to say Steven Spielberg. He's a nice man, but Gina Prince Bythewood or Casey Lemons or other, Uzan Palsi or whomever. You don't have to be a trained filmmaker to be a storyteller. And so the question is, if that's something you're interested in, a very powerful place to hone your skills.
Yes.
Yeah.
After 2 days in Barbados, do you feel different? Are you settled?
Yeah, I feel
do
sexy.
You feel at home?
I feel.
I didn't ask that. I did not ask that.
What is that?
I did not ask that.
I feel sexy.
Do you feel settled at home?
I feel very comfortable. I first came in. I came into the. I'm from California, so I came into the airport. And I stepped out of the airplane. It was windy, balmy, and I said, "Wow, this is sexy." And then, and I said to the woman who was taking me to the car, I said, "God, this is gorgeous weather." She's like, "It's hot." I said, "This is hot?" And she said, "Yes, it's hot right now." And I said, "Wow, this is fantastic." Then we got to the hotel, and I said, "You know, I'm done with the hotel food." I asked the driver, "Can you just take me to some place where I can get some food?" So he took me to this jerk chicken place called Reggie's. And I was sitting there and I'm licking my lips and looking out onto the ocean. I thought, I can do this. Like, I like this. And everywhere I go, people were kind. They nod their heads. Sometimes in the United States, you walk by, nobody even says hello. Everyone has a smile or a nod or acknowledging your presence. So nice. But the one thing that I love here so much, I said this to someone, and they said, "It is?" And I said, "You can't see that?" I said, "It's so clean here." I mean, this is one of the cleanest countries I've ever been to. You don't think it's clean? Yeah. It is so clean. I see no rubbish. I see no trash. I've been in all parts. I was with the driver, and he was taking me through, and he drove me through, and he said, I said, "Oh, who are those? Let's go out. Can we go in there?" And he said, "No, this is a tough part. This is Bridgetown. You don't want to get out." And I said, This is clean over here. It's clean. Our tough areas
You said I'm from Compton.
I'm from Compton, California. Our tough areas are, I mean, you know, if you've been to the United States, it's trash everywhere. And I mean, I literally said, what's up? The sanitation department, these are superheroes. This is the cleanest place I've ever seen. It's beautiful. Don't take it for granted. Don't take it for granted. It's beautiful.
My final question before we go to a brief question and answer session, give you a chance to take a sip of water. What do you watch? What kind of films do you watch?
What kind of films do I watch? I love older films. I love to learn from films. And so I find myself watching, I have a dream of watching every film, feature film that a black director has made anywhere in the world. That's a lot of films. So I love, watching old CBC films, watching, Uzan Palsy, watching The Masters, Haile Gerima. These films are hard to find, but once you find them, you unlock a treasure trove of beauty. And it's definitely worth doing. So I like to watch the old stuff. We call them oldies but goodies. Someone told me you all call them oldies. Goldies. Goldies. Yes. So I like the vintage stuff.
We've been chatting for an hour and 5 minutes.
Okay.
And I want to thank you on behalf of the audience, Prime Minister of the Government of Barbados, for agreeing, first of all, to come, because I do know that your schedule was hectic, but also for agreeing to this fireside chat to share and in lots of ways to unburden and to just give us, I'm sure, inspiration going forward for whatever we do, whether it's film or not, as long as our story is authentic, which is what I took from this, and to find beauty in everything. So thank you.
You're a wonderful interviewer. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And with your permission, we'll now have a brief Q&A.
Anyone who needs to leave, feel free. And thank you for coming. Anyone who wants to ask me a question, I'm happy to answer.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's a hand raised in the back, and there's a microphone in the center.
One brave soul. There she is. Give her a hand. Give her a hand. It's always hard to be first.
Yes, it is.
Great job.
Good afternoon, Ms. DuVernay.
Good afternoon.
I want to pick your brain on the process for soundtrack selection and music composition for your projects. I'm thinking particularly Letter to the Free for 13th, and also the soundtracks that are used in the film as sort of like a narrator to move the story forward. And of course, it's Glory for Selma. And it's impossible to forget the last shot in When They See Us, when Moon River comes in, when the camera pans up to the sky. Absolutely brilliant
She's watched
job.
your film.
So do you think it's a case where the universe aligns you with the right people, as was the case with Letter to the Free, or is it more of a strategic process where you shop around for singers and then you sit alongside them during the writing and the composing?
I want to hug you. I want to hug you. That's one of the most detailed, that was the most, thank you so much. Thank you. How fantastic. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's one of the most detailed, beautiful questions I might have ever been asked, because she watched the films, multiple films, and she had detail about the names of songs that I even don't remember. So thank you so much. Yes, 13th, Letter to the Free was a song at the end of that film that Common did. He just won the Oscar for another film we'd done together in a song, Glory, in Selma. And so I said, he actually came, now I remember, he came to me and said, hey, let's do it again. Let me make another one. And I said, we did it already. Yeah. You did it. I'm going to find somebody else. But thank you, brother. Thank you so much. No, I can do it. I said, why don't you make something? And I'll listen to it, and if it fits, maybe we'll do it. So he made it on his own, Letter to the Free. I showed him the film. He made it on his own. I said, dang it, we're gonna have to do it again. Okay, we'll put it on. And so that fit really beautifully at the end, and we added the pictures of, African-American families at the end. So it felt like it was a real synergy, but that's something that came to me and fit. On When They See Us, Moon River, I'd actually written into the script. So earlier in episode 2, one of the incarcerated men in the prison is singing Moon River, and the rest of the inmates are telling him to shut up. And there's just a little thing there. And I remember thinking, I'm going to get Barbra Streisand's Moon River. because I always love that song. It makes me sad at the end. It's a mournful song. But someone told me maybe 6 months before that Frank Ocean had recorded a version of it. I said, Frank Ocean recorded a version of Moon River? Impossible. I listened to it and I just cried. And it fits so perfectly on it. And then after is a song by Nipsey Hussle that comes on after on the credits. And so it is really like painting. You know, you find the songs, sometimes they'll come to you in different ways, but I'm so rarely asked about the music selection in the film. And so after, I might want to hug you one more time. But thank you for recognizing it. Are you in music?
Background is in prose, but I recently started filmmaking, like you, at the age of 32. I'm 35 now.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you.
Lady J, 91.9 KCSB Radio out of the USA. Honorable Prime Minister, thank you for allowing Barbados to host the Carifesta. I'm so happy to be here from Compton, California. Hey! So Ava, we have a few things in common. Of course, I'm from the USA, I'm from California, born and raised on Rosecrans and Alameda in Compton, California, just like yourself. And secondly, we both actually had the pleasure of visiting a weekly storytelling called The Good Life that happened every Thursday in Los Angeles when we were teenagers. You don't know me, I don't know you, but we were both at the same place some years ago. So I want to say thank you, because that was a platform where storytelling was still kind of on the forefront. And I think that you continued that storytelling in your projects in TV and in film, so thank you again.
Thank you.
My question to you is, what are your current projects that we can all look forward to, whether it's documentary, whether it's film, or whether it's TV?
What a delight to meet someone all the way here from exactly where I'm from. So how incredible that is.
I'm actually here with my husband doing some embassy stuff, and they're like, you're here for Carifesta? I'm like, what's that? I'm like, I'm here for the embassy. And then all of this started taking place, and I'm looking through the events, and it said, Ava DuVernay. I'm like, come on, baby, we're going to, we're going to see Ava.
Fantastic. Well, I love it when that happens. Things like that happen. The Good Life, which is the open mic that we both went to as teenagers, I just learned something interesting. So I'm not from the Caribbean, and I really don't know a lot about the music here. Unfortunately, a lot of it sounds just like Caribbean music writ large to me, but there's all these different pieces. So yesterday I was taken to see this great play about the Mighty Sparrow, who I'd never heard about. And I learned about Calypso, and that they used to have these like rap battles called tributes.
Extempo.
Picong. Yes, that. And that they would use the lyrics, and they would kind of, you know, one-up each other. It's like a battle, like the Dozens. And that's what we'd see a lot of at The Good Life. But with hip hop, black people, we just morph, we change, we take the same rhythms and the same creativity, and they're just called by different names. So it was incredible. It was mind-blowing to see that in that play. You got to check it out. It's called 10 to 1 if you haven't seen it. Hey, is that 10 to 1 people over there? Hey, good job. But my next project, I made a project called 13th about 9 years ago, I think, about the 13th Amendment to the American Constitution. And so for the last, is this live streaming?
Yes.
It's live streaming. I'm making something else. I was going to tell you guys a secret, but I'm making I'm making a documentary right now. It'll be out soon.
Well, we look forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, we've got 4 more questions.
Okay, hi.
And then we wrap.
Hello. I'm one of those Caribbean female filmmakers.
Wonderful. What's your name?
Earlier. My name is Jazz. I'm from the Cayman Islands. I was actually a writer for a Black Lady sketch show, which I know.
Okay, yeah. I know those.
And I'm currently working on my debut feature film. It's an eco-political thriller set in the Cayman Islands about a hurricane that hit the Caribbean, Hurricane Ivan from 2004. Cheryl Lee Ralph is attached. We've got an awesome team that we're building. My issue is we've got about half the funding. It's about a $3 million budget. The other half with gap financing has been difficult because I keep getting told Black actors don't hold as much value financially. And then also when thinking about distribution, as you said, like this is a film that I'm making to be seen. I wrote it, yes, through the lens of Caribbean people, but as universal themes, and people can relate to it across the world in different places. So my question to you is this dance of working with financiers and also trying to make the film that's authentic to me and my home and my community.
$3 million is a really nice budget. In this, I think in past years that would have been a perfect figure, but we need to make them for less now. So I would say try to cut it in half and just make it with what you've got. And let me just tell you, because the American film industry is collapsing, it's completely breaking down. The big companies are consolidating, they're going away, there'll be less of them, so it's all about independent. And you'll be able to make more so you can make your second, third, and fourth film if you owe less. So if you make a $3 million film and you're only able to sell it for $3.5, you don't have enough for the next one. If you make it for $1.5 and you sell it for that $3, well, now you're flipping that over and you're onto the second film. And so think along the lines, if you have half, I'd say, when are we shooting? When do I visit you on set? If you've got $1 million, $1.5 million, go. Figure it out. Bring down, I know it's a hurricane, we have AI, you know what I mean? Like, I heard everything you said. I know 3 sounds good, that's the right figure, but sometimes you gotta get off the stage, even when you don't know how to get to the other half of the room. You know what I mean? You've got that in hand, take it before it goes away, because that money might go away too. So that would be my advice without knowing a lot about what you said, but I'm excited for you. It sounds really cool. Cheryl Lee Ralph in a hurricane thriller. I'll give you my ticket money right now. So good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hi, Ava. I'm Benjamin Henry, Chief Executive Officer of the local Barbados Film and Television Association here. Fantastic talk, very insightful, excellent in every way. About 2 years ago, I was privileged enough to attend a private screening of your film, Origin, here in Barbados. And it was a fantastic film that really showed the power of film to show commonalities across cultures. You touched on a bit here, of course. There's many shared commonalities between the Caribbean and African American populations. And I know you said you're a cinephile, you've seen many films, and I'm just very interested to know personally, what are some of your favorite films, either based in the Caribbean or made by Caribbean filmmakers? I'm sorry to put you on the spot.
You are.
But
wow.
I'm sure there are some that really struck you, and I'm just very interested to hear that. Thank you.
That's tough. I haven't seen enough to be knowledgeable about them. And I also suffer from the craziness in the United States of conflating in my head Caribbean films, and Latin American films all in my head, because they're marketed as the same thing. So I'm very ignorant and I'm very uneducated to it. I do love a film that I actually distributed called Better Must Come. Does anyone know that film?
Yep.
It's one of the more recent films, maybe in the last 7 or 8 years, by a filmmaker named Storm Salter, who I think is really promising from here and feels like he might be able to push through and make some larger films that are seen more widely. In terms of, I'm afraid that I'm gonna say something wrong, because I don't want to say films that are Latin American films by Black people, because they're not Caribbean films. I don't know. Gosh, this is a horrible, horrible question. This is a horrible question. What are your favorite films?
Favorite films
What
ever?
should I see? What should I see?
Well, I mean,
Give me 2.
One of the classic Caribbean films, one of the greatest ever, is probably the Jimmy Cliff film, The Harder They Come. I mean, that's a classic.
Well, I've seen that. That's a wonderful film. I could have said that.
Yeah.
Go, what else? What else?
Boy, I wish let me see. You put me on the spot. I would probably go for Latin American films myself, I can't really, look, if there's one thing we could take away from this question, is that maybe we need to make some more, you know, make some more to get on your radar.
Amen.
That's how we're going to flip it.
Amen to that.
Diplomatically.
Thank you.
Mark, forgive me, and again, we're very uneducated in the United States. You know, we only, the maps that they teach us in school is just the map of the United States. So, but Martinique is considered?
Yes.
Sugarcane Alley.
Okay.
I would say that. Have anyone seen Uzan Palsi, Sugarcane Alley? That's my answer.
Great answer.
Sugarcane Alley.
Check it out.
Okay, thank you.
Next. Thank you for putting me on the spot, sir. Appreciate you. Hello.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mandy. I'm a makeup artist. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
My question might sound frivolous in grand scheme of things, but I promise there's a point. You talked a lot earlier, and I think throughout your whole chat, about bringing what we can to the table, right? Just showing up and doing what we can. And I had it written down so that I don't stumble for reasons. I firmly believe in the art of storytelling, like you've been talking about. And with makeup in general, whether it's just makeup for an event or for a wedding, I think I'm telling a story. But I've also been on many film sets, video sets, that kind of thing. And for me, often makeup is something that's overlooked because it's invisible. If it's done well, like it has been in many films, I'll call some of yours, like in Selma, you don't see it, but it adds authenticity to what you're seeing on screen, and it brings you into the moment. You're able to immerse yourself, right? And then, of course, in A Wrinkle in Time, which I was thrilled to watch because it was my favorite book growing up, it transports you to another world. So my question is, when makeup is used intentionally and sensitively, and not just for aesthetics, it can be a big part of storytelling. And in a world where traditional beauty standards have for far too long excluded women and people of color, and it's a battle that we are still fighting today in commercial spaces, on screen and everything, how do you see makeup contributing to the language of storytelling and reframing how we view beauty and power and what they look like on screen? And what advice would you give to a makeup artist and makeup artists who want their work to deepen the narrative rather than distract from it?
Got it. Thank you for the question. Makeup artists are some of my closest collaborators on set. We think of crew members and we think of guys with belts carrying cameras and rigs. Two of the people that I depend on so much in a film crew is the makeup and hair team. Because if an actor comes out onto the set and doesn't feel like the character, then we don't have a movie. It doesn't matter how many lights and how many cameras and how beautiful the location is and how much the script is fantastic if the actor is not feeling like the character. So makeup and hair transforms an actor into a Dr. King or a witch from A Wrinkle in Time or whatever. They have to feel that. And the makeup artist is the ultimate hype person. They hype them up. You can do it. Get out there. You can do it. They're the last person that the actor sees before they see me. And so it's so important. Every person on a film set plays a role. And I just look forward to the day that this country has a thriving film industry because there's so many different jobs that are exciting. And the makeup artist, it's not a trivial question. It's a big question. They create wounds, they create monsters. They make you look tired. Most actresses in the United States are just their faces, they're not tired. You know what I mean? So how do I make you put the bags under the eyes and make them look tired and less beautiful or more beautiful? It's such a big role. And so I hope that directors make you feel empowered and make sure that you know how important the role is. And I invite anyone that's good at makeup or hair, you know what, no matter anything you're good at, there's a role in film for you. If you know how to fix cars, we need car mechanics on films. How do you think the cars move around and work? You can do some hair. You can do a hair on a film set. Makeup. If you're a good builder, we have construction. If you're a nurse, we need medics on the set. It's like a little town. I'm the prime minister of the town. That's my job. But there are so many different pieces of the puzzle. And once film starts to be made, if you hear about a film, a video, a commercial, get in there or make your own. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. The line is getting longer and longer. It's good. Okay, we're going to speed through them.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Sean Rose. Hi, Ava.
Hi.
We had the pleasure of meeting the other night at Alvin Ailey.
Oh, you gave me such a nice hug.
You were amazing.
I remember.
Thank you for being so kind.
Thank you.
I work in film. I've been working in film for about 8 years now over in the States. I work at the biggest film production company in Atlanta, Georgia, also known as Tyler Perry Studios. And I've been working behind the scenes for a number of years, and it's been amazing. I've gotten to see the woes and the ups and downs in the film industry, from us being laid off for months to a year and getting back into working. And in that time, I've been able to discover so much about myself as a creative. Much like you, I work behind the scenes, supporting all of our actors and crew members. And now I've finally gotten the opportunity to stand in front of the camera and act. And by doing all of these roles behind and in front of the camera, it has inspired me to write. And I would love to ask you, what are some tips and insight for future screenwriters and writers in general that helped you lead and catapult yourself from behind the camera and behind the lights to in front of the screen and behind the director's chair, or in front of the director's chair?
Well, congratulations on your trajectory. I'm never in front of the screen, so that's the last thing you want is me acting. How dare I try to direct an actor? I'm the worst actor. I'm a horrible actor. So you in front of the screen is something I could never do. But how do you get started? If you want to write, if you're a writer, then you should write every day, at least 3 or 4 pages a day. And so there's a Julia Cameron book, a very famous Julia Cameron book called The Artist's Way, that encourages writers to do morning pages. So when you get up, you do your morning pages, 3 or 4 a day. Whether you know the idea, whether you know what you're doing, get in the habit of writing every day. That's something that anyone can do. Now, I should take my own advice because I'm supposed to be writing a script right now, and I'm here in Barbados, like sipping coconut water. It's not the best thing. But when I get home, I'm going to resume my morning pages and writing every day. It's like a muscle. It's like working out. You do the exercise that you can do. And so anyone can write. And it's not a script. It's just journal, whatever comes to your mind. But get in the muscle. Get the muscles going of writing every day. If you don't do that already, it's a beautiful practice. Good.
I brought it with me,
Good.
and I've been writing here. It's been amazing.
Good.
My second question, I'm a little nervous to ask, but
I think it's tough because we got a lot of people behind you.
Oh,
So I don't know if we can do, okay.
But I would just like to know if you have any opportunities in the States. I would like to present myself to possibly work with you or for you, if possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you have any opportunities, I would like to connect further and possibly work with you, if possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Keep moving
Thank you.
quickly.
Thank you.
And if I could, just in the interest of time and because of Miss DuVernay's schedule, if we could have crisp, short questions, then so we can let everyone ask a
ready.
question.
Hit
We
it.
don't want to disappoint everyone.
Hello, everyone. My name
thank
is
you.
Whitney.
Thank you.
Sorry. Hi, everyone. My name is Whitney Payne. I'm from Oakland, California, by the way of Louisiana. I lived in Barbados for 3 years. Love Barbados is a second home for me, and I'm also retracing my steps here as through the middle passage of my family, probably, traveling through here. I just wanted to know from you, as a producer, when did you feel like you arrived? And what was your proudest moment? It's just an interesting question that, for me, being in the industry for 18 years, I just want to know, when did you feel like you arrived and your voice mattered?
When my voice mattered, I feel much more arrived when someone comes up to me and tells me what the films meant to them than when I'm in a gown at an award show. I just feel full. I feel happy. And so when people started to tell me what the films meant to them, we have a TV show in the United States called Queen Sugar. When people would come up to me and talk to me about the characters by name. I was walking through the Atlanta airport on the way here, and a woman said to me, not on the way here, on the way to the trip I did before, and she said, "How's Ralph Angel?" I said, "He's good. He's good. He's good. Asking me about a character in a show that's been off for 3 years because she said, I miss him. And I said, I know, me too. That's arrived, you know? So I think it's reframing what we think of as success, something that's come out of your head and your heart and your mind and your morning pages has reached someone to the point that they want to talk to you about it and they miss it. That is, you made it. You made it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My
good
name
afternoon.
is Lisa Pegram, and I am a writer, an educator, and an editor. And I am from Washington, D.C., but with Bayesian roots, and have recently moved back to Barbados to write a book about my family legacy.
Wonderful.
I also want to say that I've lived outside of the States for 13 years, and a major touchstone for me has been your films, and especially Queen Sugar, when I have felt homesick and I wanted to connect back to my other home, especially because Nola was writing that book about her family. So I want to thank you. Also, you have no idea the
I've
kind
arrived.
of nurturing.
Thank you.
There you go. I just want
Thank
to tell you
you.
the arrival is arriving.
Thank you, sister.
So I have a quick question, and I just turned 50, so I have to take off my glasses to ask it. What about a book might move you to make a film or a television about it in terms of content and perhaps form? And then how might a writer who aims to have their work adapted best attract a producer who wants to acquire the rights?
Great questions. It's hard to say what hits the spirit when you read something or hear something and feel like, oh, that's a movie. It's not cookie cutter that way. You know, like I said, you got to have the passion. So when one of the exonerated five, some people know them as the Central Park Five, slipped into my DMs on Twitter and said, hey, would you ever want to do a story about us? It's like, wow, a story about, that's a great story. Just like that, it took hold of my spirit. And if you would have asked me 3 days before if I would have ever done a story about five boys and, you know, a crime story, I would have said no. But so it's hard to say. I think in terms of presenting the work for as an author to be adapted, don't be precious, you know, because once you give it to be adapted, it becomes that person's thing. And so the biggest obstacle is authors being you must do every page the way I wrote it, right? If that was the case when Natalie Bazell, I took the rights to Queen Sugar, you know, there was no Hollywood character in Queen Sugar. He was not that guy. He was a minor character who did something else. There was half the characters in that show weren't in the book. I built on top of the book, and it became a show that was on for 7 seasons. So make it a rich world, and then invite artists to interpret it. And I think the more that filmmakers see you're open to interpretation, it becomes a hot property.
Okay. Thank
Hope
you.
that helps. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Eric Rose. I'm a Senior Information Officer at the Bahamas Information Services.
Okay.
And I'm here at Carifesta, not only covering it, but as a poet and a visual artist. So and also to tie into Atlanta, a graduate of Clark Atlanta University, where I served as editor-in-chief of the newspaper Clark Atlanta University Pamphlet.
Wow, wow.
My question is one that I asked earlier at another event, stating we in the Bahamas have something called the E. Clement Bethel National Arts Festival, where we actually have young children in high school, primary school, preschool, go through the visual arts, acting, even filmmaking, as one of our persons are here. And I was wondering how important it is to have activities and programs like that are feeding into the future of our film industry and other industries for you.
Can I just tell you how magnificent you look? Look at him. He's got a camera on the left, one on the right. I mean, you look like a superhero to me. As a filmmaker, with those cameras on you, it's gorgeous. Fantastic. I think you look like Superman to me right now. It's so important to have these early programs. You know, it should not feel slight. It should not feel optional. You know, the health of any vibrant film industry, it starts like anything else in the apprentice level. But even before the apprentice level, awareness the possibility, the dreaming level. And so those early, I don't know exactly what the program is you're talking about, but it sounds like it's young people bringing them into the idea of image making, storytelling, information gathering, research, whatever it is. Those are all just as important as taking a kid to the aquarium so they could see, you know, how marine life moves for the first time, opening up the arts to them at that level. And that's so much of what's happening here. I know eyes are being opened. Yes. I've seen dance, I've seen plays, I've seen music. You know, imagine people 10 years from now say, oh, my first exposure to that thing was at this convening. So wildly important, and yeah, I think it's great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Superman. Yes.
Our final two.
Pull it down, make it work for you. Yes.
Wait, sorry. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Hi, Ava. I'm Trinity Rose, and I'm a young director, and my film is showing at Carifesta on Wednesday. It's called Perturb, and I really wish you could come because you're a big aspiration. Even hearing your story while I was sitting down, I'm like, I relate to you so much. And my question is, what is your advice on writing stories with darker themes that they may be realistic and some people may feel awkward to watch them or it may be uncomfortable, but I find myself writing a lot of realistic stuff and I do love realism a lot. So what's your advice on that?
Wow. I really wish I could see your film too. I'll be gone when it debuts, but if you can send me a link, I'll watch it. Okay, so where's Tulane?
She's right here.
There she is. So if you can give your email to that woman, she's a president of Array. She's actually the one you want watching it, but we'll watch it, and I can't wait to see it. Thank you for sharing it with us. Also, I want you to show me how to do my hair like that, because it's fantastic. But the last piece is, darker themes, whatever the themes are, remember, think about what you want to say, what you want to do. If it's what you like, if you believe that it is the story for you to tell, then tell it. And I guarantee you there'll be at least 2, at the minimum, other people. But there will be other people who want to hear your story the way you want to tell it. So don't constrain yourself by what other people want. If you're into dark themes, then make your dark movie.
Thank you so much.
I can't wait to see it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. What an incredible crowd. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your enthusiasm. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ava. But before we go, thank you very much. I want to give the final word to our Honorable Prime Minister.
Oh, wow.
Thank you very much, Ava. Thank you very much, Carol. Thank you very much, audience. This is why we're doing what we're doing. And Carifesta 15, the theme was not by accident, Global Excellence, Caribbean Roots, because we have to be able to tell our story. I became Minister of Culture in 1994, and for that period of time, I had a common refrain while being education and culture and youth, and that is we have to tell our story. And I say so because whether it is trying to promote the Bridgetown Initiative for the reform of the international financial institutions, it is because we have a story to tell to make change. Or whether it is that we're moving for reparations, it is because we have a story to tell to make a change. Or whether it is saying to the UN that small island developing states deserve special and differential treatment because we are different, we have a story to tell. And certainly on the issues of climate, we know we have stories to tell. So the question has always been, however, how do we create the opportunities? How do we allow our people to understand the standards of excellence so that they don't settle for less? And in so doing, how do we tell our stories not just from the perspective of sufferation, but also of joy and triumph and love? I believe strongly that the Caribbean has that humanizing element. We are a microcosm of the rest of the world. And in coming together on land spaces that are really very small, relatively speaking, we have been able to forge something that's not perfect, but that has not seen the level of bloodshed and strife that other regions have seen at the same time. Now, as I said, that's not a reason for complacency at all, but our sufferation has given us the capacity to build resilience and to allow our creativity to flourish. And whether it is Marlon with your works, and I certainly want to salute you with the last stuff you've done on HBO, Get Millie Back, and whether it is Mikey Bennett or whether it is the ones like Trinity who are coming out of Barbados, whether it is songwriters like the Water Street Boys, the point is that all of us have the ability to tell that story in whatever medium. The difficulty comes in reaching scale, and that's the point we made on Saturday morning with the big conversation. Our ability to transform our people, to have the confidence to not become pawns in somebody else's stories. We talk about gun violence in the region and the level of homicides in the region, and the reality is, I keep making the point, guns don't walk, guns don't talk. People do. People kill, people hurt people. These are the things that we have to begin to understand. And if we understand that, then we begin to understand that education and non-formal education, which is culture, are the most important things that we can do to transform this nation, this region, and indeed this planet. But we cannot simply say that because we're small or that we don't have access to ABC. The beauty of technology, it has given us a lot of dangerous things. There's no way we can avoid that. But there's also a beauty in the democratization of access to technology. And that's why your answer to the young lady from Cayman Islands about the budget is so important, because there's some good old time lessons from our ancestors. If you don't have horse, you ride cow. You understand? And we have learned to do that. But you talked about other stories. Mikey, Marlon, Dancehall Queen, made with a budget of what, $1 million US, and grossed over 25 million US in the early stages. Our music, our story, our color, our vibrancy, our struggles deserve to be told. And regrettably, they've not been told enough. And that's one of the reasons we invited you here, because people must touch and feel excellence, and you represent excellence for the black world in filmmaking. And there isn't a price to that, because when you inspire others, I know what it is to watch Michael Manley, Errol Barrow, Tom Adams, etc., in the business that I am in, and I know the difference that it made to my path. So that when we host Carifesta 15, it is because this country has been blessed to have produced two persons who have attained global excellence. We've produced more, I would like to believe, but two for sure. So Garfield Sobers, the greatest cricketer of all time, he's born in humble circumstances on one side of Bridgetown, and Robin Rihanna Fenty, born on the other side of Bridgetown, also out of humble circumstances. None of us in here knows when the next Sagari or the next Rihanna or the next Ava is coming from. And that is why we do what we do. And I thank you also for the kind of mentorship and advice that you've given here this evening, the patience with which you have done it, and the humility with which you have done it. And I simply say that if there's one piece of advice that I certainly give, and you gave this evening, if you see an obstacle, don't let it stop you. You go over, you go around, you go under, you go through if necessary. But there are too many people in our country, in our region, who are intimidated in their heads. They lease out space in their heads to the obstacles and refuse to take the steps. And that is what we want to stop. So, as a young girl about to turn 60, I say to you all, it is your world. I want forever to be young, but I'm conscious that like you have to keep exercising to keep moving. So honestly though, this is your world, and the majority of people as I scan the room are young people. And you have the stories to tell. And previous generations had other battles. They didn't have access to the technology that you have. Tell the story and let us, at our level, fight the battles of distribution and scale and promotion, and we promise to do that. Barbados, in my view, can be a location that is a serious player in the film industry. Mm-hmm. That is why, as well, we took the decision as Cabinet last week to purchase all of the digital archives of Banyan Productions. Because in those over 2,500 films across the Caribbean, they tell our story. That is why I committed and I joked with Ralph Gonzalez that we're going to do a 6-part series, 2 hours each, on Sparrow and his music. And why? I don't know when we're going to find the time, but we're going to do it. And it may just be radio. But the point is that if you look at the stories, we go to 10 to 1. Alabama, when they started to sing his song on Alabama, you could as well be talking about Texas last week. Mm-hmm. When they start to sing the songs about education, CARICOM Educational Transformation Commission. But Sparrow was singing about it 30, 40 years ago when he made fun of all of the nursery characters in the Royal Reader that we used to have to read in primary school. And he basically was telling us, how do you decolonize your mind at this stage? Or when he just simply understood human beings and wanted laughter and titillating. The lizard ran up she leg and it disappeared. Everybody's still searching. Where the lizard? You understand? So, and if I could have sung, and you know I cannot sing, I would not be Prime Minister because I would be in the arts business. But the point I'm making is, look, this is your world. And Carifesta 15 is just to give you an opportunity and to learn and to take these opportunities. And all we can do now is let you fly and hope that among some of you, that you will soar right into the stars. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you, President. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Fantastic.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you very much for coming, and we now invite you to join us for a brief reception outside. Thank you. Happy Carifesta.
My name is Kwasen Ricardo Seeley. They call me Q for short, like Q in the community. I teach people how to reduce stress, how to reduce tension, how to just shake things off. In this world, you have to do these things. Also, you got to work on your spirit. I was teaching at a few schools, but the program stopped. I was teaching at Gordon Greenwich Primary School. I was teaching at St. Lawrence Primary School and Ellerton Primary School. This is for primary school children because we have to get them young. The children took it on so wonderful. A lot of children what we call hard ears. And they come there, they fight, they want to pinch one another. And not. By the end of the program, the children are like soldiers. The children were disciplined. They say, sir, we're going to miss you. Sir, we love you. All they need is love. And they need discipline and to know that they are better. They can do better. You got to put self-esteem in the young people, and that's what I do. I put self-esteem in them. Love yourself. You come from a great people. You are great. You can do much more than you're doing now. You don't have to hate nobody and do this. You can do wonderful. So my plans then, after Carifesta, is to try to go back into the school. I think we need to take serious look at the youth and the violence, and we cannot have a solution of stiffer penalties. It does not work. We have to teach the young people not to do the crimes in the first place, and that is a national self-development program, and it can come through African studies with Stick Dickin being a part of it. We have to do that. I used to teach the police. I taught the police martial arts already when I was here back in the 90s. I was training the special branch, and then I went to the Barbados Defense Force. I taught self-defense at the at Paragon, and then my skill set that I had, I taught the Marines and so forth, military overseas. They took me up to Paragon, and I taught the Commander Squadron at Paragon as well. But again, that was mostly self-defense. But even with self-defense, I always try to teach the police and also the young men in the defense force to have discipline, humility, respect, righteousness, loyalty, and trust within the art, because that is within the art. One of the good things about Carifesta is that the NCF has allowed me to do a workshop at the youth village where I'll be showcasing Barbados stick licking to the youth. A lot of people in Barbados don't know what stick licking is, young people. I've been people in the 15, 20, 30, 40 years old and don't know. So Carifesta is an opportunity in Barbados where people coming from all over the Caribbean to Barbados, so they'll get exposure now to Barbados stick licking at the workshop. Basic stick licking. If somebody want to hit you on top of your head, you got basic block. Angle of the stick points down. Don't do this or this, because the lash will come down and crack your knuckles. Angle the stick down. And don't be on the line of aggression. I won't block it here. I'm going to block it off the line of aggression. Somebody want to hit me on my neck, my ear, or across my eye. I do what I call a right guard. This is a right guard block. The other side is a left guard block. So simple. Headshot, you got right guard block, right guard block. I got blocks for the legs and for the groin. But 3 simple blocks. It's here, here, and here. I can also block here as well, not just the head. I can also block this side as well. So Carifesta is an opportunity for us to showcase Barbadian culture. The stilt walking, the tuck band, and so, but stick licking cannot be left out because stick licking has so much value, so much treasures in it that cultivate the person. We cannot leave stick licking out. And Carifesta is a wonderful opportunity to showcase our high culture and what we can do to the rest of the Caribbean, CARICOM.
Welcome back to our special coverage. Yes, we're live at the Grand Market out here at Waterford in St. Michael, Barbados. I'm Julian Rogers. We're so happy you could join us, not only here in Barbados via television 8, but certainly on radio and most importantly online. And if your friends, wherever they are around the world, are not with us, please go out there and tell them. All they need to do is go online, CBC Barbados, and they'll see the stream and be able to catch up. And if you miss any of the live, you can also go to our YouTube channel, of course, and pick it up as well. So there you are. No excuses. Welcome. So we're going to turn our attention from filming now, and we're going back to what I consider one of the critical aspects of the creative culture across our Caribbean, the work of the artisans. And we have a number of visitors to the Carifesta. One of them is Helen Joffe. She comes out of New York, but she is really a person who grew up skiing in Colorado.
Hello.
Welcome, Helen. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing well.
Am I right about the skiing?
I actually snowboard.
Snowboarding?
Or skiing, yep.
Ah, and you fell 100 times.
Yes, plenty of times.
Well, we can skate here in Barbados, you know.
Yeah, ski in the sand.
There you go, ski in the sand. Welcome to Barbados. Welcome to Carifesta.
Thank you.
Is this the first Carifesta for you?
Yeah, first Carifesta.
All right.
Third time in Barbados.
Third time in Barbados. All right, so we got that out of the way, so I want to talk about why you are here specifically.
Yeah, so third time invited by the National Cultural Foundation, and I've worked with a number of artisans through the NCF, and I was invited to come and check out the artisan groups, and we've worked with about 14 companies in the last 3 years in Barbados and invited them to come to New York to a show called New York Now. And I run a program there called Rising Artisans. And I've been doing that for about 13 years. And it's a wonderful program. It really helps artisans who haven't entered the US market before. So we coach them, mentor them, get them ready, and then also help them at the show, prepare their booth, prepare their sales materials, really helping them to be more successful in the market.
What kind of work are we exchanging here?
What kind of products?
Yes.
All sorts. So we have home products, we have a lot of jewelry, we have textiles, we have, and in Barbados we had a lot of wellness skincare products, which was a newer thing for me, but we really helped them to be more successful as well. And so it's a wide array of products, but all handmade, all usually have some sort of social impact aspect to them.
I want you to walk through the fact that we create a lot of stuff, and then we say we're gonna sell it to the world.
Yeah.
What's the difference in terms of the product appreciation or preparation or production here versus what we need to have to ensure that is acceptable to the global market?
Right. So that's a lot of the coaching I do. So first step is to find out, are you ready to export? So we have a whole sort of questionnaire. I interview the group, find out how ready they are. You know, do they have shipping in place? What's the cost? Are they, are they sort of able to compete in that market at that cost? Because we want them to be successful. We don't want just people to show up and not be able to do all those things. So making sure they have that in line, that they understand their production. Do they have production capability? How big is that? So asking all those sorts of questions, and then there's a coaching of some of that you learn as you go. And a lot of those groups were supported by NCF to come. So there was a lot of learning as you do when you get there. You get the feedback from the customer and things like that.
So you're moving people from creating something, and you're making them business savvy at the same time?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's what we call an export marketing plan. So it's bigger than just a trade show. You know, you have to think about your product. Because a lot of people start just selling in their local markets, right? Or selling the local shops, maybe. It's a totally different business plan. So it takes time. It takes time to build those types of businesses. But if you're confident and you can do all the aspects that we help with, I've seen people be successful for sure.
And you talk about success, so I want you to see if you can zero in on what kind of success would really demonstrate success.
Yeah. Well, and again, it takes time, but success for us for a first show, if you get 2-3 orders and you get maybe 20 solid contacts at that trade show, that's a successful show. And then you just want to build on that. The real success comes from building those relationships and making sure you get reorders and really getting to know your customer in that way. And then that builds over time. So hopefully in 3 years, 3 shows time, you're tripling that, you know.
What is the makeup, sex-wise, in terms of the people who are participating in this program? I suspect more women than men, right?
Yes and no. I mean, we have a good mix, but definitely more women. I would say in the Barbados groups, we had more women, but we had a couple of men in there as well.
And younger people too?
Yeah, I would say there's a wide array of age, but definitely younger people. We had a group, or one of the women who was making bags here. I forget how old she was, but it was very much her first experience, and she learned a lot.
What do you envisage in terms of how this program grows?
As far as how many people, I mean, it's been going on for 13 years, and it's still a challenge for people to come. I'd say that's the biggest challenge. Well, it's expensive. It's expensive to come to New York. You know, it's a big endeavor, is what I would say. So that's, remains to be a challenge for a lot of smaller groups. But that's why NCF is amazing, because they support them, get them started. So we need more groups like that. We need more governments that are supporting artisans to, get market access.
Or private sector people.
Yeah.
Or individuals.
Yep, absolutely.
Who see the value of this kind of thing.
Yeah. So I think that's what I would like to see help grow. I need that support to then support them at New York Now.
Excellent. Talk some more about the exchange, though, on the New York side to the people coming in from the Caribbean.
Like what they would experience. Yeah, so New York Now has been a show that's been around for 100 years. It used to be called New York Gift Show. And you see buyers from all over the US at the New York show. mostly smaller boutique shops is what I would say. So you see a lot of museum shops. So they would love, Caribbean groups. And then you do see the larger retailers as well. You see the big Targets, Home Goods, those kind of US large retailers. And they're going to want to work with people who have larger production capabilities. But I would say majority are kind of smaller, independent retail shops. And they're very interested in handmade, unique products with a story. So that's generally what you will see. And the show is 3 days long. It's twice a year. It's in February and August. And yeah, anyone who's interested can find me on the New York Now website for sure. And I love doing it. It's a fabulous job because I get to see people from all over the world and would love to see more Caribbean countries.
Yeah. There's often a criticism, fairly or unfairly so, that we seem to see the same thing from a variety of the same people doing the same things, everybody doing soaps, everybody doing lotions,
right.
or they're doing handicraft and they're all similarity and whatever else. Mm-hmm. Is that a problem?
I would say it's something you want to consider. Look around you, see what kind of products, how are you going to differentiate yourself? How's your product going to be different than the 5 other soap companies? You really do have to distinguish yourself and really research your market, especially if you're exporting, because you might have a lot of that here in Barbados, but maybe not so much in the US, but you have to distinguish yourself for sure. And that takes time, but a lot of market research, and that's things that I help those customers do as well.
How is your help affecting the local market, say the people who are involved in meeting product for the tourist sector versus the local populace?
How does it help there? Well, I mean, it elevates their product, I would say. They get to know their product and their sort of offering more. Yeah. So even now, I mean, I'm seeing 6 or 7 brands that I've worked with here at the market. And you can see how they grow and develop even in their own local market as well. Because they get to understand, this is how I need to present my products or package my products or tell the story more. So it absolutely helps in that way as well.
Really, this is a search for originality.
Yes, absolutely.
Helen, thank you very much for the help you're giving to the artisans in Barbados. And ultimately, of course, it feeds off into the rest of the Caribbean. Thank you for facilitating the exchange. That's very, very important.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it.
And welcome again to Carifesta.
Thank you.
Helen Joffe, coming to us from New York Now. It's a platform for the artisans of the world to come together in New York twice a year, show off their wear, and really grow over time. This is Carifesta 15, and we've got a lot more for you. So just stay right there.
You never get another one straight to everything. Don't want me to take it. Don't want it was ticket. Don't start if I take it. You never not take it. You run on this train. The train is a gold. You know do anything. The train is on the main line. The train is on the main line. The train is on the main line now. You better get your ticket. You better have your ticket. Better have your ticket now. One train to every day. One train to every day. If you miss this train, you never get another one. One train to every day.
I'm a visual artist, and I'm here for Carifesta's Fragments and Futures collage workshop and lecture talk. And I am really excited to be here because I want to inspire young people of the Caribbean to look at the visual arts, but especially collage making as a way of expressing themselves and really putting out there your own narrative and your own story.
Read to your eyes, read. Find artists that you like and that represent the kind of work that you want to do, and explore your life to every degree. Biographies are amazing. Art biographies are stunning works of art in their own right. It's like if you want to be an artist, you have to like commit. You have to really commit because it's a very difficult path, and you have to know for sure that you really want to do it. And like you had mentioned about just finding mentorship, create work wholeheartedly because you want to do it and not because you feel like you have to do it. I think work tends to suffer when you create work with already the negativity and blocking your mind. So I think it's a perfect segue to go on to the other acts that are the other area of the talk today. As the talk is not finished, I want to thank each and every one of you personally for coming out and supporting and for asking questions and for being informed. So thank you for coming to Fragments and Futures.
Collage is accessible and it's open and available for any person. You can be anyone and create with what you have. You can start anew, you can begin, look around, you can be present, and know that it is available for you to take from. What I also want people to take away from this moment is that there is space and opportunity to imagine new futures and imagine new ways of being and understanding of ourselves in this world. I also want to thank Akila Watts, who is the visual arts coordinator who invited me from the UK to come here to Barbados. I have enjoyed my time thus far and look forward to the collage workshop coming up soon. Thank you so much for being here to spend the afternoon together creating. This is my favorite part of the Artist Talk workshop because you guys get to explore your creativity, and one of the things I'm really committed to in my practice is social practice and bringing the work into spaces where other people can also take part and also create and feel empowered, and also to feel like they've connected with themselves during the process. And Lenore's workshop is also about connecting with yourself as well. So thank you for those of you who joined the Artist Talk and those of you who have just joined us.
Thanks everyone for coming out to this workshop. Today and I are really excited to share aspects of how we make our work. We wanted to simplify the processes as much as possible. So I know you guys see our collages over here. We're not going to aim to make one of those.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to give you just guidance on how you can start making your own work and start a collage practice. So thank you for coming.
So me, before I decided to become an artist, and really connected with this idea of connecting with joy in my practice. And so this was, I guess, like a foreshadow.
Yeah, so hi, my name is Jessica Reynolds. I'm here at the Fragments and Futures workshop for collage. So I come from a background of art. I would have studied animation, worked in graphic art, dabbled in fashion. So I believe the term that people use now is multi-hyphenate or multidisciplinary creative. So I came to the workshop because I am a huge fan of Lenore's work. And I was really intrigued to hear more about her artistic process and then also work on a collage under her guidance. So this is a really exciting time for me. So the workshop was, well, the workshop is ongoing now, but the talk was really great. So both herself and Jode, they really went into the so many different aspects of their practice, from the materials to the idea of reclaiming identity and expressing the self, and using collage as a way to really, make sense of the world, make sense of yourself, sometimes even through like history or through traumatic events or whatever the case may be, but really using collage as a way to be free to play and express yourself and, hopefully grow into a further artistic practice.
Hi, I'm Bria. I came here today because I just wanted to learn some art techniques. I saw that there were some free courses, so I just wanted to come and take part. Today I am just, thinking about my grandmother's house and being small and being with my grandmother and feeling safe and eating her food and stuff like that. So I'm just kind of doing a rough sketch of her home, the plants, the garden, stuff like that I remember from my childhood. And I'm just looking forward to learning more about the techniques so that I could hopefully apply it to my own, my own art that I'm working on now.
Oh, right. So for the workshop, I'm kind of trying to work on something that Lenore would have said, mentioning the cartography of the self. So thinking about places that I've been to and the experiences and how they all kind of relate to each other in, the landscape of my mind. So we have like some palm trees, some little sea bits here, and then also some scenery from like different international cities I've had the privilege of going to, and just kind of trying not to think too much about it, just putting it all on the paper and then going from there.
We've begun the Archiving the Self Collaging Personal Cartographies workshop, collage workshop. And what we're really aiming to do here is to get at a core memory or something that you feel really good about in this moment. Think about that, sketch it, and then we're going to cut it out or even make shapes out of it or paste fabric on top of it to really make a collage that's personal to you. It doesn't have to mean anything to anybody else. It just has to be meaningful to you. At the end, we'll talk about what that core memory might have been if they want to share that, or what this process means for them going forward. I've created this collage to inspire people to start a collage sketchbook. You don't have to show it to anyone. It could be just anything to deal with your own emotions, your feelings, how you want to express yourself, and then you can build a bigger practice out of that. So this is a foundational workshop to get people to really dive into themselves and be creative in a collage kind of way.
today hostile multidisciplinary artists here at Carifesta 15, and we are live inside of the collage workshop. Today has been absolutely amazing, connecting with the other artists, Akila Watts as well as Lenore, who are both Bayesian artists, and so it was really lovely to talk about the intersections of our practices and how our practices are related to collage. For me, the biggest takeaway today has been connecting with the lovely people here. I think it's really important as an artist to not only be inside my studio making the work, but to also get the work out into the world, talk about it, be in communication with people. And this atmosphere, as you can see behind me, people are, steady, busy working on their own creativity, being able to take some of the things we talked about and then jump into a creative form of expression in some way, shape, or form for themselves, I think is really special. And I really love that about art, is that it's accessible and open and available for anybody to do. And I just love that I was able to take away that I could connect with amazing, incredible people through my practice, which I view as sort of like a social practice, allowing people the time and the space to take some of the elements from my practice and then bring it into whatever they want to make today.
Dance is so important to me. I've been dancing for so many years. I danced with Dance Strides Barbados, Sharon Trotman, and it helps me to express myself, so it's really important to me.
Dance is embodied expression. I think for me, dance comes from not looking pretty, not feeling as though you are doing it for other people, but it really comes from an internal process, and it's just grounding. I use dance as my sport, as my escape, as my mental process. It grounds me, and that's what it means to me.
Tengo 22 años, soy de Cuba y bailo hace ya 15 años.
His name is Leonardo. He is 22 years old. He's from Cuba and he's been dancing for about 15 years.
Bailar para mí es como algo primordial en mi vida. Es una de las cosas que me ayuda a conectar conmigo mismo, a descubrirme como persona.
Dancing for him is very primal. He is discovering himself. He gets connected to himself.
Es la manera más fácil de expresar y canalizar todas las cosas todos mis procesos personales. Es mi trabajo y mi hobby también.
Dance for him is like a job and a hobby. He uses it to digest everything that's happening with himself personally.
I'm from right here in Barbados, and I decided to do this workshop. Like, why not try it? And it was awesome. It was a great experience, and I enjoyed it. So being one of the more mature members in the group, it was at first a little, but I just did my thing and enjoyed it and, didn't let it bother me and gave it my all.
Hello everyone, my name is Danica Martindale and I am from the beautiful island of Barbados. Honestly, dance is a very difficult sport. It is in no way easy and it is very physically demanding. And so to anyone who is interested but might shy away, I would say honestly, just come out as your true self. Try to do as many classes as you can, work out as much as you can so you can remain fit and so you can actually take on the pressure of what is required in order to take on the sport. So yeah, that's what I would say.
We're from the Cayman Islands.
What does dance mean to you?
One word, freedom.
Passion. Expressiveness. Empowerment. Escape.
Okay.
Power.
Love.
What would you say to a young girl who is hesitant about taking up dance?
Go for it. Just do it. You never know where you'll end up. You never know what you might turn out to be, what kind of dancer. Everybody starts somewhere. Yes. And we all dance at different levels. We all have different talents, and you just never know.
Hi, my name is Aisha Kamishong, and this year I have the honor of serving as Carifesta 15's dance coordinator. What does dance mean to me? Dance means everything to me. I quite often say dance is the love of my life. It is my first love and continues to be my one and only true love. Kidding. But dance is a huge part of my identity. I often also say that I can't imagine myself without dance. For as long as I've known who I am, dance has been a part of me. And without dance, I feel empty. Without dance, I don't feel like myself. So yeah, it means everything. I believe, and I've read this somewhere, that the Caribbean is comprised of dancing nations. Dance, and not necessarily how people maybe envision dance, stage, technical proficiency, that kind of crap, but movement is a part of who we are as a Caribbean people. So when people say I can't dance or I can't move, I'm afraid, no, we move in the way we talk. Look at how I've been talking the entire time through this interview. I'm using my arms, I'm gesturing, all of that is movement. So when people say, I'm afraid to dance, I'm like, no. Just dance is a part of who we are. So just jump in head first and put your best foot forward.
Hi, my name is Misha Brathwaite and I am from the great island of Barbados. I am actually a student with the BCC and sometimes they send out different dance opportunities. So we got the link for Carifesta and I really just scrolled through to see what dances I would be interested in. And this one seemed interesting. I feel like it's very difficult to sum up what dance is for me, but the first thing that comes to mind is expression when I think about dance. It's a way for me to speak, to express myself, to like show who I am through movement, through moving my body. That's what dance is for me.
My name is Dave Smuja. I work as a producer and as a director every day, but here in Barbados, I'm brought in a show where I am the producer and the director for Song and Buried. This is my first time to be in Barbados. For me and the rest of my team, there's 6 of us, and it's also our first time to be in the Caribbean. And we've come all the way from Zimbabwe, the country in the last alphabet. Yes. So for me, because we never really differentiate dance with actual theater. We always build our dance to text, to poetry, to everything else. And we're using dance, poetry, and everything else, our own creativity, to capture our own history, to talk about our stories, to celebrate our lives, who we are as a people. And that's exactly what dance does and what it means to me.
What's up, it's your girl Nikita here at day 4 of Carifesta 15. We're still at the Carifesta Village in Grand Market, and I thought we were in Barbados, but right now we're in the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Joining me is Stephen with all the energy in the world, which I love and appreciate. How has Carifesta been going for you so far?
Oh my God, in the first instance, it is hot. So there is something that we share in common.
Thanks, Storm Erin.
That's why I'm sipping on my snook one, but it's been intense because, of course, we are in the business of showcasing the best of who we are from Trinidad and Tobago. So, of course, a lot of background work. We've been planning for months for the unfolding of the past 2 weeks, I should say.
Well, let me see some things. Come and show me around. We have this whole booth going on.
Yeah, this is the first part of the experience. Because, of course, in crafting the experience, we have to think about all of the generations.
Right.
So, of course, every young person wants to take a photo to remember.
We have a backpack.
Because, of course, Carnival is the...
Very soon.
Yeah. And we are now welcoming you to the experience of Trinidad and Tobago. So if you've not been to Trinidad and Tobago, this is going to give you a taste of what you can find. In the first instance, you find the warmth and the vitality of our people, and that is represented here. My colleagues from the Ministry of Culture, we are here and we're just spending time getting to know one another, networking, and sharing our stories, because I think that's what Carifesta is about, is bringing the entire Caribbean together for this wonderful experience.
So we're talking a Twin Island. I'm one of those people, those Bajans, that love a Trinidad Carnival. That's for sure. Costumes sell out already in Tribe, but I already get my registration in, so I'm good. But it's the land of festival, the capital of culture. So give me a little taste about Trinidad. When I come to Trinidad, what should I do? Where should I go?
Well, I think you have to get to the beach. But if you're talking about festival and culture, we are a beautiful blend of traditions. So you would see represented in this booth today both islands, Trinidad and Tobago, so you'd find some very distinct things about us. So in Trinidad, of course, it's all about the cuisine, all about the street food, and we are also we are a business hub. So it's the island that is big on industrialization. But when you go across to Tobago, it's a rest. It's really
crab and dumpling.
Crab and dumpling, yeah. Of course. And of course, in Tobago, steel pan.
Yes, come. You hands full, so I can try. I know my way around the steel pan. Right. My dad plays. Of course, I love the music. We had Young Renegades. Like yesterday was so good. But you hold one.
Yeah.
You be my right hand, I'll be the left hand.
Yeah.
Give me a little sign. What we doing here?
Yeah.
What am I playing?
So listen,
What's
there are
this
some
note?
people who will crucify me for this.
I know, me too.
But it's all about the wrist work.
Wrist work.
And here, you gotta fake it until you make it.
For sure. All right then.
But this instrument, this is our national musical instrument.
Yes.
It is our baby. It is our own, and we are very proud of it. As a matter of fact, we're happy to be here in the month of August because August in Trinidad and Tobago it's Independence Day, but it's also Steel Pan Month. So all month long, there are a series of activities that you could come and enjoy, where you get to hear the bands like Renegades and many others, both the young people, and passing through the booth, we are seeing young people who are more interested in thinking about their future in terms of performing artists and that kind of thing. So we are really proud of the evolution of
preserving that culture and keeping that legacy for sure. I mean, like I tell you, I love Trinidad. That's the truth. They all in the pan yards, and you see the young ones coming up, and they truly embrace the steel pan. So it's a movement.
Yes.
So what are you looking forward to most?
From Carifesta, I'm actually looking forward to some rest and going to the beach. But what is beautiful about exchanges like these is that the things that we take for granted, even right in the Caribbean, and even at home, it's a learning experience. So even in preparing for the exhibit, we got to learn things about ourselves, our identity. And as we walk around and as we get to meet our brother and sister islands, it's a beautiful moment when people share history and exchange culture. So you leave the experience feeling more edified and refreshed.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Stephen.
Thank you very much.
Nice meeting you.
I look forward to seeing you for Carnival next year.
I will be there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Here again at the Carifesta Village and Grand Market, we are hopping around the islands that are represented right here for Carifesta 15. We're on to the Spice Isle, Grenada. We have Nasil here. And Nasil, are you already stepping on some nutmeg shells, I assume?
So this is our therapeutic pictorial area that we set up, and we allow persons to take picture. Yeah?
Now, if you were living under a rock, Spice Mass went down it was what, like a week ago, 2 weeks ago? The jab, you had everybody in their feelings. I will never miss Spice Mass again. Real quick, tell us a little experience about Spice Mass in Grenada.
So Spice Mass is our premium brand, and we look forward to it each year. The visitors look forward to it. So we come with a bang. Our promo this year was on point because we were overwhelmed with the visitors, and we are happy and elated for that.
So we call it the Spice Isle of the Caribbean. Nutmeg is a spice that I know of, but I know that you have a ton more of spices when it comes to Grenada. So here I'm seeing some rub and spray. We have tea, we have rum, nutmeg syrup. I can put that on my pancakes?
Yes, you can put it on your pancakes.
Love it. What else do you have here?
We have some aromatherapy, so we have some rubs and sprays which takes care of your aches, your pains, your joint pains.
Wow.
We have the pepper sauce.
Yeah.
It's done by GCNA, our industry that is legally to export on our behalf in the country. We have Barron's pepper sauce.
Is that banana ketchup?
So this is Barron's pepper sauce, right? So it's all done from our peppers in Grenada. It's not imported pepper. So it's a pepper with a heat.
I see something here that my dad loves a lot. Is this banana ketchup? Daddy got banana ketchup?
Banana ketchup. You can flavor your pot with this rather than using the regular tomato ketchup. You get the same or even a better aroma in
and it's healthier.
And it's healthier. Yeah.
Love to see it. I gotta get some banana ketchup for my dad for sure. We have some books as well.
Yes, we do have some books from our authors, Grenada published authors. So it's
children's books.
We have puzzles, we have the actual readings, we have the actual activity books for children. So we have a wide range.
Yes. So much to experience here at the Carifesta Village and Grand Market. We move over to the art. I see some art over here, some batik, some crochet, some bags, some scrunchies. Walk us through here.
So this is our fashion and apparel, all locally done by our Grenadians.
Some earrings.
Scented candles. We have scented candles from 2 of our manufacturers. We have for the men, what's that? It's a beard conditioner. So we not only tailored and catering for females, but we do cater for the males.
Yes, keep the beards nice and full.
We have the beard oil, so we want men to come on out into Grenada booth because we do have things for the men.
Love to see it. Well, thank you so much, Naseo. It's been a pleasure. And like I said, I will never miss Spice Mass.
And we look forward to Carifesta the next year, next 2 years. And it is, trust me, a grand experience for Grenada. It is our first time entering in the trade aspect of it, right? So we welcome it. Our manufacturers were happy to have their products showcased here so that we can network and find markets for them. And this is why we're here. We look forward to our regional and the CARICOM bodies and heads to network using the bilateral and the those agreements, trade agreements, to make trade happen inter-regional.
Frequently.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, nice meeting you once again. Thank you. Of course, we're roving around and moving around here at the Carifesta Village and Grand Market. All of the Carifesta 15, we've seen Trinidad, we've seen Grenada, and now we're stopping here at the British Virgin Islands. I know of 2 of them. I've been to Virgin Gorda and Tortola before. We're here with Natalie and Renicia. And she's actually the regional marketing manager, right? That's what I heard. So what can we expect down the aisle? Or down the chain of islands, I should say.
In the British Virgin Islands, you can expect culinary delights, you can expect adventure, beauty, beautiful scenery. Every island is unique, and what we like to say in the British Virgin Islands is you can have breakfast on one island, have lunch on another island, and dinner on another island. We have ferries that transport you to the islands. Minimum, I would say about 30 minutes away. Our most northern island is Anegada, so that's about an hour and a half away, an hour and 45 minutes. But every island is very unique.
I agree. How many islands?
So we have 60 islands and keys, but we have 4 main islands, and not all the islands are inhabited, but we have 60 islands and keys, 4 main islands, Tortola, Virgin Gorda, and Just Van Dyke. And this beautiful image that we chose is actually on Virgin Gorda called the Bats. So you actually trek down some really big boulders. It's a little exercise, but once you get to the open, it's a beautiful, a whole new world.
And like you said, it's like the best way to island hop, right? You got a taste of everybody. Okay, so what can we see here at the booth today?
So today we just have an example of our product, which is Virgin Gorda the Bats. Today we have a map. This is a map that I created. It's basically a road map for the Caribbean friends. Okay. We wanted them to be able to know how to trace their route from where they live to the BVI. So these are all of the regional airlines, and they are color coded. So for example, the yellow plane is Liat. So if you live in St. Lucia, for example, it shows a direct flight. For example, if you live in Dominica, the green flight is inter-Caribbean and so forth. So you're able to look at this and have a bird's eye view of how to get to the BVI from where you're from. Because we want you to come, right? And also we have
some food here on the table. I see things.
Local goodies. This is sweet potato pudding. It's absolutely great. Everyone seems to love it. We have fudge by a local vendor. Her name is Jeray. These candies is really good. And she also makes these really great peppermint candies. They're absolutely refreshing.
I'm glad I don't have my kids here today. They will probably raid this table.
And then we have some tarts. We have guava, pineapple, and we had coconut, but everyone loves coconut because it's the best. It's the best tart. And we also have our events calendar for the rest of the year, so that persons can know can plan a trip to the BVI. They know what is coming up in November.
What's the standout event on the calendar?
Our Emancipation Festival, and it just ended, our 71st edition. That was in the middle of July to the first week in August. Right. So that's a really good event that we want persons to come to because it's all about culture. You learn about the food, the people, and just have a great time.
Okay, well, I love it already. I need to book a flight soon.
Tell me about that.
Great event coming up. It's called the Antigua Lobster Festival. It is the last weekend in November. So if you love lobster.
Oh, we Bajans over here love a lobster. Who don't love lobster?
It's from November 28th to the 30th. So you can visit bvifoodfest.com to learn more information about this event.
You seem like you get a lot of lobsters out there. You have a whole festival for them.
We have a lot of lobsters out there, yes.
Wow. Well, down here we do crabbing. I know we have a lot of crabs out this side. So, but you got lobsters?
At the Lobster Festival, they have many different types of cuisines that you can have. You can have lobster beignet, lobster ice cream,
lobster ice cream?
Yes. Lobster taco. So the island that it's held on, they have a lot of lobsters. So we host a festival on that island.
I'm a girl that love her belly, but you piqued my interest there with lobster ice cream. That's one to try. And of course you have your pottery I'm seeing here.
We have an artist, his name is Carl, and he creates these nice potteries here. So different representations of BVI he has here, different little pots and, you know, vases that you can use in your home for decoration.
And coasters.
Yes, and we have coasters here by another artist via Donovan. All of these are her artwork that she creates. She's a well-known artist in the BVI. And then across here we have Mr. Bing Whitley. These are some of his artwork, and these represent some of the islands. Renicia spoke about the bats.
That looks like a good spot.
Exactly. She spoke about the bats.
Yeah.
Those boulders. It's a cathedral. You go in, nice pool of water. We call it the 8th wonder of the world.
It's you?
Yes, ma'am. And then this is a depiction of what Road Town or Capital used to look like back in the day.
Right.
It's changed quite significantly, but that is the rendition, artist rendering of what it used to look like.
Oh, well, I love it. I am definitely intrigued. I have to come visit soon. Well, again, that's for sure. I know you have fantastic musicians over there and singers as well. We have some literature here.
Yes, we do. We have a lot of local authors. So we have a lot of their books on display. We have Patricia Turnbull.
Yeah.
We have quite a bit of people here.
Biographies.
Joseph O'Neill. Yes, we have stories, children's stories, Ruby's writings. We have quite a number of medicinal books, documentaries, history books. Quite a number of things we do have.
So what's the lasting message you want to leave with our viewers about BVI and telling them, inspiring them to come down?
BVI, people are warm, we're friendly, we have good food, it's a beautiful landscape, beautiful scenery, and again, once you get to the BVI, we have a number of islands that you can island hop from island to island, have a different experience throughout the entire day, throughout your entire stay. We are also known as the sailing capital of the world, so you can sail to many of the different islands. And again, what we want to leave with you is you come to the BVI, you become family, and you also will wake up, you have breakfast on one island, you have lunch on another island, have dinner on another island.
That is a bucket list for me for sure. I'll bring my luxury yacht all down to BVI, have breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and that lobster ice cream is a must try. So thank you once again. Enjoy the rest of your Carifesta. Thank you. Okay guys, we're here at the Carifesta Village and Grand Market. We've seen all the islands showcase what you can experience in the island. And we're about to tap over to Guyana. We're going down south and we're visiting Gail's Leather Variety Store. She has amazing footwear and leather craft items. So can you tell me some more about what you have here?
Okay, I have real handmade leathers.
Love it.
Yes, and as you can see, I have lovely sandals, slippers in all the fashion and description and color. You can come down to the Carifesta Grand Market and meet me at booth 60 and come and get your shoes. Whatever color you have in mind or style, I have it all.
And she's not kidding. When I first came here yesterday, my mom, she's the one that brought me over. She was like, you have to see this. You have to come over here and see these sandals. I grabbed her a pair and then I grabbed 3 more for myself. And I can tell you that they're extremely comfortable. I love your work. I just may pick up a couple more. So everybody getting some McGill footwear for Christmas or your birthday. And you should too. How's Carifesta been for you?
Well, it's now picking up, it's okay. But I want to say shout out to my customer in Barbados from AgroFest. I want you to know I'm at the Grand Market, so come and see what style you didn't buy so you can get it this time.
So this is your first time in Barbados?
No, every year I do AgroFest.
Oh, I love that. So you know Gail Winner, so you make sure you come down. You're going to be here for the remainder.
Yes.
So come check out Gail and her amazing footwear. She has belts and bags and so much more. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Love it. See you soon. Your girl Nikita here in the Carifesta Village and Grand Market. Right now we focus on our craftsmen and women. Right out of Barbados, straight out of Barbados, we have here Blessings Olaniyi and featuring a lovely brand by her name, her last name, carrying handbags, belts like she's wearing. And if you're like me, you're intrigued. I love a good handbag and these look amazing qualities. So you tell me all about it.
So Olani came about because I have another bag business, but I wanted something that really encapsulated the Caribbean. And the name Olani is my last name, but it actually means to glory and wealth. So my mother is Vincentian, my dad is from Nigeria, hence the name. So imagine the culture that I grew up in. So that to me is my wealth and it makes me who I am, because no one can tell your story, no one can tell my story. So our stories to me are our wealth.
Oh, I love it. Well, talk me through some of these stories and the designs that you have here.
Okay, so I love the art. However, I got into sewing, but I love using mixed mediums. So for this collection, it's called In Full Bloom, and it's inspired by the Pretty Barbados flower. And I took the artistic part of it and made these bags from our crocus bags from the potato sacks, burlap. And I used faux leather to create an art piece. So from afar it could look like a painting, but when you come up close, everything is hand cut and hand sewed to make an art piece.
And I love the vibrant colors as well. The orange, the green, the yellow. I mean, the color palette is vast. So why those colors?
Because it's the Caribbean, we from Barbados, we want color, color, color.
I mean, I'm the orange hair songbird, so I'm very happy to see the orange represented, and I have to leave here with something for sure. So how's Carifesta been for you?
It's been really nice to see all the Caribbean people because, as you heard, my family is from the Caribbean, and meeting all of us is like we're all family. So just meeting everyone, hearing the different stories, the different brands, and seeing all the talent is really nice and inspiring.
It's been like a reunion, right?
Are you telling me? Yup, for sure.
What are you looking forward to most?
I don't want to say the food, but the food and the different fashion shows, because of course I like fashion. So seeing what all the different Caribbean islands have to bring to the fashion floor is really, really nice.
And we'll be seeing some of your pieces in these fashion shows?
Unfortunately not, but you can kind of find me here at the Grand Market until Friday.
So she's here every day. Come see it for yourself. Don't just stay home. Get off the couch and come down here. I keep telling everybody it's like Barbershop Market on steroids. There's so much to take in and you have to see it for yourself. Blessings on blessings to you in the future.
Thank you. And you can find me on Instagram at olani.luxuries, and our website is www.olaniluxuries.com.
So let's get out the way so you can get an up-close view on her pieces. We're here on the west wing of the Carifesta Village and Grand Market, and we've stepped into another zone, guys. Home decor, we have fashion here, we have so many things here, and right now we step into Jamaica. You don't have to ask this lady where she's from. She has it in her hair. Her name is Rose from Rose's Arts and Craft, and she has something here that I am very interested in. It's a map of Barbados, a key holder, right? That's what it is?
It's a key holder. Yeah, look at jewelry. Got a lot of Jamaican jewelry.
Yeah.
I got the
got
Jamaican
bags.
backpacks.
One Love.
One Love. Bob Marley. Yes, I got the Rasta hat.
Beads,
And
chains,
also
bracelets.
Rasta hats.
Easy.
Yeah, man.
Over this side, we have stuff for your home.
Yes, and I have dresses. I have clothing as well. I got the Jamaican clothing.
Ice gold and green.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yes, and over on this side, I have the
Ornaments.
Yes.
We have some tables, things to the center of your table when you're entertaining.
Yes, I got the jewelry boxes. I got the lovely Martha and pistols up there.
Love it.
The crabs. I got the signs there for the wall.
Yeah.
I got turtles, lovely turtles. I got a lot of stuff. I got the earrings there as well. These bags are made from leather and calabash.
Wow.
Genuine
love that.
leather.
In all different sizes too.
Yes, and I also have the paintings. These are hand painted. I have the big hats for the big head rastas, Rastafarians.
Love that.
Yeah, man. I got a lot of different stuff. Yeah, man.
Okay.
And I'm here hoping for the best.
Yes, please. You're here till the end?
Till the end, yes. Yeah, man. All right.
Well, you have a good day, Rose.
You too. Jamaica, man. Jamaica to the world.
Love it.
Hey. To Carifesta 15 live at the Grand Market out at Waterford here in Barbados. And we've got an afternoon concert coming up a couple of minutes before the midday hour here in Barbados. So happy that you could join us here on CBC television out of Barbados, the Caribbean's best connection to Carifesta 15. We've got to say that over and over again. And we also got to remind you that there are many ways in which you can follow our broadcast, not just on the cable and free to air here in Barbados, but of course online as well. So be sure that you pick up and spread the word that if you go online to CBC Barbados, you'll find the live stream there as well. And radio is also carrying it here in Barbados. So that's where you are, and on television stations across the Caribbean as well. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Barbados and to Carifesta 15. Well, there's a lot of activity today. We are on Tuesday the 26th. As I said, we got a lunchtime concert coming up featuring a band from Barbados called JC Black Project. And these are young people who, of course, master the art of musicianship here in this country. And they're going to showcase that music and song in just a while. So that's one thing. You missed the stick licking. Yeah, because between 11 and 12 today, we had the stick licking demonstration at the Barbados Community College, but there's a lot more happening there with a play, youth play, still walking demonstration, and then the Barbados Landship with Man Overboard and Millie Gone to Brazil at Commerce School, and then at the Frank Collomar Hall, it is Antigua and Barbados with Deadly Roots and Grenada as well, combining their talents in the on what they call the Commerheads boat story. That's at the Frank Collomar Hall. And then at Queen's College, again in the city, Zimbabwe Song Unburied. So that's the theater arts that's coming up today. And there's a lot more. If you get a chance to look at the calendar of events, your head will be giddy, I have to tell you. A special event today, Tuesday, the 26th. Tradition Meets Innovation Workshop. That's on at the Jean and Norma Holder Hospitality Institute at what used to be known as the Marine Hotel. Now it's Hotel Pomerine, Pomerine. And that is the location for that significant event. So moving from the literary arts now, well, no, don't leave there at all, because today as well, activities right here at the Grand Market at Waterford, the Carifesta Village, and this is where Literary Lab is being conducted. The workshops are on right now. Children's story time to follow at midday, and then tonight, Wapaxi Poem Slam in Pelican Village. So that's the liberal arts agenda. Now, I'm looking now to what's happening as far as film and video. Boy, there is so much happening. A lot of short films. I gave you a hint of that yesterday at UE, at the Arrowbarrow Center for the Creative Imagination. You got community screens as well, and at Carifesta TV as well online. So a lot of film production, short films, and you'll see that Jumbie story that I interviewed the guy about yesterday. So moving from that, I go to fashion. Yeah, fashion is on the cards today, or on the boardwalk, I should say. This afternoon between 3 and 5, a masterclass in fashion styling and creative direction. This is right here at Carifesta Village, and there's an area undercover where that is taking place. And I'm moving on to music, and again, a lot of activity there. We have music recording studio live. This is a training program. Then at St. Leonard's Boys School, they've got a studio workshop on vocals, and a pan yard, steel pan making, tuning and care at the Christchurch Foundation School, and a vocal performance workshop in the afternoon at the Christchurch Foundation School as well. A lot is happening, guys, including the Kokodoo reggae artist Dwight Richards, reggae singer Tammy, and all that's happening later with gospel as the focus here at the Grand Market. So, do I continue to tell you more? I think that's it. No, there's one more thing I need to tell you about, and this is at the University of the West Indies, and this will wrap up in about an hour or so. This was the head of the cultural division of the Afro-Insom Bank, Temwe Gwende, and he had a very special feature reconnecting the trade routes between the Caribbean and Africa. As you know, that is one of the great focus of this multilateral financial institution out of Africa. So we're making way for a live performance, as I told you, from the J.C. Black's Project Band on the stage here at Carifesta. And I think that any minute now you'll hear them strike up the band, as Doug Hoyt would say in his days on television. When he read the news, he always ended that way as he wrapped it all up. So I think we're getting the cue that we should go to the main stage now for the special welcome.
Sometimes we need to ask God to cleanse us, okay? Right? Correct. Search me, oh God, and know my heart today. Try me, oh Savior, and know my heart, I pray. See if there be some wicked way in me. Cleanse me from every sin and set me free. Look, this is our last song in this medley. We sing this song in primary school. It's called Try Little Canis. So if you want to sing, feel free. And if you see your brother by the road with a heavy load, from his soul. And if you see your sister by the way, just stop and say, you're going the wrong way. You got to try a little kindness, show a little kindness, shine your light for everyone to see. And if you try a little kindness, you'll burn up the blindness of the narrow-minded people, of the narrow-minded street. And if you see your sister by the road with a heavy load, she's old. And if you see your brother by the way, just stop and say, you're going the wrong way. You got to try a little kindness, show a little kindness, shine your light for everyone to see. And if you try a little kindness, you'll overlook the blindness of the narrow-minded people, of the narrow-minded street. Walking up the King's Island. As I would have mentioned before, we are the JC Barbados band, and it was this time to introduce our band. So on bass, we have James Clark, our MD. On keys, we have David Scott. On trombone and trumpet, we have Joshua and Praise. On background vocals, we have none other than Azaria. And on vocals, we have Kaya. This is Blessed Assurance. Blessed assurance, Jesus is mine. Oh, what a foretaste of glory divine. Heir of salvation, purchased of God, born of His Spirit, washed in His blood. This is my story, this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. This is my story, so this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. Perfect submission, perfect delight, regions of rapture now burst on my side. Angels descending, bring from above, echoes of mercy, whispers of love. This is my story, this is my song, praise my Joshua City. This is my story, praising my Savior, praising my Savior, praising my Savior all the day long. On keys, we have David Scott. This is my story, so this is my song, praising my Savior all the day long. This is my story, so this is my song, praising my Savior, praising my Savior, praising my Savior all the day long.
We have many mothers crying out, many youths dying due to violence. How many more? Rose up early this morning to the sounds of crying. Another mother shedding her tears. Oh, Jah, why all the pain and suffering? Why all the senseless killing? Does it mean that nobody cares? Too many sons lost in the slaughter, blood running in these streets like water. A gun in hand knows no friend, no. Woman got selling death in my land, getting rich off these souls of we children. Can you tell me when will it end? How many more down must carry this load? Jah, how many more down before we trot down Zion? No. Heavenly Father, won't you hear my plea? Send a helping hand for the country. Demand there's no solution. I'm begging for the children's future. Oh, Jah, drop stats on by the color. How can we stop this mind pollution? Too many starving and too many hungry. Too many hopeless souls in the city. know. How many more down must carry this load down? How many more down before we track down Zion? No. How many more? 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 More? How many 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 more? More? How many 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 more?
Once again, we are the JC Blacks Project Band. And for this last song, I want y'all to do something for me. Everybody in the chairs, right? So I know everybody can lift up one hand. Let me see one hand. I want to see 2 fingers on this one hand. 2 fingers. If you believe that you're getting a double this year and God is blessing you with a double, let me see you put it 2 fingers. 2 fingers. Yeah. So you can say, all around this trouble, 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 but you not gonna let me go. You getting a double, double, double till your cup run. We got it. Yeah. Wanna let go. Trouble, 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 but you not gonna let me go. You getting a double, double, double till your cup run over. Go all around this trouble, 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 but you not gonna let me go. You getting a double, double, double till my cup run over. When life up and down like plenty, when I feel too far, you're with me. I pray, I know that you hear me. I pray so the devil can't scare me. No, I know. No matter the trial, I know he'll be there for sure. I know that God is working it out. I cast my care on the Lord. He's my strength when I'm my weakest, that's for sure. So cast your cares upon the Lord. He will guide you in your darkest days. I'm telling you that all around is trouble, 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 but you not gonna let me go. You getting a double, double, double till my cup run over. Go all around this trouble, 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 but you not gonna let me go. I'm getting a double. Listen to that. Say, why Jesus don't have to ask me? You better just taste and see. Life full of storms when you're on the high seas. So put your trust in G-O-D. He's coming with arms wide open, and he will never leave you broken. Beloved, don't you know you're chosen? So don't fear, the devil can't scare you. I know. No matter the trial, I know he'll be there for sure. I know. That God is working it out. I cast my care on the Lord. He's my strength when I'm my weakest, that's for sure. So cast your care upon the Lord. He will guide you in your darkest days. I'm telling you that all around is trouble, 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 but you not gonna let me go. I'm getting a double, 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 so my cup run over. All around is trouble, trouble, but you not gonna let me go. I'm getting a double, 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 so my cup run over. So cast your cares on the Lord. Say he's my strength when I'm my weakest, that's for sure. So cast your cares upon will guide you in your darkest days. I'm telling you that all around is trouble, trouble, but you now go let me go. I'm getting a double, double, till my cup run overflow. All around is trouble, trouble, but you now go let me go. I'm getting a double, double, till my cup run overflow. Yeah. Thank you again. We are the Jesus Box Project Band.
What a splendid performance. They had me back there moving. Before we get into the next performance, with the drivers of E2400, E2400, and Z2544, Z2544, please move your cars urgently. Well, they are the drumming arms of Lacado. They specialize in Jamaican, Caribbean, and African music. They are touring the world, spreading their love through their hands with their drums. So let's hear their love. Give it up for Lacado Drum Explosion.
When the roll is called out, I'll be standing taller to face the darkest and the hardest of times. We'll be taking care of all the children thereof, but if it's required, we'll be on the front line. You can call me by my name, I am ready to roll. Once the rules remain the same, how the story's been told. Call me anytime, never cop out. Lioness is on the rise, don't you ever have doubt. Never say never, willingness forever to fight and be strong. Once it's for better, I'll write every letter and moving right along.
You're listening to DJ
and I'll roll with the punches.
At Carifesta 15.
Accept changes, work with the formula, do what I have to do, and call me by my name. I am ready to roll. Once the rules remain the same, how the story's been told. Call me anytime, never cop out. Lioness is on the rise, don't you ever have doubt.
I tell us that my we're under some pressure, but me know so the Almighty I got deliver we still, cause they never give more than we can bear. You see, just hold the faith.
It would be the most beautiful day of my life. For see them ease the pressure on Jamaican, it will be, cause we're born with the will to survive. Always just in a nation. There's a tension, you can feel it everywhere you go. In the news, you can hear it on the radio. What's next, you could never know. It's unfair, all the system is designed just to scare you. What's the scenario? Underwater, but dry up, so no kind of grow. For talk the truth, now you have to tiptoe. At least me have to tell you. them a vampire. I take you like those we burn up with your fire. I pretend and I go like them don't know. We fed up, yeah, we just can't take no more. Enough is enough now.
I mean when me say it from my heart. Baby girl, me and you would never part. Tell me say you have me in a comfort zone. Every time you leave me, then you come back home. Baby, and the games me a play. I and I woulda never ever stray. Girl, me say you lock me in your comfort zone. Get me solid as a rock, you know me tough like stone. I believe that love is a powerful thing, feeling deep within. And if you believe in love, free up your mind, let this flow within. As early as the morning star, I'm giving thanks for this lovely thing. Girl, with every beat of me heart, me pray that you would never part. Cause no other girl no hold me so tight yet, baby. None of them never please me, sir, treat me, sir. Lord, you feel so right. No girl never squeeze me so tight yet, baby. None of them never groove me, sir, move me, sir. Girl, you shine so bright. Anytime, any weather, me girl get the key for me heart so forever. She will be the one with whom me share up the treasure. Enough love, it never makes sense to measure. No, and baby girl, you have to ask me anything me give to her, no matter what it costs me. Because me love her so much, so me treat her with such tenderness. She and me baby. Cause I believe that love is a powerful thing, feeling deep within. And if you believe in love, free up your mind. Let this flow within. As early as the morning star, I'm giving thanks for this lovely thing. And if I ever dream me a dream,
Carry festival, carry festival.
When Cuba handed the baton to Barbados in 1981, they provided a lot of logistical and technical support for Carifesta. The Cubans arrived on their own ship, brought and erected a massive tent which was stationed at Culloden Farm and would be used for some of the performances. Additional lighting facilities for the stage area at the stadium were also loaned to Barbados by the Cubans.
Mutual heritage, regional unity.
Let us take you back to July 19th, 1981. For Carifesta held in Barbados, there were the Caribbean Theatre Festival, Caribbean Musical Festival, Caribbean Dance Festival, Caribbean Fine Arts Festival, a film festival, literary art and book market exhibition, handicraft market, various symposia and workshops, Pickety Crop, Kadooment, and Bridgetown Market were all included in the official Carifesta activities.
Mutual heritage, regional unity. Carry festival, carry festival me.
What countries took part in Carifesta through the years? They are Guyana, Jamaica, Cuba, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, St. Kitts Nevis, Suriname, the Bahamas, and Haiti.
Mutual heritage, regional unity. Carry festival, carry festival me.
Some of the 1981 venues used for performances, symposia, etc. include George Street Auditorium, the Combermere School, Garrison Secondary, now Graydon Sealy, the Museum Courtyard, Queen's Park Theatre, now the Daphne Joseph Hackett Theatre, notably Daphne Joseph Hackett was a participant, the St. Michael's School, Queen's Park Steel Shed, Farley Hill, the UWI Quadrangle, the Barbados Community College, and Culloden Farm, just to name a few.
Mutual heritage, regional unity.
The three main considerations with regard to the staging of Carifesta were: the festival should be inspirational and should provide artists with an opportunity to discuss amongst themselves techniques and motivations. It should be educational, in that the people of the Caribbean would be exposed to the values emerging from the various art forms. It should relate to people and be entertaining on a scale and a fashion that would commend itself to the Caribbean people. Carifesta.
Mutual heritage, regional unity.
Hola, somos de Panamá. Mi nombre es Alex Santiago.
Yo soy Kirkajar.
Venimos en representación del país a Carifest y los invitamos a que vengan y vean nuestras artesanías panameñas.
Vendo bolas y, ¿cómo le dicen? Shakiras y eso.
Y nosotros venimos de un área del interior del país de Panamá, donde utilizamos el sombrero panameño, el verdadero sombrero panameño, que es el que está viendo al final, al fondo. Y los invitamos a que nos vengan a visitar al stand de Panamá.
Hi there, my name's Ayana Cezanne and welcome to Bridgetown, Barbados, a World UNESCO Heritage Site where we are bringing you inside Carifesta 15 2025. Come join me.
Now the thing start, me love me drinks to me heart and me send shots to the head, hit the liver.
We're here today on Broad Street where we're witnessing one of the greatest fashion shows that our region has to offer as we present to you Carifesta 15, Caribbean Roots, Global Excellence, sponsored by Fenty Beauty. Carifesta is the Caribbean Festival of Arts. It is the region's regional premier cultural showcase, bringing together artists, performers, and cultural professionals from across the Caribbean to celebrate the richness of our shared heritage. Today, we will witness through design excellence from Barbadian designers Cassava, Black Flamingo, Shaked Eco Lifestyle, from Trinidad, Nabala Chi, from Africa, Alara World, from Jamaica, Tamia Carey, and from Grenada, From Earth. Stay with us as we take you through this fashion Carifesta journey.
My name is Rennie Falawio. I'm the founder of Alara. I have curated the collection today that comes from Africa. It was important for me to make a selection that celebrated the festival, the Carifesta, and as a homecoming of sorts of Africans and the Caribbean meeting at the point of design, especially fashion. It's a great moment today that we're able to show the African fashion here in Barbados at this very point because of our shared history. I'm very excited to be here, excited that I was invited by Prime Minister Mia Mottley to mark this really, really important occasion. So this is a great moment for us and I'm glad that we made it.
For centuries, Nelson statues stood behind these models,
And that statue was put there even before the one in Trafalgar Square. And it was put there by Bajans who were in charge of this Parliament building and in charge of this country, because that was a reflection of who they wanted to be, and to give thanks for being British instead of being French. But they never saw Africa, they never saw India. When we became a republic, we moved Nelson not to throw his statue in the sea, because his statue will be placed again for persons who want to be able to understand the complexity of our history. But we went to an open competition, and we asked the people of this nation to design a monument for this space. We wanted to use this space in celebration of two things: the Barbadian family and the commitment to excellence. In this space, where slaves and families were separated, we now celebrate our 11 national heroes, all of whom are referred to as the Right Excellent, and we have two still living: the Right Excellent Sir Garfield Sobers, the greatest cricketer of all time, and of course, the Right Excellent Rihanna Fenty, who continues to capture the imagination of the world. 397 years after Bridgetown was established, it is my honor to welcome you, the people of the Caribbean, to Bridgetown and to this spot that carries so many memories, but is now the place to admit of so many possibilities. We shall reclaim our Atlantic destiny, but we shall also always celebrate what we have forged as Caribbean people with resilience, recognizing that we take the tapestry of the past, but we create the possibilities for the world, for the future. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. One thing that I know, when festival time come wrong again, when the soca music hits, you know that you feel no pain. All my people, represent with your hand in the air. Put 'em up, put 'em up, put 'em up, put 'em up. Yo! Festival is the time we love to meet up with all we friends. Once music, liquor, and gal out there, the fun never.
Very significant event happening right here on Broad Street, right here by Hero Square. Significantly, that is happening by Hero Square because, as you know, one of our national heroes, Rihanna, has a line of fashion designs, and this is really good for the Caribbean designers, fashion designers, and I think that the exposure here for Carifesta, which is being seen throughout the world, will do well for the Caribbean designers as we go forward. And this will be one of the legacies of Carifesta 15 here in Barbados. So it's significant that we are doing it here at National Hero Square, which is our space now. As you know, we had the removal of Lord Nelson some time ago, and now this is where we celebrate our national heroes in Barbados. So to have our fashion designers show up there, their fashion designs right here, is very, very significant for this Carifesta 15. So I hope you continue to enjoy the rest of Carifesta in Barbados.
Yeah, because even though there's no light, and you know, I have light complexion. If there's no light, you can't see my complexion. My name is Blacker, and we are here from Jamaica. Are you ready? Are you ready? On the stage is the fantastic group called Drum Explosion, the drumming arm of Lacadco, a United Caribbean dance force. This drumming ensemble, they have toured all over the world with a fusion of Jamaican, Afro-Caribbean, and world sound. Are you ready? Are you ready? If you're ready, make some noise for Drum Explosion!
Lemlekele
I want to know.
What Paul backsliders
Find me that woman.
running down instruction, never get prepared. I want to know what Paul is Uncle Rufus send me down a riverside because hear them can't sing at all. One wife run the phone up in the yard. The phone up in the yard. We want wife
Do Mariah mama, oh do Mariah mama, eh do Mariah mama, do Mariah
Waro, agidi waro. Agidi left the pot on fire. Agidi waro. Waro, agidi waro. Agidi left the pot on fire. Agidi waro. Waro, agidi waro. Agidi left the pot on fire. Agidi waro. I said he rain, what a piece of rain upon me, boy.
Rain, oh, what a piece of rain a fall.
Rain, what a piece of rain a fall, oh.
Rain, oh, what a piece of rain a fall.
Said the rain a fall, I go with me on the journey.
Rain, oh, what a piece of rain a fall.
Rain a fall, I go with me on the journey.
Rain, oh, what a piece of rain a fall.
Rain, what a piece of rain a fall, oh.
Rain, oh, what a piece of rain a fall.
Rain, what a piece of rain a fall, me boy.
Rain, oh, what a piece of... My dear!
Yenge mama give me yenge, boy, yenge mama give me yenge.
Why, yenge mama give me yenge.
Boy, yenge mama give me yenge, boy, yenge mama give me yenge.
I say why, yenge mama give me yenge.
Boy, yenge mama give me yenge, boy, yenge mama give me yenge.
I say why,
yenge mama. Boy, yenge mama give me yenge, boy, yenge mama give me yenge.
oh, why,
Yenge mama give me yenge.
I go for you,
Coffee run number.
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 Coffee hold me short.
Coffee run number.
I go for hold me pants.
Coffee run number.
Oh, coffee boy.
Run number.
Hey, coffee boy.
Run number.
I go for you,
Coffee run number.
I go for you,
Run number.
I go for you,
Run Red and
I
ball.
go be all.
Red and ball.
Go fi hold me pants.
Red and ball.
Go fi hold me shirt.
Go fi red and ball.
Oh, go fi.
Red and ball. Tambo yaya,
Tambo, 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 yeah.
tambo yaya,
Say me tambo, yeah.
tambo yaya,
Tambo, 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 yeah.
tambo yaya.
Sagli Rambo make me right.
Go sun in a fire,
Sagli Rambo make me right.
go sun in a fire,
Sagli Rambo make me right.
go sun in a fire.
Aya tambo, 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 yeah.
Tambo yaya,
Tambo.
the hypnotic thunder of drum explosion. Make some more noise. Hey! When the drum play, if you don't move your foot or shake your head or some part of your body, you're not really fully alive, I think. Am I right or am I right? Now, for those folks who think we only Jamaican only have dancehall and reggae, revivalism emerged in 1860 as a merging of African spirituality and Christianity. The ignorant Europeans call it Pocomania, which really just meant little madness. They didn't understand it. It's a revival. Are you ready for revivalism? Brought to you by the award-winning Tivoli dance troupe. Let's go revival! Make some noise! Yeah, keep the applause going. Keep the applause going. Keep the love flowing. As we present to you the award-winning Tivoli dance troupe with a taste of revival.
Oh, Jesus. Hallelujah. This train is about to leave. Non-stop to heaven. Make sure you have your ticket. And you're ready waiting. You better have ticket. Don't show me your ticket. You only was ticket. You sanctified ticket. To ride on this train. This train is about to go up to heaven. That is on the main line. The train is on the main line. Train is on the main line now. You better have your ticket. You better have your ticket. Better have your ticket now. One train to heaven gate. One train to heaven gate. If you miss this train, you never get another one. Last train to heaven gate. Just show me your ticket. You want it was ticket. You certified ticket. You heaven bound ticket. You ride on this train. This train is about to go up to heaven. The train is on the main line. The train is on the main line. Train is on the main line now. You better get your ticket. You better have your ticket. Better have your ticket now. One train to heaven gate. One train to heaven gate. If you miss this train, you never get another one. Last train to heaven gate. No other worker, no fornicator, no child molester, no hypocrite. To come on this train, this Holy Ghost train, this sanctified train, this heaven-born train. If you miss this train, you never get another one. Last train. Hallelujah, oh Jesus. The train is on the main line. The train is on the main line. The train is on the main line now. Show your ticket. You better have your ticket. You better have your ticket. Better have your ticket now. Don't show me your ticket. Don't show me your ticket. Your heaven-bound ticket. Your sanctified ticket. To ride on this train. This train is about to go up to heaven. Don't show me your ticket. You only was ticket. Your sanctified ticket. You better have ticket. To ride on this train. Try to miss this train. You will never get another one. Last train to heaven gate. Last train to heaven gate. The train is on the main line. The train is on the main line. Train is on the main line now. You better have your ticket. You better have your ticket. Better have your ticket now. One train to heaven gate. One train to heaven gate. If you miss this train, you never get another one. Last train to heaven gate. Come show me your ticket. You want it was ticket. You certified ticket. You heaven-bound ticket. You ride on this train. This train is about to go up to heaven. Oh, Jesus. ticket now. Come show me your ticket. Come show me your ticket. Your elegant ticket. Your sanctified ticket. Right on this train.
Have you got your ticket? Have you got your ticket? Make some noise if you come in here with your ticket. If you come in free, make even more noise. Yes. Hey, last train to heaven gate. Can I get a hallelujah? Can I get a hallelujah? Listen to me. If it's one thing about Caribbean people, we love God. Them never say no to our prayers. Yeah, man, and I am praying that things remain wonderful as they are. Are you having a good time so far? Let me see, anybody here from Jamaica? Yeah, me like that. You going back home? You plan to go back home? Me not go back home. I plan to come here to propose to Mama Mia and have my side chick as Rihanna. How me sound? Yeah, me a Jamaican. Me not afraid of nothing. Me can step in any. Jamaican people, it's very interesting about Jamaicans. We have a way of just wanting to take over everything. Allow me to tell? We love to take over things, don't it? Trust me, right now, as far as I'm concerned, I am no more Jamaican, I am Caribbean. I'm going to buy a house in Black Rock. I can't mean in Black, I call it Blacker Rock. Yeah, I claim it. I claim my Bajan heritage. Oh, my sound. Yeah, man. We are one Caribbean. We're talking about Caribbean people together. This is what Carifesta is all about. I came here for the first time in 1981 for Carifesta, and I fell in love. I know Jamaican man don't fall in love. They stand up in a love. But I fell then. And I'm still in love with this wonderful place called Barbados. And we just wanted us to tell you that we love. See the man there? I'm at the star. I'm at the star of the show. Look at man there. Yeah, man. Don't stop him. Enjoy himself. He might fully enjoy himself. He's dancing to the music. And you all sit down like you're very proper. Clap your hand. Get up and dance. Enjoy the vibe. Shake your favorite toe. Skin your teeth if it's your teeth. Your teeth now catch cold, so laugh. Dance, enjoy yourself. Am I right or am I right? Now, so far since I've been here, I've met some very decent and respectful people who work as security guards. But my experience in Jamaica with security guards has not been very pleasant. For some reason, them pick on me. And if these are men who, in them regular life, them not have no sense of power. And somebody give them a job with a bunch of key, and that become them power. And good Lord, them wield that power. So here's my Jamaican gateman, keyman, security guard experience. Imagine this sign behind me, and the sign says, staff must show ID. And this man on the job with him bunch of key stand up firm, and him say, means a gateman, keyman, watchman, security expert. Everybody have to pass through me. Me no partial cater or curry favor. Everybody have to show ID. You could be manager, governor, or prime minister. Me solid more than rock. If you don't respect me and brandish your ID, the main gate go and just stay locked. Me the gateman, keyman, watchman, security expert. Me have power. Me carry weight. Big neck people have manners when me hold the front gate. Me make them bawl and murmur and beg and explain and complain and wait. Them cry high water, lose them temper and reach inside all 2 hours late. Woman walk on chalk line. Man get vexed and resign because the power of me and my bunch of key. Me no use conscience. Me no play ease up. Me no give blind. Me no cry creek. Me the gateman, keyman, watchman, security expert. Me teach big neck people lesson for free. Anybody pass me learn fast. Say, I don't take argument. I only take ID. Even the nice HR lady, one nice lady named Miss Lee, and she interviewed me, and she give me the bunch of key. She come work last week Thursday about, morning Rocky, oops, I left my ID. Me look upon her tough, and say, oops, not enough, that naga working at Miss Lee. She start murmur, argue, and beg. She complain, she plead. Me just kiss my teeth and show her what the sign say. Staff